From Simon & Schuster Audio.
Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of A Fever in the Heart and Other True Cases by Anne Rule, performed by Laurel Merlington. For my friend Olive Morgan Blankenbaker, born 1910, and for my mother, Sophie Hanson Stackhouse, 1906 to 1995. Two brave women who lost their only sons much too soon. They taught me how to survive tragedy and loss, and how to grow old with grace and dignity. In tragic life, God, what no villain need be. Passions win the plot. We are betrayed by what is false within. George Meredith, Modern Love. Author's note. It has been said that there are no new stories under the sun. Even those dramas and tragedies that are true are only a reprise of something that has happened before. I suspect that is an accurate analysis. In this third volume of my true crime files, I note that I have either subconsciously or inadvertently chosen 4 cases that share a common theme: personal betrayal. Since I am a great believer in the premise that we do nothing accidentally, it must be the right time to contemplate homicides that occur because the victim or victims have been betrayed by someone they have come to trust. In most of the following cases, the victims have believed in their killers over a long time. In one case, the victims have put their faith too quickly in the wrong men. There is something especially heartbreaking about love and friendships betrayed. The thought that some of the victims in this book must have recognized that betrayal at the very last moments of their lives may be difficult to cope with. In the final 2 cases, the system trusted a criminal's rehabilitation, and innocent people paid for this mistake. All serve to remind us that things are seldom what they seem, and to be wary. The title case in A Fever in the Heart occurred very early in my career as a true crime writer, so early, in fact, that I felt I had neither the courage nor the technical skill to undertake a book. To be truthful, I admit that I was afraid to attempt a book. I could not even imagine myself turning out 300 or 400 pages. Even so, I attended the entire trial that resulted from an intensive police investigation in Yakima, Washington. Because of a change of venue, a trial took place during one uncharacteristically hot summer in Seattle. I was there in the courtroom every day, utterly fascinated by the havoc wrought by one man's love for a beautiful woman. But this was not the kind of tender, romantic love we usually think of. This was obsessive love, a consuming passion that ate at a theretofore well-adjusted man as surely as acid eats into metal, until all the values he had believed in eroded. I saw all the characters in this modern-day classic tragedy in person, and became friends with some of them. This was not simply a case of multiple murder. It involved the bonding and later disintegration of many families. Anyone who wrote about it would have to go back decades to even begin to explain the extent of the loss. I knew that the story needed to be told, and close family members asked me to delve deeper. But after some agonizing debates with myself, I let it pass. I didn't think I could do it justice. It would be years before I undertook my first book, The Stranger Beside Me. After my view of the Ted Bundy story was published, I wrote a dozen more books, but I kept coming back to A Fever in the Heart. During all that time, I kept my notes, the pictures my daughter took in the courtroom, and those given to me by relatives of the victims. I think I knew that someday I would write the whole story, because I moved all the paraphernalia of A Fever in the Heart with me every time I changed residences. 2 decades later, I still find this chillingly ironic story of murder in Yakima, Washington, full of the most compelling series of circumstances I have ever encountered. Everyone involved was a winner: intelligent, physically attractive, charismatic, athletically gifted, and surrounded by love. What on earth went wrong? It will take a whole book to try to sort it out, and I am finally ready to do that. In addition to a fever in the heart, you will find 5 other cases that I have never forgotten: mirror image, black leather, I'll love you forever, murder without a body, and the highway accident. I hope you enjoy them all. Anne Rule, Seattle, 1996. Some of the names have been changed. A fever in the heart. The day after a holiday is always something of a letdown, even if the celebrations were successful and families and friends have managed to get together without allowing half-forgotten slights and old wounds to bubble to the surface. In New York City and in Yakima, Washington, and in every city and hamlet in between, families who coexist all year tend to become dysfunctional with the pressure of holiday emotions. Perhaps humans expect more out of life during the festive season. Those over the age of 10 are usually disappointed. 1. In 1975, the Friday after Thanksgiving in Yakima was icy and bleak. In the spring, Yakima and all of Yakima County is scented by what seems like a continuous froth of apple and peach blossoms from 1,000 orchards. In the summer, it is rich with growing things, and in the autumn, the tree branches are pregnant with fruit. However, in the last dark week of November 1975, Yakima was bitterly cold, with lowering clouds that promised snow all day, but never quite delivered by the time night fell. Saturday would mark the 12th anniversary of one of America's most stunning catastrophes. November 22nd, 1963. The day President John F. Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas while he was at the peak of his powers, dead shot to the brain before he had time to sense the presence of danger. The date was the first in a series of grim similarities, albeit on a smaller stage. Even though newly hung Christmas decorations were up on the light poles, it was hard to feel festive in Yakima. On that night of November 21st, 1975, the sun set far too soon. For those people whose memories made their hearts heavy with sorrow and loss, there was a sense of one down and one to go. Thanksgiving was gone, and Christmas would be there before anyone realized it. It was so cold. Gerda Lindbergh lived in a duplex at 506 East Lincoln in Yakima. Many streets in town were named after numbers or letters or names of presidents, and most of them had alleys that ran behind backyards, slicing the blocks in two, and allowing residents to park off the main streets. Gerda always described where she lived precisely, on the right-hand side on the corner of 6th or Lincoln, or of Lincoln and the alley. The latter was more accurate. Gerda lived in a semi-basement level apartment. Her bedroom window was set in a well and located smack dab on the alley. Most evenings, Gerda sipped a bourbon and water, ate dinner, and then watched television until 10 when she went to bed. She followed her pattern that dark Friday night of November 21st, 1975. She turned out her lights and then raised the bedroom window to get some fresh air. She wasn't afraid of burglars. It was a good neighborhood with lots of apartments, private homes, and churches nearby. In the daytime, there were dozens of older people who walked south down the alley to church activities. Gerda could never be absolutely sure of the order of events that happened later that night. Either she woke up from a disturbing dream in the middle of the night, or something she heard outside awakened her. She lay there trying to decide whether to get up. Later, she was fairly certain that she was already wide awake when she heard footsteps running in the alley. "And I thought," she said, "well, that's kind of odd this time of night, because it was so quiet, so I knew it was past midnight. And then it sounded like somebody bumped a garbage can or something, kind of a metal sound." Gerda Lindbergh lay there, not disoriented but curious and a little apprehensive, as she heard firecrackers popping beyond her window. "It was 3 or 4, like you light them right in succession?" It might have been a few minutes or a little longer before she heard running footsteps again. this time heading in the opposite direction, north, and coming from a short distance away, thudding directly above her window, and then fading. She was positive the person was running. She was used to hearing the faltering steps of elderly people walking through the alley to church. This was nothing like that. It was kind of a hollow sound, like they might have had heavy soles or clogs, she remembered. That wouldn't mean much later in helping to identify the person running. In the mid-70s, practically everyone under 30 wore shoes with improbably built-up soles and Cuban heels, just as they wore polyester leisure suits with stitching on the lapels, plaid sports coats, bell-bottom pants, and poor boy sweaters. Gerda Lenberg didn't believe she had heard anything that unusual or frightening. Only firecrackers and someone running in the chilly night. She glanced instinctively at the clock on the wall next to her bed. It was a decorative clock with Roman numerals, fancy rather than functional. She was never really sure exactly what time it was, but she could see it was somewhere between 5 or 10 minutes after 2 in the morning. She turned over and was asleep in a short time. The next morning, Gerda recalled, I remarked they were sure starting the 4th of July early because somebody was shooting off firecrackers. Dale Soust lived several buildings down the alley from Gerda's duplex. They had never met. He didn't know many people in the neighborhood of his apartment house at 208 North 6th. He was employed by the state of Washington as a systems analyst programmer and was working on a project to automate the superior courts in the state. This phase of his contract had brought him to Yakima County. Soust retired about midnight that Friday after Thanksgiving. He knew he wasn't going to get much sleep because he had to be up at 4 to go deer hunting. As it was, he got even less sleep than he expected. He was awakened suddenly in the hours before dawn by the sound of shots. As a hunter, he was familiar with both rifles and pistols, and he knew a gunshot when he heard one. It was one shot, he would say later. One shot followed by 2 in rapid succession. Bang, bang, bang. Soust looked out his window to see if he could see anything. The shots sounded as if they had come from the other end of his apartment house. His unit was on the alley, and the noise seemed to have come more from the street side. He thought they had been fired closer to 6th Street. It was long before the era of drive-by shootings, and Soust wasn't particularly concerned. He put it down to somebody shooting in the air. He crawled back into bed and caught another few hours of sleep. By 5 a.m., Soust was on the sidewalk in front of the brick-facaded apartment house where he lived, dressed in hunting gear, and waiting for his companions to pick him up. It was still that impenetrable black of a winter's pre-dawn, and he jumped a little when a man walked toward him on the sidewalk. Then he saw it was another resident of his apartment complex, a man he often nodded to, but who he didn't really know. It turned out that the man, Roland Seal, was going hunting too, duck hunting. He was also waiting for his ride. Seal was a body and fender mechanic by trade, but his avocations kept him so busy he didn't normally have time to chat with his neighbors. He was filled up every hour of every day, and although he recognized people who lived in his apartment house and knew where most of them worked, Seal didn't socialize, considering idle conversation a waste of valuable time. While they looked up 6th Street for approaching headlights and paced back and forth to keep warm, Roland Seal and Dale Soust made small talk about the noises they'd both heard in the night. Seal said he too had been awakened by the sound of shots. He was a most precise man, and he knew the exact time. His digital watch and the digital clock next to his bed had both read 2:05 a.m. Eventually they agreed that while it was true they lived in town, Yakima wasn't that big, and it was hunting season. Somebody must have gotten a little anxious to get started. There were a lot of would-be Nimrods out there. Since it was so early and so cold, both men immediately noticed the woman who emerged from the big frame house next to the apartment house. At first, they figured she was coming out in her robe to get the morning Yakima Herald Republic. But she crossed the frosty porch and then walked slowly down the front steps and onto the lawn dusted half white from a desultory snowfall. Almost as if she were walking in her sleep, she disappeared around the side yard toward the alley. Suddenly, the silent, icy air was shattered by screams. The woman was calling out the name of the man Roland Seal knew she lived with. "Morris! Morris!" she cried over and over. Soust and Seal were caught off guard. For a long moment they stared at each other. A few seconds later the young woman ran back into view and disappeared into her house. Seal murmured, "Morris's dog must have got shot last night." Soust didn't know the neighbors, but he figured Morris was the woman's husband or maybe her boyfriend. If someone had shot his dog, he was going to be upset. The woman had certainly seemed shaken. While the two hunters stood awkwardly, hesitant about what they should do, the woman next door ran out of her house again. She was still screaming, and she seemed on the verge of complete hysteria. "Oh, my God! He's dead! Oh, my God!" Roland Seal was the kind of man who stepped up when he saw an emergency, and he was sure he was seeing one now. While Dale Soust hung back, Seal hurried over to her and said, "We'll call an ambulance." It seemed the right thing to say, but he didn't even know if you could call an ambulance for a dog. The woman didn't seem to understand what he was saying to her. Seal had no choice but to bring her back to reality with firm words. "I wasn't too gentle or too courteous," he recalled, "but I said, 'Get in there and call an ambulance,' and so she did." While the young woman was in the house, Roland Seal walked along the side of the thin wire fence separating the apartment house property from the lawn next door. The fence was more of a psychological barrier than a physical one, not much more than chicken wire. Seal felt the hairs prickle at the back of his neck. It was still dark, but he could see that it was not a dog at all, but a man who lay on his back in an open gate between the area where the people next door parked their cars and the side yard of their house. The man lay in the shadows, and it was so dark near the gate that at first Seal could see only a white shirt and a white face. But there was more. He could make out scarlet stains. Blood? On the man's face. He couldn't be sure who it was, but it was a big man. That and the blood were all he could see for certain. Peering from his side of the fence, Seal was unable to get any closer than 5 or 6 feet from the body. He forced himself to conquer his shock and headed back to the sidewalk. The young woman had emerged from her house again, and this time 2 small children and a large dog trailed after her. Leaving the children and dog on the porch, she ran back to the body, crying, "Oh, my God! He's dead! He's been shot! My God! He's shot! He's dead!" Roland Seal saw that the woman was getting more and more frantic, and he didn't want the kids to catch her hysteria. He instructed her very carefully to take the children into the house and to call the police. For a moment the scene on the porch seemed eternal, a frozen tableau, until the slender, dark-haired woman turned and headed into the house. And then, Seal remembered, a police officer came, and then another one, and then another one. When the third one came, I thought everything was under control, and I gave my name and address and told him I was going duck hunting and he could find me at my address. Roland Seal was nothing if not pragmatic. He went ahead with the day he had planned. He could do nothing to help the man who lay in the snow, nor could he help the woman. The police would take care of it. A shaken Dale Soust went ahead with his day, too. And so did Gerda Lenberg. She had no idea at all that anything earth-shaking had occurred in the dark hours between Friday night and Saturday morning. It wasn't until Sunday morning when she read the paper that she looked up and said slowly, "Oh, my Lord, that wasn't firecrackers at all." 2. It never should have ended the way it did. There are some people whom destiny smiles upon, human beings blessed with wonderfully classic good looks, intelligence, and talents and skills that far surpass the average. People who grow up surrounded by love and high hopes. In Yakima, Washington, in that window of time in the 1970s, there were 4 people like that, an oddly assembled quartet of players whose lives would grow so intertwined and hopelessly entangled that they could never seem to pull apart. The very oxygen of their freedom to live and breathe was soon compromised by their closeness. The obsessive desire of one player damned the happiness of the other 3 forever. Possibly the end of the game had been fated decades before. Certain choices each of them made had brought them to this place. Olive Morgan Blankenbaker was one of 4 daughters born to Esther and Ray Morgan, who named all their girls somewhat whimsically and horticulturally Hazel, Fern, Olive, and Iris. Their maternal grandfather, Ernst Skarstedt, was a writer of some note in his native Sweden, and his intelligence and sensitivity came through undiluted to his descendants. Olive was born in 1910 near Wapato in Yakima County. She would spend all of her working years in the court systems of Washington. She began as a court secretary, but her true goal was to be a court reporter. This was long before the era of stenotype machines or computer disks. Court reporters wrote in beautifully executed script. It was also long before television was anything more than a scientific phenomenon demonstrated at world's fairs. Radios were the home entertainment in vogue when Olive was a young woman in her 20s. Huge console radios with shiny mahogany cabinets and ornately carved facades were the status symbols of the 30s. Franklin D. Roosevelt had his fireside chats over the radio. Kids listened to Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy, and the Lone Ranger, and dance bands from a ballroom high atop some hotel far away enchanted late-night listeners. Olive Morgan met Ned Blankenbaker in Yakima, where he worked as a radio salesman in a radio and musical instrument store. She was a slender, beautiful young woman with marcelled curls and a sweet smile. Ned always seemed to be standing outside the store to catch a little sun, just when Olive came walking downtown on her way to lunch. He was a short, stocky man with thick, wavy hair and interesting eyes. Those eyes followed Olive as she passed by, and she knew it. He would stand on his tiptoes to make himself look taller when Olive walked by. "Some other girls I knew him, and they introduced us," Olive says. "I liked him the moment I met him." It wasn't long before Ned and Olive began to talk, and then he asked her to go dancing. That's what all the young people did then. There were dance halls with lanterns swaying in the wind, and everyone tried to emulate Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers. Ned was a great dancer, Olive remembers. We'd go out to Box Cafe where you could dance. It was just up the street from the music store. We knew everyone. Songs like Blue Moon and Anything Goes were popular. FDR was in his first term in office, and Social Security had just been voted in. The night before Olive Morgan married Ned Blankenbaker on September 25, 1935, Joe Louis took away Max Baer's heavyweight crown. Huey Long had been assassinated in Louisiana 2 weeks before, and war clouds were lowering in Europe. But all that was so far away. Yakima, in the center of Washington state, was seemingly insulated from the world outside. Olive was 25 years old when she married Ned, and she expected her marriage would last forever. Ned and Olive Blankenbaker were married 7 years before they had their only child. Morris Ray Blankenbaker was born on December 16, 1942. 32-year-old Olive was transfixed with love for this sturdy baby boy who made her holiday season the best she had ever had. As it almost always is, it was a white Christmas in Yakima. Although the world was at war and everything was rationed, everything in Olive's life at that moment was perfect. A half-century later, looking back, she would ask, "Why should it be that way? When people are so happy, why does it all have to disappear? For Olive's wonderful world did disappear. Somehow the Blankenbaker marriage didn't work very well after Morris was born. In all, Olive and Ned were married 9 years. Morris was barely 2 when Olive was left to raise him alone. Over the years, his father would remain a part of Morris's life and pay regular child support, but Ned fathered 2 more sons, Morris's half-brothers, Mike and Charles. It was Olive who was always there for Morris Blankenbaker. Her love for him was so unselfish that she encouraged him to spend time with his father and his younger brothers. They would become an important part of his life. Olive could easily have smothered Morris and made him a mama's boy, but she didn't. Morris was a natural athlete, a kid who was always running and leaping and playing ball. He had plenty of scrapes, bruises, and sprains, but Olive just sighed and bound up his wounds. She bit her lip when she felt she was about to ask him to give up the sports he adored. She knew it wouldn't do any good anyway. Olive signed up for a correspondence course to learn how to use the stenotype machine. She and Morris were living with her family in Wapato, and she managed to combine her studying with camping trips with her son. I'd fix a big pot of stew and put it over the campfire while Morris and his 2 friends, Indian boys from the Wapato Reservation, would go exploring in the forest. They could take the dog and have fun, and I could study. In the meantime, Olive was working as a court reporter, using Greg's shorthand. She sat through everything from divorces to murder trials, taking down all the proceedings in her fine hand. She worked in the Yakima County's Superior Court, and then transferred over to federal court in Seattle, where Federal Judge Bowen, an elderly man who disliked change, was delighted to discover that there was still one court reporter in the Seattle area who could transcribe courtroom proceedings with a pen. When he saw me writing with a pen on a notebook, he set up a whole bunch of proceedings for me to cover. He hated those little black machines, Olive remembered. I never told him that I could write with one of those little black machines. We went all up and down the Washington coast, from Bellingham to Vancouver, hearing cases. Judge Bowen was 93 and still on the bench when he asked Olive if she would consider working in Yakima, and of course she agreed readily. That was home. She and Morris moved back into her mother's house just outside town, and Olive worked days and evenings to keep up with the punishing schedule of cases that were filed into Judge Bowen's court. Morris always came home for lunch to his grandmother Morgan's house. You could see him coming a block away, running, Olive said, and he took her picket fence with a high jump every day. My mother loved to see that boy eat. Morris Blankenbaker was a handsome child with tight blonde curls and brown eyes. When he was 5, he posed proudly for his mother's Brownie camera in his cowboy shirt, tooled belt with the silver buckle, and Western boots. He was a Cub Scout, and into more athletic events with every year. He went out for tumbling and scrambled up to the top of the pyramid of bodies. He broke his arm, of course, Olive recalled. That was Morris. One summer when Morris was 7, Olive took him for an automobile trip all across Canada. We stopped wherever there was a swimming pool, she said. Even at 7, he swam like a fish, and he could dive off the high board, doing somersaults in the air. People used to gather around to watch him. Olive was running her own kind of marathon in the Yakima Superior Court. I kept up for a long time, but I finally had to quit, she said. I was just about breaking down because I was working for the most effective judge, and everyone was filing their cases in his court. As common as it is in the 1990s, a single mother raising a son was a rarity in the 1940s. There were fathers who were away during the war, certainly, but divorced mothers were far from the norm, and it wasn't easy for Olive. She kept trying to find a job that would give her more time with Morris. She moved to Vancouver, Washington, where Morris went to Fort Vancouver High School. Later, they moved to Spokane, to a big court with a lot of cases. Back in Yakima again, Morris went to Washington Junior High and then Davis High School. He was the golden boy who could do anything. He was on the A squad of the track, baseball, football, and wrestling teams. He played the trombone and the French horn, marching in the Davis High Band, carrying the huge horn as lightly as a feather. His mother remembers the band triumphantly playing Bonaparte's Retreat as they marched down the field. It hardly seemed possible that one kid could participate in so many activities, but Morris did. He played baseball, ran track, and wrestled, and he was the star fullback on the football squad. The crowd shouted his name again and again as he made touchdowns. Morris Blankenbaker! Morris Blankenbaker! In the summertime, Morris worked as a lifeguard in Yakima parks. From his teens well into his 20s, he always had an audience of adoring girls who carefully spread their towels out so they would be directly in his line of vision. He appreciated the view, but Morris didn't date much. He scarcely had time. In the end, there was only one girl he ever went steady with, only one girl he ever really loved. Jerry Lee. Jerry Lee Carlberg. One of Morris's coaches at Davis High School during his senior year in 1961 was Talmadge Glynn Moore. Of course, nobody called Moore by his full name, and very few people called him Glynn. Everyone knew him by Gabby. Morris had known Gabby since he and Olive came back to Yakima in the mid-50s, ever since junior high. He figured Gabby had coached him in about every sport there was at one time or another: wrestling, football, track. Gabby was almost exactly 9 years Morris's senior. Morris's birthday was on December 16th, and Gabby's was on the 21st. But when Morris was a schoolboy, Gabby was a grown man, married with a family, and their worlds were completely different. Morris always called Gabby Coach. He always would, even after he, too, was an adult. When Morris graduated from Davis High in 1961, he took home just about every athletic honor. He received the Traub Blocking and Tackling Trophy, and he was voted Best Athlete of the Year. Best of all, Morris was offered a 4-year football scholarship to Washington State University in Pullman. All he had to do was keep his grades up and do what came naturally as an athlete. Olive was living and working in Spokane then, and Morris visited on holidays and weekends when he didn't have a game. Morris was playing right halfback for the Washington State Cougars. His mother didn't have the time or money to get to his games, but she did manage to get to Spokane to watch him play once. That was when Washington State played the University of Washington, Olive said. They played in Spokane at night under the lights. I got to go to that game. It was so terribly cold. We were wrapped up in blankets with long underwear and everything. I even remember the date. It was November 24th, 1962. It was a real good game, and he played all the way through. I was so proud of him, Olive remembered. He was so handsome, and they kept shouting, Morris Blankenbaker! Morris Blankenbaker! Even so, for the first time in his athletic career, there were other halfbacks at Washington State University who made the starting lineup more often than Morris did. He was 5'11" tall and 175 pounds. That was plenty big enough in high school. In college, there were players who dwarfed him. Dennis McCurdy, Herman McKee, and Clarence Williams were playing halfback for the Cougars too, and they were 6'1", 6'3", and 6'2", respectively, and they all weighed over 190 pounds. Morris's dreams of becoming a professional football player before he started a coaching career seemed less realistic than they once had. Besides that, there was Jerry Lee. Jerry Lee Carlberg was 3 years behind Morris in school, and she attended the other public high school in Yakima, Eisenhower High. Morris barely knew her when he was in high school, but he got to know her well when he went back to Yakima to visit his hometown. He had always been a guy who dated casually. As far as any of his friends remember, Morris was never serious about any girl in high school. Jerry Lee Carlberg was another story. Outwardly, she seemed to be what every teenage girl in the 60s yearned to be. She had a perfect figure, slender but full-breasted. She had clouds of dark hair and blue eyes, and she wasn't just pretty. She was beautiful. Her skin was flawless, and her features were enchanting. She was petite and entirely feminine. And of course she was a cheerleader for Eisenhower High. Jerry Lee was everything we wanted to be, one of her peers remembered. She was pretty and slender and popular, so popular with boys. Her father was Henry Carlberg, and he had his own real estate company. He let Jerry Lee drive his new Cadillac whenever she wanted. While we all yearned after the jocks, Jerry Lee married Morris Blankenbaker, the super athlete of them all. We envied her. I suppose some of us hated her, or at least resented her. It's hard to put into words. Maybe you had to have lived in Yakima in the 60s to really understand. Jerry Lee Carlberg may have appeared to have had everything, but her life was far from perfect. She had her insecurities in high school and often smiled to hide private heartbreak. True, she came from an affluent family and she was gorgeous, but the world she knew was falling apart. Henry and Marge, Jerry Lee's parents, had divorced, and her father had remarried and begun a new family. The world she had always known blew away like dandelion fluff in the wind. No one can ever really know for sure, but Jerry Lee's attitude toward males may well have changed radically then. She was devastated for a long time when her parents divorced. Morris was something solid for her to hold on to, and she loved him for that more than for his prowess on the football field. She wasn't really that interested in sports. She could see that everyone liked Morris, and he seemed to have scores of friends. Morris was handsome and built like a young Greek god with bulging biceps and a washboard stomach that rippled with muscles. He was a college man, and he made the boys at Eisenhower High look like wimpy kids. There was no question that Jerry Lee was completely in love with Morris. Jerry Lee was still in high school when she started dating Morris, and she begged him to come to Yakima to take her to her proms. She didn't want to miss the most memorable social events of any teenage girl's school years, yet she refused to go with anyone else. For Morris, it was almost a 400-mile round trip, but he made it willingly. He posed with Jerry Lee, who wore lovely formal gowns with the corsages he'd given her. Sometimes the long trips back to Yakima cut into his study time, and his grades suffered. But it didn't matter. Morris Blankenbaker was in love for the first time in his life. Jerry Lee certainly had the intelligence to go to college, but she didn't want that. She wanted her own family. On August 28, 1965, 3 months after she graduated from Eisenhower High School, Jerry Lee and Morris were married. She was just 18. He was 22. They had a big church wedding in the Presbyterian Church, Olive remembered, with a huge reception at the Chinook Hotel in Yakima. They served food and had liquor and everything. Henry Carlberg had put on a wonderful wedding for his daughter. Had it been up to her, Olive would have chosen not to serve liquor at the reception. It was just one of the things that carved a chasm between Olive and Jerry Lee's family, one that they all crossed tentatively for years to come. Olive and Morris had not exactly lived a hardscrabble existence, but nothing had ever come easy. No big houses, and certainly no fancy cars. For decades after that wedding in 1965, Olive and Jerry Lee Blankenbaker would have an ambivalent relationship. It was to be expected. They both loved Morris. He was Olive's only child, the son she had struggled so hard to raise, and he could do no wrong in her eyes. She had wanted so much for him to graduate from college before he got married, and Jerry Lee had detoured him from that goal. For her part, Jerry Lee at 18 was perhaps a little spoiled. She was not nearly as expert at either housework or a career as Olive was. Eventually, however, the two women would come to have a kind of grudging respect for one another. The newly married Mr. and Mrs. Morris Ray Blankenbaker moved to Tacoma, Washington, where Morris planned to obtain his bachelor's degree at Pacific Lutheran University. He hadn't given up on his ambition to get his degree and become a coach. It would just take a little longer. Morris had dropped out of Washington State and joined the Marine Corps Reserves before the draft could scoop him up. This meant that he had to train in the desert outside Coronado, California, for a few weeks each year, and risk being called to active duty in Vietnam. He was lucky. He didn't have to go to war, and eventually he made Lance Corporal. 4 years later, in February of 1969, he was honorably discharged from the reserves. 3. Talmadge Glynn Gabby Moore had coached at Davis High School in Yakima since the 1960-61 school year. Like Morris, he was a Yakima boy, although he wasn't a native. Gabby was born in the depths of the Depression in Missouri, 4 days before Christmas, 1931. His family moved to Yakima when he was a child, and Gabby attended school there, graduating from North Yakima High School in 1950. He, too, was a sports hero. He received North Yakima High's Football Inspirational Trophy. But Gabby Moore, like so many teenagers graduating in the early 50s, went off to the Korean War instead of to college. He served in the Air Force from 1951 to 1955. When he was discharged, Gabby came back to Yakima. He was a very handsome young man then, with straight blonde hair and heavy-lidded dark eyes. Gabby Moore, who looked like the jock that he was, clean-cut and in great shape, wanted to be a high school coach. He went to college on the GI Bill, first to Yakima Valley Community College and then to Central Washington State College, now Central Washington University, in Ellensburg, where he got his B.A. in 1958. 2 years later, he received his master's degree at the same college. Gabby's education wasn't easy. He taught and coached while he was going to college. He had married by then to Gay Myers, and during the time Gabby was getting his education and beginning his career as a teacher, they had 3 babies, Sherry, Kate, and Derek. Gay, who was startlingly attractive with smoky blonde hair and a lithe figure, eventually became a physical education teacher herself. As they are in most small towns in America, sports were king in Yakima, and the Moores were so much a part of the fabric of the town, of its educational system, and its sports circle. Gabby Moore had taught in tiny Union Gap first, and then at Washington Junior High in Yakima. He moved steadily up the career ladder. In 1960, he was hired to teach and coach at Davis High School, where he stayed to become a much-admired fixture. Gabby taught math and driver training, and was the track coach and the assistant football coach. 1 year, he was the head football coach. But the gridiron wasn't his forte. It was at wrestling that he excelled as a mentor. He became, arguably, one of the most outstanding wrestling coaches in America. He could have moved on up to college coaching. He was certainly skilled enough, but he had sunk deep roots in Yakima. Gabby Moore was the impetus behind bringing kid wrestling to Yakima. The town's boosters were pleased, and the Yakima Junior Chamber of Commerce honored him for that program by giving him the trophy for Outstanding Physical Education Educator for 1969. Moore's wrestling team took the Washington State Championship in 1972. He was a member of the selection committee in the Washington Cultural Exchange with Japan, where wrestling is a major sport. Gabby found a way to travel to the Orient with his star athletes so that they could wrestle with the best. Athletes from many graduating classes had passed through Gabby's wrestling programs, and they never forgot him. He could take a boy with no particular aptitude for sports and turn him into a champion. He could, and he did, not once, but many times. His athletes loved Gabby, and he cared deeply for his boys. Beyond his solid place at Davis High, Gabby Moore had other compelling reasons to prefer Yakima to one of the college towns on the coast, near Seattle, or to the east, Pullman, or Moscow, Idaho, where Washington State and the University of Idaho were located. He and Gay had an extended family in Yakima with a closeness that anyone would envy, a tight circle of love and emotional support. Gabby's father-in-law, Dr. A.J. Myers, was an osteopathic physician and surgeon who owned and operated the Valley Osteopathic Hospital on Tieton Drive in Yakima. Doc Myers had practiced medicine in Yakima for more than 30 years, and in 1952 he built Valley Hospital. Doc and Gabby met for the first time shortly before Gabby married Gay, and they soon became fast friends. Myers was Gabby's doctor and his friend, a relationship that existed outside of Gabby's marriage. In those days, Gabby Moore was a family man and a revered coach. He was 27 when Morris Blankenbaker graduated from high school, and they kept in touch, although only sporadically. There was no reason to think that their lives would touch again in much more than a tangential way. While Morris Blankenbaker was an Adonis of a young man who was everyone's friend, Gabby Moore's popularity came from his compelling, persuasive personality. As he aged, his appearance changed from that of a good-looking young coach to one of an average-looking man who seemed older than he really was. All coaches at every level are under pressure to win. Gabby didn't handle stress well. The pressure to win, much of it self-driven, got to him, and he developed primary hypertension in his early 30s. Gabby's high blood pressure was serious enough to concern his father-in-law. A.J. Myers did his best to convince Gabby that elevated blood pressure was nothing to ignore, but his warnings usually fell on deaf ears. Gabby Moore continued to demand too much of himself and of his athletes. When he concentrated on something, it was with every fiber of his being. He did nothing halfway. With the years, Gabby's hair thinned and he was beginning to resort to comb-overs and deliberately careless bangs over his forehead. By the time he was in his late 30s, despite his sports activities, Gabby had a burgeoning paunch that his wrestlers teased him about. He wasn't the handsome young coach he had been in his 20s. Gabby had come to look like 1,000 other high school teacher coaches in America. But that hardly mattered. It was his personality that shone through. An alumna remembered that, as a teacher of driver's training, Gabby was so calm, so patient. "I had Gabby for driver's training," recalled the woman who worked in the Yakima County District Attorney's office, 20 years after graduation. "I liked him. We all did. I remember he always told us to look for a way out, to expect trouble, and be ready to get out of the way. He wasn't temperamental. He wasn't mean. He was a great guy. I still can't understand what happened." For most of his years of teaching and coaching, Gabby Moore was a dynamic, charismatic man who could make anyone believe anything. And if he believed, his listeners believed. If he said a kid from Yakima could make it to the Olympics and bring home a gold medal, then by golly, that kid would go for it. He would not listen to excuses. "If you got a problem," Gabby would say, "you eliminate the problem and you win." While Gabby was known to have a short fuse on occasion, it didn't affect his job or his status at Davis High School. Gay Myers Moore was a beautiful woman, and unlike Gabby, she grew more attractive as she approached middle age. Gay was teaching girls physical ed at Lewis and Clark Junior High. Both Moores were busy with their teaching schedules and raising 3 youngsters, but they made a great couple. Their marriage seemed as solid as Gibraltar. No one really knows how things are in a marriage, though, not from the outside looking in. Maybe Gabby focused too much on his wrestling squads and forgot that his family needed him too. He not only had after-school practice, he usually brought some of his wrestlers home for practice after practice. There weren't enough hours in the day for him to have had much time to spend with his wife, at least during wrestling season. In 1965, just after Morris and Jerry Lee got married, he and Gabby Moore had no closer a relationship than Gabby did with any of his ex-athletes from Davis. They sometimes saw one another in Yakima when Morris and Jerry Lee came home to visit their relatives on holidays or during the summer, but that was about it. Morris had precious little free time. The curriculum at Pacific Lutheran University was far more demanding than the classes he had taken at Washington State. PLU attracted students with the highest academic records, and Pacific Lutheran is a private university where the tuition is a lot higher than a state school. This time, Morris had no football scholarship. He didn't have time to play football. Both he and Jerry Lee had to work so that they could make it financially. Jerry Lee might have looked like a fragile, dependent girl who needed a man to look after her, and yes, maybe she had played that role a time or two because boys seemed to like it. Inside, though, she was strong and smart. She just wasn't used to letting it show. She was the kind of woman who combined a kittenish quality with profound sensuality, a Brigitte Bardot or a Claudine Longet kind of woman. Physically, Jerry Lee resembled Longet a great deal. Jerry Lee Blankenbaker was highly intelligent. She and Morris needed the money she could bring in, and she was determined to get a job. She applied at a bank in Tacoma, even though they hadn't advertised for new employees. She simply strode in and said, "I want a job." The bank manager drew up a chair and asked her to sit down. The bank had a test they gave to everyone, Olive Blankenbaker recalled. They handed Jerry Lee this great big stack of checks, and they said, "There's one forgery in there. See if you can find it." And do you know? She found it. And nobody ever had before. She is really bright. You've got to give her credit. Jerry Lee was hired at once. Not only was her appearance an asset to the bank, but she was obviously smart. They hadn't guessed wrong on her. Although she had no training and was fresh out of high school, she was a quick study, and she proved to be a very valuable employee. She began as a clerk, but she rose rapidly to a position of trust officer. Morris found a job at Western State Hospital in Steilacoom, Washington's state institution for people who are profoundly psychotic. He worked the late shifts from 3 to 11 p.m. It was a demanding job. He was at work for the evening meal, and then he helped medical personnel get patients settled down for the night with a variety of medications. He always had to be ready for trouble. The most placid patients sometimes had psychotic breaks with no warning at all. Morris knew that one of the reasons he had been hired was his muscular build, but Morris's innate kindness and his calm manner seemed to soothe the more disturbed patients at Western State. No matter how difficult the night's work had been, Morris still had to study when he got home close to midnight. While he worked nights, Jerry Lee worked days. Her banker's hours ended just as his job began. In the little time they had together, they got along well. If they argued at all, their discussions were about money or in-laws. Jerry Lee had assumed that Olive would continue to send money to Morris until he got out of college, while Olive figured that he was a grown man now, and a married man as well. She had looked forward to cutting back on the heavy workload she had carried since he was a baby. Jerry Lee was upset about that, Olive remembered. But it wasn't a big problem. Mostly, Jerry Lee was homesick for Yakima and for her own mother and sister. She didn't know anyone in Tacoma, and she spent most evenings alone because Morris was working. She was uneasy, too. Sometimes people escaped from Western State Hospital. PLU's campus had a lovely sweeping greensward and scores of huge trees, but the streets nearby quickly disintegrated into high crime areas. When Morris was gone, it seemed to Jerry Lee that every sound was magnified. Morris had hoped to finish college at Pacific Lutheran, but Jerry Lee was so miserable and homesick that he finally agreed to move back to Yakima, find a job there, and attend Central Washington State College in Ellensburg on a part-time basis. A move would mean that his degree would take a year or two longer than he had hoped. In truth, it would be 6 years before Morris Blankenbaker graduated from college. Back in Yakima, Morris took a temporary job with the phone company as a telephone lineman. It wasn't his ultimate goal, but he liked scampering up poles with spiked boots and the camaraderie of the crews he worked with. And he was happy being back in the county where he was raised, back with his good friends. He had grown up in the big old house where his grandparents lived, and he often stopped in for his coffee break, bringing his whole crew with him. His grandmother Esther looked forward to fussing over Morris and his fellow linemen, and she usually had something baking in the oven just in case. All the while, Morris plugged away at his college degree at Central Washington College. It was only 35 miles to Ellensburg, but it was a rough 35 miles before the freeway was built, across the twin bridges and then along the riverbanks outside of Yakima, and across great stretches of barren land and winding roads through hills that were more like mountains, past squared-off buttes. Eastern Washington is not at all like the rainy and mild western half of the state. In winter, blizzards often made State Road 821 virtually impassable, while in summer, sandstorms full of tumbleweeds blinded drivers who headed north out of Yakima toward Ellensburg. It was a great road for sightseers, as it curved along the Yakima River, but it was a student commuter's nightmare. Gabby Moore, Morris's old track coach, was taking classes at Central Washington too, and he and Morris often carpooled. They renewed their friendship, but it was a different kind of friendship now. They were both adults. In the spring of 1969, Gabby's and Gay's 3 kids were growing up, and Jerry Lee was pregnant with her first baby. Sometimes, Gabby and Morris went hunting or spearfishing together on weekends. They often went whitewater rafting and boating on the Yakima River. Theirs was a male friendship. The Moores and the Blankenbakers didn't socialize. Jerry Lee scarcely knew Gabby. Rick Blankenbaker was born on May 5, 1969, and Jerry Lee was swept up in first-time motherhood. Amanda was born a little over a year later on September 1, 1970. The young Blankenbakers had it all: a happy marriage, a little boy, and a little girl. Old photographs showed Jerry Lee and Morris posing happily with their babies. Morris hoisting his chunky young son high with one muscular arm. Jerry Lee riding on Morris's shoulders on a whirligig, as the family plays in the park. Jerry Lee and the kids proudly presenting Morris with a birthday cake. Looking at the photos, it seems impossible that it could not have gone on that way forever. The young Blankenbakers had every reason to believe that they would grow old together and watch their children and grandchildren live out their lives in Yakima too. Olive Blankenbaker was in her mid-50s when Morris married Jerry Lee. It seemed to her that it was too late then to find anyone marriageable who appealed to her. More out of habit than anything else, Olive kept up much the same heavy work pace she had set for herself so long before. She did, however, stop court reporting and accepted an offer to go to work for J.P. Pete Tonkoff of the Yakima firm of Tonkoff and Holst. It proved to be the best job she had ever had, a steady, if intense, schedule, with more benefits than any of her other positions. Pete Tonkoff, a native of Bulgaria, was a great attorney, dynamic and dramatic in the courtroom. He was not in the least impressed with city lawyers. He once subpoenaed Eleanor Roosevelt as a witness in a case he was bringing against Fulton Lewis. Olive would work for Pete Tonkoff for 10 years, driving in from her family's old homestead near the Yakima River in an old jalopy. She loved the challenge of working for Tonkoff. She admired his brilliance, even his occasional bombacity. The years passed. Olive was in her 60s, but she was as efficient as ever and indispensable to Tonkoff and Holst. At some point, Pete Tonkoff took one look at the car she drove through blizzards and summer heat alike and bought her a new one, gruffly saying he didn't want her missing work because her old car had broken down. Olive's ideal job ended suddenly on July 18, 1973, when Pete Tonkoff was lost and presumed dead after the Beechcraft he owned and was piloting disappeared over Lake Pontchartrain in Louisiana. Tonkoff had been flying in to handle a New Orleans case. He had been coming in for a landing when the tower ordered him to make another go-round because the runway was occupied. He never came back. Later, his plane was found deep in the lake. His death was only the first blow that Olive Blankenbaker would suffer in the mid-1970s. "Up until then," she said, "everything was good. I thought it would last forever." 4. All too often the falling down of lives is like dominoes tumbling. When one falls, it knocks over the next, and on until everything is flattened. In the early 1970s, Gabby Moore was at the very peak of his profession, with his athletes winning more honors every year. His own son, Derek, made the football team at Davis, and another generation of Moores played for the Pirates. His daughters, Sherry and Kate, were pretty girls and good students. Who can say what detours human beings from a smooth road ahead? The midlife crazies, maybe. Unfulfilled dreams? On occasion, it is a near tragedy that serves as a wake-up call that life doesn't go on forever. Gabby Moore came so close to dying one summer day that he may well have reevaluated his life and realized that he had slid into middle age without ever seeing it looming on the horizon. Had it not been for Morris Blankenbaker, Gabby Moore never would have made it much past 40. It happened on one of the river trips that Morris and Gabby often took. The day began like any other. The two men had parked one of their cars near Olive's place close by the Yakima River and driven the other up to Ellensburg. There they pushed off in a boat and headed downriver toward Yakima. They had made this trip dozens of times before. But this time something went wrong, and their boat capsized in a powerful undercurrent, scattering its occupants and their gear alike. Both Morris and Gabby were plunged beneath the surface of the river, sucked deeper and deeper, down where the sunlight was swallowed up, and they had to dodge floating debris and sunken logs in an underwater obstacle course. Morris was the strong swimmer, and he quickly fought his way to the surface. Somehow Gabby ended up beneath the bank along the river's edge, his feet entangled in the clutch of vines and roots that flourished in the deep water. There was no way he could ever have gotten out of their death grip by himself, and he was virtually invisible from the surface of the river. Morris wasn't worried about himself. He was like an otter in the water. As a younger man, he had tormented his friends and his mother by swimming underwater so long they were sure he had drowned. But he was only counting until he was confident he had broken his own record for holding his breath. Satisfied, he then would burst up triumphantly just as they were all running for a lifeguard to pull him out. Now, in the white water that overturned their drift boat, Morris dove again and again, looking for Gabby. Finally, he saw him flailing his arms helplessly, his feet held in the vise of the underwater vegetation. Morris wrenched Gabby free and took him to the top. Gabby flopped on the bank like a dying fish, throwing up. But he was breathing, and he was alive. "I wish he'd never made it," Olive Blankenbaker would say with quiet bitterness many years later. "I wish Morris had left him there in the river." Olive would remember that she had felt an aversion to Gabby Moore from the first time she met him out there at her river place. She never said anything to Morris because she couldn't put her finger on what it was about Gabby that set her teeth on edge. Morris was unaware that his mother didn't like Gabby. The two men remained fast friends. They hunted and fished, and sometimes worked out at the YMCA together. Morris was flattered when Gabby sought his advice on football plays. Morris attended a number of Gabby's team's wrestling matches, and he sometimes helped coach the heavyweight wrestlers. The two men talked often, almost every day. In December of 1973, Gabby confided to Morris the shocking news that he and Gay were getting a divorce. He said he would be moving out of his family home after Christmas. Morris was stunned. Gabby and Gay had been married almost 2 decades, and Morris had had no idea they were having problems. From what Gabby told him, it was Gay who wanted out of the marriage, and Gabby who was fighting to keep it together. Gabby asked Morris if he might move in with him and Jerry Lee for a few weeks, just until he and Gay tried to settle their problems. Morris was all for it if it would help Gabby salvage his marriage. A time-out might be just what Gabby's marriage needed. Jerry Lee Blankenbaker was definitely not enthusiastic when Morris approached her with the suggestion that they invite Gabby to stay with them until he pulled himself together. His divorce was hurting him bad, and he wasn't taking it well, Morris explained. Gabby was lonesome and lost outside the family he had been used to. Jerry Lee didn't really know Gabby Moore. At 27, she had 2 little children to take care of, not to mention her full-time job at a Yakima bank. She had more than enough to do without helping Morris babysit his old coach. It wasn't that she was selfish or uncaring. It was simply that she and Morris were just getting their own lives on track. Morris had his college degree, and he was teaching at last. She couldn't envision bringing Gabby into their home without incurring problems. She didn't have time to cook and clean up after another man, to do his laundry, and she didn't feel like giving up her privacy. Morris argued that it wouldn't be for very long. Gabby was probably going to be getting back with Gay. If he didn't, he would soon be looking for his own place. Morris said he just couldn't turn the guy away in good conscience, and that was typical of Morris. He had a conscience, and he cared a lot about Gabby. A future prosecuting attorney named Jeff Sullivan was Gay Moore's divorce attorney. Much later, Sullivan would scarcely recall the divorce proceedings, which led him to believe that the dissolution of the Moore marriage was uncomplicated. No-fault divorces had just come into effect in Washington state at that time, and Sullivan cannot remember if Gabby was any more reluctant than the average man to get a divorce. In fact, it was Sullivan's impression that Gabby wanted the divorce. In any case, the proceedings were calm enough that they did not stand out in his mind. That was not the way Gabby described it to Morris, however. Bereft, Gabby confided in his athletes and in his friends. He seemed lost, frightened of the future, and angry at the same time. Of all of Gabby's friends, Morris Blankenbaker was the one who worried the most about what would happen to Gabby when he didn't have Gay any longer. At first, it didn't occur to Morris that he was hearing only one side of the story, a side that showed Gabby in the best light. Morris had saved Gabby's life once, and he was ready to do it again. It was almost as if he were living out the Chinese proverb that says, once you save someone's life, it belongs to you forever after, and you remain responsible for that person. Gabby was in bad shape, and Morris was not a man to ever walk away from any of his friends when they were as down as Gabby seemed. Gabby had other friends, and his about-to-be ex-father-in-law was still close to him, but that didn't make the long nights alone any easier. He needed to be around people. Morris saw Gabby as a victim, and Gabby did nothing to dissuade him. There were many things that Gabby did not confide in Morris. Certainly, Morris had no idea how much Gabby was drinking or how insanely jealous he was of Gay. Had Morris known, he might have rethought his offer to Gabby to move in. But he didn't know, and he worked hard to convince Jerry Lee that Gabby needed a place to stay where people cared about him. Finally, she gave in, and Gabby Moore moved in with the family in January of 1974. Whatever Gabby was doing to effect a reconciliation, it wasn't working. Gay Moore went ahead with her divorce action. She wasn't divorcing Gabby because there was another man. She just wanted a different kind of life. Gabby's moods were too unpredictable, and he was almost paranoid, believing that she was interested in someone else. With a teaching job and 3 teenagers to raise, Gay had no time to think about a new relationship. Although Jerry Lee Blankenbaker had been against Gabby Moore's moving into her home, she soon changed her mind. She could see why Morris and he were such good friends. He was a nice guy, and he was fun to have around. More than that, though, Gabby's old charisma that had always drawn people to him was still working. When he wanted to be, he was the most charming man in the room, full of anecdotes and jokes, confident and bristling with goodwill. He was compelling, a man who seemed taller, handsomer, and more successful than he really was. He brought that force of energy to the Blankenbaker house, and when his eyes met Jerry Lee's, she found it almost impossible to look away. No one could ever say when Jerry Lee began to view Gabby in a new light. Sharing a house with someone is an intimate experience, sometimes pleasant, sometimes uncomfortable. Gabby was there in the morning with his eyes sleepy and his hair tousled, and he was usually there as they all went to bed. In truth, Jerry Lee was living with two men, one her husband, and one an interloper. But he was a disturbingly fascinating interloper. She knew that he drank a little, but she had no idea how much. Gabby was careful to be his most charming when he was with Jerry Lee. If there was an early hint that she found him special, perhaps it was the way she called him Glyn instead of Gabby, as everyone else did. She didn't like his nickname. It was Morris who began to see his best friend with more critical eyes. He saw traits in Gabby he had never noticed before. "Morris said he could just see a change in Glyn," Jerry Lee said much later. "And Glyn would drink for 2 or 3 days without sleeping and do things that were unlike his character. He took a gun up to his ex-wife's house and he made threats toward her, and Morris could just... well, he lost his respect for him." But Morris didn't immediately confide in Jerry Lee about the negative things he was seeing in Gabby. Since she hadn't known him at all well before he moved in with them, she couldn't see the alarming change. "I didn't know Glyn Moore that well previous to that," she admitted. Morris didn't tell Jerry Lee how much Gabby was drinking, or how bizarre his behavior became when he did drink. He didn't tell her about the obsessive, almost psychotic jealousy Gabby was exhibiting toward Gay. Later, Jerry Lee would see the other side of Gabby, the one that made Morris pull back from the friendship. But by the time Morris distanced himself from his old coach, it was far too late to stop what was happening in his own home. Someone who wasn't there cannot possibly say when things began to go awry in the Blankenbaker marriage. One can only conjecture. Jerry Lee and Morris had been married 8 years, and they had long since grown accustomed to each other. Gabby Moore was a new element in the equation. He clearly found Jerry Lee enchanting. He listened to what she had to say, and he was quick to jump up to help her clear the dinner table. It soon began to seem natural to have him there. He was like part of the family. And then it was more than that. He was part of the family. Gabby Moore needed to talk about his feelings, and Jerry Lee listened. Gabby was, as a song popular in that era said, a giant of a man brought down by love, a condition that is ultimately appealing to most women. At first, Jerry Lee probably felt sorry for him as she listened to him talk about his lost marriage. The only side to Gabby she had ever seen, and that was at a distance, was the macho coach, the sportsman, her husband's friend. Now, as he poured his heart out to her, she must have sensed that he had emotional depths she had never realized. Jerry Lee was undoubtedly touched when she saw how the end of his marriage had diminished his joy in life and in his successes. He would have made it seem that he was telling her secrets that no one else knew, that he trusted her enough to reveal weakness that he would show only to her. Jerry Lee must have realized why Morris had felt so sorry for him. His heart was broken, his children were lost to him, and every day was a challenge. Yet, somehow he gathered the strength to go on, to paste a smile on his face and go off to school to teach and to coach. The stage was set for disaster. Before he was aware of all the circumstances and the many faceted sides to Gabby's personality, Morris had invited a predator into his home. He had thought nothing of leaving Gabby alone with Jerry Lee. He was disgusted when he realized how much Gabby was drinking, disgusted and disappointed in the man he had once idolized, but Morris wasn't worried, and he wasn't wary. He should have been. At some point, Jerry Lee's relationship with Gabby had metamorphosed. Gabby no longer grieved for his lost wife and family. He was in love with his best friend's wife. Although he didn't tell her right away, watching Jerry Lee may have made Gabby glad he was free. His wholehearted pursuit to win her love suggests that he didn't even reflect on the fact that she was not. At first glance, it seemed highly unlikely that Gabby would be attractive to Jerry Lee. He was 42 years old, and nowhere near as handsome as Morris. Morris had put on some weight, but underneath he was still solid muscle. Gabby was soft and out of shape. He was not in good health, although the Blankenbakers didn't know how precarious Gabby's physical condition was. But Gabby had one big advantage. He was an unknown quantity to Jerry Lee. She had been with Morris since she was 17, and at 27 she was no longer an immature teenage beauty queen. She was a lovely woman who had made a place for herself in the business world. To Morris, Jerry Lee was still Jerry Lee. They had achieved the comfortable familiarity of a long-term marriage. Morris loved his wife devotedly, but he was used to having her around. The exhilarating, breathtaking romance of a new relationship just wasn't there any longer. How could it be? Gabby played on that. He pushed back any thoughts he had about the ethics of what he was doing to Morris. He had moved into his friend's life, and he felt comfortable there. He wanted it all for himself. Gabby had always gone against the odds in sports. He was now prepared to beat the odds when it came to love. He wanted Jerry Lee Blankenbaker, and he was ready to be whoever he had to be to win her away from Morris. Morris and Jerry Lee's home now housed a 3-adult family. If Morris noticed that Jerry Lee no longer complained about the nuisance of having Gabby live with them, he didn't mention it. He just hoped that Gabby would make other living arrangements as soon as possible. He wanted his old life back. Morris may even have been relieved that Jerry Lee didn't complain any longer about the loss of their privacy or about the extra work it was to have Gabby live with them. Gabby seemed to enjoy being around 5-year-old Rick and 4-year-old Amanda, too. Apparently, Gabby never tired of looking at Jerry Lee. His eyes followed her appreciatively as she moved around her kitchen fixing supper and when she got her toddlers ready for bed. Although she was very intelligent, she was not an aggressive woman. She bent with seeming ease to the needs and requests of the men in her life. Jerry Lee had looked for so long to Morris for protection and approval. Now, subtly, it appears that she began to lean on Gabby. Although she had good female friends, she was a man's woman, soft and pretty and sweet. No one but the participants knew just when the balance finally shifted in the Blankenbaker household. The change was cataclysmic, but it occurred so silently that it was as if a deep fissure in the earth had crunched one seismic plate against another and cracked every wall in the house. The marriage looked sound, but a gypsy wind blowing across the land could have flattened the whole thing. Obviously, Jerry Lee began to feel as if she were sleeping with the wrong man when she went to bed with her husband. She must have thought of the man in the guest bedroom, who was unquestionably thinking of her and seething at the situation. No one who knew them, or who encountered them later, believes that Jerry Lee had planned to fall in love with Gabby, and it would probably be fair to say that he had not expected to fall in love with her. He had simply switched his obsession with Gay to Jerry Lee, with barely a pause in between. Even Gabby, who was quite used to having his own way, must have seen the shame of stealing the woman who belonged to the man who had literally saved his life, who had rescued him from drowning. Undoubtedly, Gabby recognized what he was about to do, but it didn't deter him. It was Jerry Lee he wanted now, and he was going to have her. Gabby led Jerry Lee to believe that his financial picture was far brighter than it really was. He promised her that once they were married, he would buy her a wonderful brick house, and that she could furnish it however she liked, without ever worrying about the cost. The lifestyle he painted for her sounded secure and happy, and without any problems at all. Gabby seemed to love her with a passion and a fervor that the more taciturn Morris had never demonstrated. Morris made commitments and kept them. That was the way he showed his love. Gabby was all fire and promises. The very fact that Gabby was 15 years older than Jerry Lee may have drawn her to him. She had felt so forlorn when her father divorced her mother, even though he remained a part of her life. Indeed, her father had been about Gabby's age when he left her mother. Gabby had the confidence of a mature man. He seemed a dependable rock, half lover, half father. He was such a hero at Davis High School and in Yakima itself. Morris had a teaching job too, of course, but he hadn't yet begun to achieve the status that Gabby had. Whatever it was, chemistry, pragmatism, true love, Jerry Lee had become completely mesmerized by Gabby Moore. When he asked her to leave Morris and marry him, she accepted. It could not help but seem that she threw away her marriage with scarcely a backward glance. Gabby had nothing to throw away. He was already figuratively on the street with a suitcase when Jerry Lee and Morris took him in. It wasn't that he was destitute. He had money, but he was not a man who could live by himself. He never had been. Once they had admitted the obvious, there was apparently no going back for Jerry Lee and Gabby. It was spring in Yakima, and the apple trees were blossoming. They were in love, and they were not going to turn away from the overpowering emotion that swept over them. It had all happened in less than 3 months. When Jerry Lee told Morris that she was leaving him for Gabby, he was poleaxed. She was the only woman he had ever loved. But like many powerfully built men, Morris was gentle and not the kind to rage and threaten. He was too hurt. If Jerry Lee wanted a divorce, he would give it to her. There was nothing else for him to do. He let her walk away from him with one proviso, though. He made it clear that he still loved her. If she ever needed him, if she ever came to her senses, he would take her back. Morris wasn't in a position to ask for custody of his children. Rick and Amanda were preschoolers. How would he take care of them? Olive couldn't be expected to take on the daily care of 2 little kids, and, besides, she was still working full-time. He knew that Jerry Lee would let him see them whenever he could, and so he didn't fight her for them. In his heart, he believed that she and the children would be coming back to him. It happened with such swiftness. When 1974 began, Morris Blankenbaker had considered himself married for life. By March, only a little over 2 months later, Jerry Lee had filed for divorce. Since uncontested divorces in Washington state take 90 days, she was a free woman by June. She and Morris would have been married for 9 years on August 28th, but of course, they never made it that far. Coincidentally, Morris's marriage had lasted almost exactly as long as his parents' marriage. Jerry Lee came back to Morris once, but only for a very brief time. She was pulled in 2 directions. Her conscience and the familiar warmth and dependability of the man she had left drew her back. But when she was living with Morris again, Gabby wouldn't let her alone. He was the most persuasive person she had ever encountered. He kept reminding her that he was the one she loved, and that he could not go on living without her. He played their song, and her resolve melted. Lay your head upon my pillow. Hold your warm and tender body close to mine. Hear the whisper of the raindrops falling soft against the window, and make believe you love me one more time. Unlike most men in his situation, Morris was remarkably civilized. Although he was crushed by the betrayal of both his wife and his best friend, He actually allowed Gabby back in his house to discuss their dilemma. The three of them, each side of the hopeless triangle, had stilted, awkward discussions. Sometimes Gabby would show up at supper time, and they all sat together at the table again, unspoken thoughts heavy in the air. It was as if there were some solution to be found, some ending where all three of them could be happy, and yet they all knew there was none. Whatever happened, one of them was going to lose. Of them all, Morris was the strongest, heartbroken as he was. Gabby was full of bluster and persuasive arguments, but he held on to Jerry Lee like the drowning man he had once been, and Jerry Lee was torn, caught in a situation she could never have imagined a few months earlier. Olive Blankenbaker, still troubled by the tableau she encountered 2 decades ago, recalled an evening when she inadvertently walked in on one of those meetings. I took 2 steaks over to Morris and Jerry Lee, and more was there. I said, I guess I should have brought 3 steaks. I didn't know you had company. Gabby just hung his head and looked away. I even felt kind of sorry for him, but that was before I realized what he had done to Morris. Years after it had all been played out, Olive could not speak of Gabby as anyone other than Moore, and she could not keep the disgust and rage from her voice. For all of her life she had worked to make her son happy, and there had finally come a time when she had no power whatsoever to ease the searing pain he was suffering. Hammering away at Jerry Lee with skewed logic and raw emotion and relentless pleas, it wasn't long before Gabby Moore had convinced her to leave Morris once again and come back to live with him. This time, Morris realized his marriage was truly over. When his life disintegrated, Morris Blankenbaker could not bear to be in Yakima any longer, despite the fact that his mother, his brothers, his children, and his friends were all there. Everywhere he went, there were reminders of Jerry Lee. Worse, there was every likelihood that he would actually run into his wife with her new husband. Yakima wasn't big enough to avoid that. Gabby Moore was Jerry Lee's new husband. He married her almost before the ink on her divorce papers was dry. He couldn't risk the possibility that she would change her mind. On September 14, 1974, Jerry Lee Blankenbaker became Jerry Lee Moore. Along with Amanda and Rick and Gabby's 16-year-old son, Derek, she and Gabby formed a new family. As he had promised, Gabby bought a house for them all to live in. It wasn't quite as lavish as he had promised, but it was a nice house. Morris's and Jerry Lee's children were very young. They must have been confused to find themselves in a different house without their daddy, and to see their mother living with the man who had come to stay with them after Christmas. The swiftness with which Morris's marriage had vaporized stunned everyone who knew him. In a big city, the exchange of marital partners might have gone relatively unnoticed, but in Yakima, Washington, everyone seemed to be talking about the scandal. Morris moved to Hawaii, a long, long way from his memories of the year just past, from a dozen years of memories of Jerry Lee. The weather was tropical, the vegetation lush and exotic. Nothing looked or smelled or felt the least bit like Yakima, Washington. He figured that maybe there he could forget Jerry Lee. But this geographical solution to a shattered world didn't work. Morris was still alone. His pain had followed him every mile of the way. Knowing how lonesome Morris was and missing him, a bunch of his friends withdrew their savings and booked passage to Hawaii to visit him. They had barely arrived when Olive was rushed to the hospital back in Yakima. She warned Morris's half-brothers and her own sisters not to tell Morris she was sick, and they promised that they wouldn't. But Olive's ex-husband, Ned, came to visit her, and he misunderstood the doctor's assessment of her condition. Ned thought they had said that her condition was terminal. He got on the phone to Morris and said, "Come right home. Your mother is dying." I was disgusted, Olive recalled. The whole lot of them got on a plane with Morris and came back to see if I was okay. They all came home after the kids had only been there for 1 day in Hawaii. Even Morris's half-brother Mike sold his car, the only car he'd ever had, so he could go with them and cheer up Morris. I didn't even want Morris to know I was in the hospital. I wasn't that sick, and I would have been fine. It spoiled their whole trip. Morris Blankenbaker had grown up in the icy winters of eastern Washington, and in Hawaii he felt like an alien in a foreign land. His world had been turned upside down, and it wasn't better in Hawaii. It was worse. Someday he would have to accept that Jerry Lee was lost to him. It might as well be sooner as later. He missed his kids. He missed Yakima. He packed up and moved back home. Morris found a big house on North 6th Street, and he rented the extra bedrooms to some of his male friends. It wasn't the same as living with his own family, but he was a lot less lonely than he had been in Hawaii. Morris was given a contract as a physical education teacher at Wapato Intermediate School. He was finally doing what he loved to do. But it was all ashes. Jerry Lee was gone. He only saw Amanda and Rick on sporadic visits. All the things he had worked for so long were gone. His friends urged him to start dating, to stop being such a hermit, but he couldn't do it. When he tried, he felt as though he were an imposter. The only woman who meant anything to him was his wife, only she wasn't his wife anymore. 5. In September 1973, Jerry Lee Blankenbaker barely knew Gabby Moore. A year later, she was divorced from Morris and married to him. Sometimes even she had trouble understanding how it could have happened. At first, being with Gabby was romantic. There was no question that he adored Jerry Lee. She liked his son, Derek, and she thought that probably she and Gabby could make their new his and hers family work, although it was only natural that it would take a while for all of them to adjust to each other. Where Morris had been easygoing and predictable, Gabby was moody and mercurial. That had been part of his attraction in the beginning. The very excitement and the passion of being with this man whose emotions seesawed so wildly had drawn her to him. He had promised her so much. He had talked about their future and their love. His plans were grandiose and breathtaking. She had believed everything he told her. She had no reason not to. Not at first. In the mid-70s, Gabby Moore was still a very popular and respected man in Yakima. Townspeople crowded in to see his team's wrestling matches. He had put Yakima on the map with his wrestlers. He made a good salary. He had been at Davis High a long time, almost 15 years. He was an institution, a tradition, and being his wife made Jerry Lee proud. Of course, there were those who whispered about how her second marriage had come about. But she held her head high. Her choice had been agonizing, but she had made it, and she planned to stick by her new husband. Even so, it wasn't long before Jerry Lee realized that some of Gabby's moods could be frightening. He revealed a side of his personality that she had not seen before, and many of his promises never came to fruition. He had led her to believe that he was very well fixed financially, and he wasn't. He had his salary, and that was about it. In a sense, Jerry Lee was back where she had begun, married to a coach, raising a family, working full-time. Only the role of her husband had been recast. One thing, however, was vastly different. Gabby Moore's consumption of alcohol. Morris had said something about it, but he had held back from telling her everything. Jerry Lee had not known that Gabby drank so heavily. Now she saw what she had not seen before. He drank so very much. When he drank, he became hostile toward anybody. He yelled, and he grabbed hold of whoever was close and shook them. Jerry Lee had never known anyone who could drink as much bourbon whiskey as Gabby Moore. In a voice still full of disbelief, Jerry Lee remembered how bad it became. He even kicked his own family, his daughter and his son, out of the house on Christmas Eve. He drank very heavily, she would recall in her light feminine voice. Within a 2 or 3 hour period, he would drink a fifth of bourbon or whatever. And Gabby's consumption of a bottle of whiskey in a few hours was not a sometime thing. 3 or 4 times a week, he would sit with a bottle beside him, steadily downing shots until it was empty. Jerry Lee saw now that his moods had a direct correlation to the amount of liquor he put away. He loved you a lot one minute, she remembered ruefully, and the next minute he would just kick you out of the house, and I was getting a little bit scared of him. Actually, Jerry Lee Moore was getting a lot scared of her second husband. Like most women married to alcoholics, she soon learned to chart precisely the progression from high spirits and loving sentimentality to suspicion and paranoia. When Gabby got close to the bottom of the whiskey bottle, he was a mean drunk. More than once, she found herself locked out of her own home. More than once, she must have wondered what on earth she had gotten herself into. Gabby could be insanely jealous. Perhaps he felt that she would leave him as easily as she had been lured away from Morris, that some other man could turn her head just as he had. He had stolen her. Now he feared someone would steal her from him. 3 times Jerry Lee did leave Gabby, even though she still felt a powerful attraction to him when he was himself. She was a woman torn by conflicting emotions. He could still make her cry when he put on his record that began, "Lay your head upon my pillow." But living in the center of a constant emotional hurricane was far different than the excitement of a rapid courtship, and Jerry Lee probably found herself longing for Morris's loving predictability. She saw Morris when he picked up Amanda and Rick or when she dropped them off. She talked to him on the phone, which was only natural since they still shared the responsibility for their children. They had such a long history together, and the longer she stayed away from Morris, the more Jerry Lee appreciated her first love and his steadfast devotion to her. She had cut off so many ties that she almost felt obligated to make a go of her marriage. And that was not an easy task. When Gabby was out of control and full of rage, he actually made her afraid for her life and for her children's lives. When he threw her out of the house, muttering the imprecations of a befuddled drunk, she had to find somewhere to run, to her family, to friends. Sometimes she came back later in the night when she figured he would be asleep. Sometimes she stayed away, hoping she would have the strength not to go back. Gradually, Jerry Lee began to make tentative moves away from Gabby. At first, she came back after a few days. Once, she managed to stay away for 2 weeks. Each time Jerry Lee walked away from Gabby, he was instantly contrite. He turned on the charm and worked hard to convince her that he would never mistreat her again. She wanted to believe him. It was a familiar pattern, but one that Jerry Lee had never had an occasion to understand before she fell in love with Gabby Moore. His tears and remorse were so utterly real to her. He knew her weaknesses and her tender heart. If he had been able to win her away from Morris and cut her neatly out of her marriage, and he had, he certainly was adept now at keeping her tied to him. He was her husband. Time after time, Jerry Lee believed his promises about a new start. Time after time, she went back to him. All that spring of 1975, Jerry Lee vacillated. Outside, it was so like the spring a year before when she was falling in love with Gabby, when she was so transfixed by him and the way he painted their future together that she had forgotten everything else. But now, she was seeing the Gabby behind the charming mask, and she was afraid. Gabby had always been caught up in his coaching and his athletes. Having lived with Morris, Jerry Lee understood that. Coaches were a different breed. But Gabby didn't even care about sports any longer. Almost every other day, when he got home from work, he pulled a fifth of whiskey out of a brown bag. He usually drank it straight, out of a glass. Sometimes he added a little Pepsi to the bourbon, but it didn't keep him from getting drunk and argumentative. The worst thing was his unpredictability. Jerry Lee watched him warily, never knowing what to expect. From the moment she fell in love with him, Jerry Lee had never even imagined she might want to leave Gabby. She had sacrificed her marriage for him. She had betrayed Morris when she committed herself to Gabby. But there came a moment when she listened to his importuning and only stared back coldly. She no longer believed that he was going to change. She had heard his promises too many times, and too many times had watched him turn and reach for his bottle of bourbon an instant later. When all the periods of their actually being together were added up, it wasn't much time at all, less than a year. Jerry Lee had married Gabby in September 1974. She left him for good in July of 1975. So when she filed for divorce this time, she would have 2 divorce decrees within 18 months. Jerry Lee Blankenbaker Moore had made an appalling decision when she left her first husband, and she saw that with the terrible clarity that the truth can bring. When she finally realized what she had done, she rushed to rectify her error. The longer she had been away from Morris, the more she had missed him and come to realize what a good man he was, that he was the man she loved. She had been momentarily bedazzled, but her eyes were open now. In a sequence of events right out of a soap opera script, Jerry Lee left Gabby Moore's home and bed and moved back in with Morris Blankenbaker. It was a move that seared Gabby's soul, one that drove him nearly insane with jealousy. He drank to salve his pain, and drinking made him even more paranoid. By 1975, if not earlier, Gabby Moore had come to a point where he saw everything that happened in the world in terms of how it affected him. He had no empathy, no sympathy. He had no rational or emotional ability to step back and view a situation from another person's point of view. If he had ever felt any guilt over betraying Morris, he fought it down before it could bubble to the surface of his mind. He could not now admit that Jerry Lee had been Morris's to begin with, and that she had gone back to her husband and the father of her 2 little children. He could only beat his breast and cry out that he had been deeply wounded. The startling thing about Moore's position was that he believed that he was absolutely within his rights, that he was the injured party. He would have been astounded had anyone suggested otherwise. His great love was gone, and he could not allow that to happen. The campaign that Gabby Moore mounted to win Jerry Lee back was prodigious. He used all of his considerable weapons. When Jerry Lee and the children moved back in with Morris, he was still living in the big frame house on North 6th. All of his roomers except for one had moved out, and he made plans to move soon. Morris, Jerry Lee, and the children occupied the downstairs until then. If Jerry Lee had believed that Gabby would let her go without a fight, she soon found out she was mistaken. He called her every day, at the Pacific National Bank in Selah, Washington, where she worked, and at the house where she lived with Morris. He made several trips to the bank to confront Jerry Lee at work. She had a good job as a loan interviewer, and it was embarrassing when one of her co-workers announced that Gabby Moore was waiting to see her. She knew what he was going to say. He would ask her, "When are you coming back?" and "Won't you give me just one more chance?" He told Jerry Lee that he wasn't going to make it without her, and she caught the manipulative threat. He was telling her that if he couldn't have her, he didn't want to live. When she refused to come back to him, he got more specific. He was going to kill himself, he said, and he wanted her to watch, to see what she had done to him. Perhaps frightened by his threats of suicide and worn down by his pleas, Jerry Lee may not have taken a strong enough stand with him. She may have agreed to meet him to talk more often than she would later admit to. There were those in Yakima who blamed her for being too wishy-washy and for not making the clean break that they felt would have kept Gabby Moore from pining after her. Despite his drinking and his depression, Gabby had any number of people who loved him devotedly. His 2 daughters and his son came to Jerry Lee as emissaries from their father. Amanda and Rick had always followed Derek Moore around like puppy dogs, and they were thrilled when Gabby sent Derek over to take the children out for an ice cream cone. "I let them go," Jerry Lee said. "They thought a lot of Derek." Gabby's daughters phoned Jerry Lee. They asked her what she thought she was accomplishing by leaving their father all alone. They blamed her for his pain. "They asked me wouldn't I please go back and give their dad another try," Jerry Lee recalled, and she said she simply could not go back to him again. Ever. She felt sorry for Gabby's children, and she could understand why they had come to her pleading his case, but there were things they didn't know. Once she was free of him, there was no way she was going back. She tried so many times to explain that to Gabby. She and Morris made plans to remarry shortly after her divorce from Gabby was final on November 10th. They hoped to be married by Christmas. In time, she hoped that the whole episode with Gabby would be only a distant memory. "I asked him very definitely to quit bothering me, told him that I was trying to start a new life. I wanted my family all back together, and would he please quit harassing us?" Gabby had just stared at Jerry Lee as if she were speaking to him in a foreign language. He was never going to let her go. Didn't she know that? Whatever it took, he would do it. Whatever she wanted, he would get for her. He would not accept that all she wanted from him was her freedom. He just didn't get it. He would say, Jerry Lee recalled, "If it wasn't for Morris, you would be back with me." But there was Morris, and she was grateful that he was still there for her. Nevertheless, she would not have stayed with Gabby even if Morris had turned his back on her. She could no longer live with Gabby's rages and his volatile moods. In one of their conversations, Gabby told Jerry Lee, almost with a flourish, the depths to which she had made him sink. "I'm losing my job," he told her, "and it's because of you." He told her that he had been asked to resign from Davis High School and that he had been told his contract would not be renewed after the 1975-76 school year. In June of 1976, he would be through. He told her that he had been fired because he'd lost his temper with some of the student drivers, that he'd grabbed them and shaken them when they were driving and made a mistake. That must have stunned both the students and the administrators. Gabby had always been the soul of patience with his driver training kids. Jerry Lee suspected that it was more than his behavior in his driver training sessions that had led to Gabby's dismissal. Yakima was too small a town for the school administrators not to know about his drinking and his profound personality change. Even so, he was such an institution at Davis that it seemed impossible they would ever ask him to leave. He would have had to do something pretty bad to get fired. But if Gabby had expected her to come back to him because he'd been fired, he was mistaken. He was the one who had ruined his career. Jerry Lee was afraid of Gabby. He asked her to postpone their divorce date, to give him some time before she finalized it, but she was adamant that she was going ahead. When November 10th came, both Jerry Lee and Gabby were in the courthouse. One of the things she had requested in her divorce was that she have the name Blankenbaker back. When Gabby Moore heard that, he was visibly upset. She had rejected even his name. Jerry Lee got Morris's last name back and she got her divorce, but Gabby didn't go away. In fact, he became even more aggressive and insistent that he couldn't live without her after their divorce than he had been before. It would be impossible to explain the siege Jerry Lee Blankenbaker was enduring to anyone but another woman who has had a man fixate on her. It is akin to being in a glass house where none of your movements are entirely free, where someone is always watching. Both Jerry Lee and Morris were working. In fact, Morris was working 2 jobs. He taught at Wapato Intermediate School, and he worked 3 evenings a week at the Lion's Share Lounge as a bouncer. That meant leaving Jerry Lee alone at night, but they had Hike, their big black Labrador, who was very protective of Jerry Lee and the children. Gabby had come 3 times to Morris's home in his desperate battle to get Jerry Lee to come back. Morris wasn't really worried that Gabby would do anything crazy. Despite everything, Gabby was still Coach to him. Morris figured that in time everything would work out. Late one night in mid-November, when Morris was working at the lion's share, Jerry Lee woke to hear someone walking around inside the house. There were no locks on the exterior doors. In a big city, that would have seemed foolhardy, but this was Yakima, where the crime rate was low. People didn't lock their doors, even when they lived, as the Blankenbakers did, only a few blocks from the downtown business district. Morris and Jerry Lee had a lock on their bedroom door, though, to keep the kids from walking in. Now, Jerry Lee, her children asleep beside her, lay frozen in bed as she heard heavy footsteps and crashing sounds. She was grateful for the bedroom door lock as she heard someone call her name, and then unintelligible grumbling and muttering. It was Gabby. He had been drinking, Jerry Lee remembered, and he threatened if I didn't come out into the living room area that he would kick in the door and come after me. He wasn't very rational at the time. He was quite drunk. She had a phone in the bedroom, and she reached for it quietly and dialed the number at the lion's share. "Morris," she whispered when he came to the phone. "Gabby's here. He's out in the living room, and he's threatening to kick my door in." Morris left the lion's share and headed for the house on North 6th. It wasn't far. The bar was on 2nd Street. Jerry Lee stayed quiet in her bedroom, listening, expecting to hear the crash of a foot through the thin bedroom door at any moment. She knew how Gabby could be when he was this drunk, and she was afraid, remembering some of the threats he had made. It had become very quiet in the living room. Jerry Lee hoped that Gabby had given up and left, but then suddenly there was a banging crash on her window. Gabby was outside, yelling at her through the closed window. He was determined to get to her, to talk to her, to hold her in his arms. Maybe this was the night he was going to kill himself in front of her. Joey Watkins had known both Morris and Gabby for a long time. 7 or 8 years before, when he was at Davis, Morris was an assistant coach on the teams Joey turned out for. Joey was a big guy, one of the heavyweights that Morris had helped coach. And, of course, Gabby was head wrestling coach when Joey wrestled. Later, Joey, 22, recalled the incident that night in November.
"Well, I was sitting in the lion's share with Morris, and we was talking, and, here the phone rang, and a lady answers and said, 'It's for you, Morris.' And so Morris got the phone, and it was his wife, and she said that Mr. Moore was banging around on her house and stuff, and he said he would be over, and he asked me to go with him. So I went over there with him. Mr. Moore was bamming on the windows."
It was apparent that Gabby Moore was drunk, and Joey Watkins half expected Morris to start fighting with him. After all, it was Morris's house, and Morris's woman, and she had sounded scared half to death when she called the lion's share.
Morris got out of the car and went over there, but he said to me, "Joey, you know what? I would hit him in the mouth. But he was my coach, too. I can't do it." So they just went over there and started talking. Mr. Moore and Morris was talking, and I guess Morris told him something, and he just left.
Joey Watkins stared at his former coach. Gabby was so intoxicated that he had been staggering as he moved from window to window, beating on the glass with his fists. Like most of the young men who had turned out for sports at Davis High, Watkins had been flabbergasted at the change in Gabby.
"He was my football coach and wrestling coach ever since I was a sophomore in high school. I seen Mr. Moore the first time in a bar when I was in the lion's share, and he was wild, you know? Like he just changed from the coach that we used to see because he was strict, on us. He wasn't the same person. For one thing, his hair was longer, and he just didn't dress like he used to."
After Joey saw Gabby in the bar the first time, he had seen him often. Gabby had always been with a crowd of friends, and he was drinking like there was no tomorrow. That just wasn't the coach Joey remembered. Gabby had always demanded that his athletes train hard.
"If you got beat,"
Watkins said,
"he knows why, because you didn't work out hard enough."
Joey Watkins couldn't hear what Morris had said to Gabby, but whatever it was effective. He saw Gabby stagger away, and then he heard the sound of a car starting up. He knew the sound of that engine. It was Gabby's little caramel-colored MG sports car. Inside, Jerry Lee had listened to Morris's voice trying to reason with Gabby. She could make out only the faint mumble of deep voices, and then the sound of a car leaving. "Morris and Joey Watkins came into the house," Jerry Lee said. "And then Morris called the police department and told them the story, and they said they would send a patrol car just to go by off and on during the night. Morris went back to work." And apparently, Gabby went home to sleep it off. No one seemed to take the incident too seriously. Half the police department had taken a class from him, or played ball for him, or wrestled for him. Some had gone to school with him when he was a star himself. Gabby wasn't a threat, not really. Gabby was coach, and one of the finest teachers Davis High ever had. He just had to get hold of himself. 6. Everyone who knew Gabby Moore believed that he would come to his senses. He had far too much to lose to let himself go over a woman. There were plenty of women in Yakima who would have been delighted to go out with him, but he wasn't interested any more than Morris had been interested when he was left alone the year before. When men fell in love with Jerry Lee, they didn't seem able to forget her. That bitter fall, Gabby was living in an apartment with his son Derek, out on South 18th Street. He didn't want to live in the house where he had lived with Jerry Lee and put it up for sale. The apartment he shared with 17-year-old Derek wasn't fancy, but it worked for two guys batching it. Derek had the small bedroom off the kitchen. They ate what meals they took at home at the kitchen counter that separated that room from the rest of the apartment. Gabby turned the living room into a combination bedroom/living room by putting his bed in there and blocking the front door with a wardrobe. They parked out in the back on the alley side and used the back door as the only entrance. Gabby was still coaching and teaching, although his contract would be up at the end of the school year. He was almost phoning in his participation at school, simply going through the motions, and mostly he didn't even bother with that. Gabby's wrestling team still turned out for practice and showed up at matches, even if their coach wasn't the fireball he had once been. Sometimes it seemed they almost coached themselves, but they loved Gabby and covered for him. In an unspoken pact, some of the athletes who had graduated from Davis started showing up after school to take over Gabby's duties. He had made his wrestlers champions, and they would do anything for him. Between the alumni and the kids on the squad, the wrestling matches went on, mostly without Gabby. Derek Moore was doing well in school, and he was a first-team starter for the Davis High School Pirates football team. Any other time, his father would have been bursting with pride over his accomplishments in the athletic world. But now nothing mattered to Gabby but getting Jerry Lee back. Derek cut his dad a lot of slack. Like everyone else who knew Gabby Moore, he believed that things were going to be better in time. Derek was a strong kid who had a lot of emotional support. His grandparents, his mother, his new stepfather, Larry Price, who was an assistant football coach at Davis. At 17, Derek Moore's whole world was wrapped up in Yakima, in high school athletics, and in his girlfriend. Loyally, he lived with his dad and hoped for better days. Dr. Myers, Gabby's former father-in-law, was extremely concerned about him. AJ had been treating Gabby for hypertension for a decade, and he suspected that he wasn't taking his prescribed medication, a beta blocker and a diuretic. Gabby would take the medicine Myers prescribed all right, but then he would begin to feel better and, like many patients with high blood pressure, he would stop taking his pills. It was a vicious circle. Hypertension is a silent disease with few symptoms. A lot of patients die of strokes or heart attacks because they feel fine and they have no hint that the push of blood against fragile blood vessels has become critical. Sometimes, extremely high blood pressure causes headaches. Not often. The only sure sign of trouble is a nosebleed. If that happens, the patient is lucky. It is far better to bleed from an artery in the nose than to bleed silently and lethally from an artery in the brain. Gabby was drinking heavily, and he was stressed to the maximum. In addition, he wasn't taking his medication. Dr. Myers met him for lunch in November and tried to talk some sense into him. He warned him that he was going to blow out an artery if he didn't pay attention, but Gabby Moore didn't seem to care. All he could talk about was Jerry Lee. If he couldn't have her back, he didn't want to live anyway. Myers nodded. It didn't matter that his daughter was Gabby's first ex-wife, since she was happily remarried. Now they were just two men talking as friends, and it was Gabby who was left out in the cold and in seeming agony over it. Myers hoped it wasn't going to flat-out kill him. It looked as though it might, when on the 18th of November, a few days after the incident at Jerry Lee and Morris's house, Gabby showed up at Dr. Myers's office and asked for an appointment.
He reported to me that he had had repeated nosebleeds for the past 24 hours, a total of 4 of them, which were difficult to stop,
Myers said.
He appeared at my office following one of these because of his blood pressure and the history of 4 nosebleeds in 24 hours. I decided to hospitalize him.
It wouldn't be the first time that Gabby's hypertension became critical. Dr. Myers had been treating him for high blood pressure for 10 years. He had had to hospitalize him for the same condition 5 years earlier, almost to the day. Now, Myers was really concerned. He could see that there was a clot on the arterial opening in the midsection of Gabby's left nostril. Gabby was going to be in trouble if he didn't get his blood pressure lowered, and right away. Gabby didn't want to go to the hospital. He just wanted Dr. Myers to give him something to stop the nosebleeds. Myers wouldn't listen to his arguments, not with such sky-high pressure registering on his sphygmomanometer. It didn't matter that Gabby was only 44. He was in danger of dying, and soon. With Gabby complaining all the way, Dr. Myers checked him into his own hospital, the Valley Osteopathic Hospital, at 3003 Tieton Drive. From November 18th until November 22nd, Gabby Moore stayed in his hospital bed in a room just across the hall from the nursing station. He tried to check himself out earlier, but Myers would not allow him to go. Jerry Lee knew that Gabby was in the hospital. His mother had called to tell her after he had been there for a day. Although she felt bad for his mother, she had disconnected emotionally from Gabby. In a way, Gabby's illness and hospitalization made Thanksgiving a much happier day for Morris and Jerry Lee Blankenbaker. For 2 blissful days, he didn't call, and he didn't show up to pound on windows or demand to be let in. They were back together for their first big holiday in this, the second phase of their marriage. Thanksgiving meant so much more to them this year. They were fortunate to have salvaged what had been a good marriage, to be able to forgive and forget, and to start over. Both Morris and Jerry Lee had to work on the day after Thanksgiving. He didn't have to teach, of course, because it was a school holiday, but he was due at the lion's share at 8 that Friday night. Jerry Lee had to work all day at the bank, and Morris stayed home and looked after Rick and Amanda. He was so happy to have his kids back, to have her back. They needed time, but they would regain the comfortable, secure world they had known before Gabby moved in with them. While Jerry Lee didn't know if Gabby was still in the hospital, she hadn't heard from him, and that was a good sign. "When I got home from work about 6:30, she said, "Morris and the children and I went out to Shakey's for dinner. And Morris then took us home and dropped us off before 8 o'clock. Jerry Lee had planned to stay home all evening on Friday, but a friend, Helen Crimmin, dropped by around 9 and asked her if she wanted to go and listen to Helen's husband play in his band. He was an officer on the Yakima Police Department, and he and some fellow policemen had formed a band that was playing at a cocktail lounge called the Country Cousin. Helen's invitation sounded like fun, Jerry Lee called her mother-in-law, and Olive said she'd be glad to look after Rick and Amanda if Jerry Lee would bring them over to her mobile home. Olive had bought the double-wide trailer to use as an office, and now she made her home there. We stopped by the lion's share before we went to the country cousin so that I could tell Morris that I was going over there, Jerry Lee recalled. We left about 9:45. Then my girlfriend and I went down to the cocktail lounge and listened to her husband play. Oh, probably 10 songs. Although she went to the clubs with some trepidation, Jerry Lee was relieved to find that Gabby wasn't in either of them. She and Helen had a good time, and she began to breathe a little more easily. We left and went to my mother-in-law's to pick up the children, and then we went straight home to 6th Street. It was about 11 o'clock when we got home. When Helen Crimmins' car pulled up in front of the Blankenbaker's house, everything looked normal. Still, Helen sensed that Jerry Lee was a little nervous, and she walked her and the children to the front door to be sure they got in all right and that nobody was hanging around. The house was quiet. Everything was just as Jerry Lee had left it. Hike seemed calm as he padded around, following her as she got Amanda and Rick ready for bed, a good sign that nobody had been in the house. Still, Jerry Lee felt a little jittery with Morris at work, and she tucked the children in bed with her. She could move them after 2 when Morris got home. She didn't set an alarm clock. She knew she would wake up when she heard Morris come home. Something woke Jerry Lee at 2. Some loud noise. She wasn't sure what it was, but she rolled over and looked at the clock next to the bed. It was right around 2. I realized Morris would be coming home soon, she said, so I took the children out of the bed and put them in their own beds. Then I went back to bed myself. It was cold, and she snuggled under the blankets. She didn't fall back to sleep, because it was only a few minutes before she heard Morris's car drive in back in the alley, its tires crunching on the frozen ground. I heard our car door shut, and then I thought that I heard 2 more car doors shut, and Morris didn't come in. She wasn't worried. They had had 3 days without any trouble at all, and Morris had so many friends. Hike hadn't even barked, as he would if a stranger were outside. She assumed that someone had asked Morris to go out for a couple of drinks after work, and that they had followed him home to pick him up. She heard male voices coming from the back of the house someplace out toward the alley. They were excited-sounding, high-pitched. She strained to hear what they were saying. It wasn't much, maybe 10 words or so. I stayed in bed about a half hour, Jerry Lee remembered. And then I got up and went to the back window and looked out, and I saw that our car was there. So then I went outside and went to the car and looked inside the car, and nobody was there, so I went back in the house, went back to bed. Morris had actually been driving her car that night, the forest green Chevy Malibu. It was parked there, and it looked just the same as always. She didn't expect Morris to be gone very long. While she was outside, Jerry Lee hadn't looked around very much. She was very nearsighted, and she had removed her contact lenses, so it wouldn't have done much good to look around. But she did see her car parked in the back, and the Volkswagen that Morris usually drove was in the carport. They were both there, and that was enough to ease her mind. It was dark, and it was cold, and she could barely see her hand in front of her face. Once inside, Jerry Lee shivered at the thought of going back outside. Vaguely uneasy, she read for a while until she fell back to sleep. The children slept peacefully in the other bedroom, and Hike snoozed on the floor beside her. At 5, Jerry Lee woke with a start. She was cold, and the other side of the bed was empty. Where was Morris? This wasn't like him. She tried to remember if he'd said anything about going somewhere after work, and she couldn't remember a thing. She was positive he had planned to come home after the lion's share closed. She couldn't very well call the police. What would she tell them? That her husband was 3 hours late getting home? There were probably a lot of husbands in Yakima who were a lot later than that. But Morris would have called her. Jerry Lee dialed the number she had for Mike Blankenbaker, Morris's half-brother. "I called Mike and asked him if he knew what Morris had planned to do after work," Jerry Lee said. "He said that he was going to come straight home to me. So then I was worried, and I said, 'Well, the car is here, but he hasn't come in.' And Mike said, 'Well, just stay where you are, and I'll come down and check things out.'" Jerry Lee was beginning to feel a little less nervous. She said that she would take Hike with her and look around outside the house. "I think it will be okay," she told her brother-in-law. He promised to wait on the phone while she checked. Jerry Lee's hand was steady as she put her contact lenses in. There had to be a simple explanation for where Morris was. It wasn't like him to drink too much, but if he had, he was probably asleep at a friend's house. "I went out the front door and the dog ran ahead of me and started growling and barking at something on the ground. I couldn't tell right then what it was," she recalled quietly. "But when I got there, I saw that it was Morris." Shock. The kind that congeals the blood and makes the heart race out of sync, also dulls the senses. When something bad happens, so bad that the world will never ever be the same again, the human mind cannot take it in all at once. Jerry Lee Blankenbaker had not yet acknowledged that her world had changed forever. At that moment, as she moved toward the man who lay face down on the snowy ground, she had the tremendous strength that comes with an adrenaline rush. He lay just inside the gate, his feet pointed back toward the alley. He had fallen forward in an almost perfectly straight line. "I rolled him over," Jerry Lee said, speaking of a man who weighed 210 pounds, "and tried to pull him toward me. I felt his face, and I thought I felt something on his face. I thought it was mud at that time. And he was really heavy. I mean, he didn't help me at all." A long time later, when she spoke about it, Jerry Lee Blankenbaker's voice had the thinnest layer of calm over the remembered terror of that moment. "I took a hold of his jacket on his right side and rolled him toward the house, which would be north, and then I pulled him into a sitting position toward me with his jacket. And I think that I tried to hear a heartbeat, and then I laid him back down." Jerry Lee remembered running inside the house and picking up the phone where her husband's brother still waited on the line. "Mike!" she cried. "Come quick! Morris has blood all over him!" Within a few minutes, Mike Blankenbaker was on his way to help Jerry Lee, and he prayed to help his brother. And so were the Yakima police. 7. Dennis Myers had been a patrol officer for the Yakima Police Department for 6 years, and he was working the early shift, 4 a.m. to noon, on November 22nd. He got a call from the police dispatcher at 5:03 that morning to proceed to 210 North 6th Street in regards to a subject at that location being covered with lots of blood. That was all Myers knew at that point. He half expected to find some drunk with a bloody nose. He was 7 blocks away from the location when he got the call, and he was there in a few minutes. Myers saw a woman standing in front of the house. She was standing there and crying. The officer walked up to the woman, who led him around to the south side of the house and showed him a man lying on his back. It was still almost dark, and Myers used his flashlight to examine the man down. The fallen man wore jeans, athletic shoes, and an open-down jacket. His right leg was crossed almost casually over his left, and his arms rested on the ground. There was a great deal of blood on his face and seeping into the grass and snow next to his left hand. Myers didn't recognize the man, but the woman told him that it was her husband, Morris Blankenbaker. Everyone in Yakima knew Morris, but it would have been hard for anyone to recognize him with so much blood on his face. More police began to arrive, and Myers tried to calm Jerry Lee Blankenbaker, who was still sobbing and nearly hysterical, as Officer Terry Rosenberry knelt beside the supine man and checked for signs of life. None were discernible. While Myers and Rosenberry and Patrol Sergeant Please Green waited for Sergeant Robert Brimmer, the Yakima Police's chief investigator of homicides and a 19-year veteran of the department, they did not approach the body. Time seemed to stretch into hours, but it was actually only 15 minutes until Brimmer arrived. The patrol officers led him back to the body, and he noted that the blood on the ground was clotted. Whatever had happened had occurred some time before the police were called. It was an eerie scene in the gray half-dawn. An empty Budweiser beer bottle nudged the dead man's right foot, and a section of Lincoln log lay near the body, left behind probably by the victim's small son. A dark green Chevrolet was pulled up beyond the gate area, near the alley. Brimmer directed Meyer to check it out, and he found that Morris's keys were still in the car, dropped on the floor on the driver's side. His bank statement lay on the seat. Just as Morris had no locks on his exterior doors, he didn't bother hiding his keys. He had not expected trouble. Don Washburn of the Yakima Ambulance Company was also a deputy coroner. Actually, the ambulance service had gotten the first call for help from the Blankenbaker house, and it was the ambulance company that had called the police. Washburn had driven in around 5:25 a.m. It was he who officially pronounced Morris Blankenbaker dead. He had been dead for hours. Rigor mortis, the condition where a human body freezes into position after death, had begun. The victim's jaw and shoulders were already hard to move. It was difficult to be certain with so much blood, but he seemed to have been shot in the face. There appeared to be a bullet wound, an entry wound, through his upper lip. It was the ambulance attendants who put a sheet over the body, not police procedure because evidence can inadvertently be transferred from the body to the sheet and vice versa. Brimmer wasn't happy to see this and removed the sheet carefully so that they could take photographs of the body. 2 decades later, sheets would be flung over the bodies of Nicole Simpson and Ron Goldman. It is a natural reaction to shelter the dead from prying eyes. Morris Blankenbaker, Yakima's football hero and a friend to scores of people, was lying dead, staring blindly as snowflakes dotted his body. With his wife sobbing hysterically and his small children inside the house, it had seemed the decent thing to do. Then, with the help of the investigators, the ambulance attendants lifted Morris's body to a gurney and put it in the ambulance for the short trip to the St. Elizabeth's Hospital morgue to await autopsy. The police at the scene searched the grounds for more evidence. Brimmer, Rosenberry, and Lieutenant Bernie Klein combed the area at the south side of the house, along the wire fence between the yard and the apartment house, and moved on to the back where Morris's car was parked, and then into the alley itself. They had to use their flashlights at first. Sometimes the refracted beam of a flashlight can help find minute bits of evidence as it hits the shiny side of a shell casing, a bullet fragment, a key, something that might lie hidden on the lawn or beneath a bush. The grass hadn't been mowed, and it was 3 or 4 inches high. They searched trash cans in the alley in the faint hope that someone had tossed the murder gun away in his or her flight. They found nothing. They desperately needed to find some piece of physical evidence that could lead them to Morris Blankenbaker's killer. His executioner, really. They already had part of a possible scenario. Morris Blankenbaker had arrived home, stashed his keys on his car floor, and strolled through the gate of his yard. Quite probably the open beer bottle had been in his hand. A man in fear of his life would not have been carrying a bottle of beer. His ex-wife had found him lying on his face and had somehow managed to turn him over. It would have taken the kind of strength that lets women lift cars off their children. Morris was a big man, a solid man, and she was such a delicate woman. The blood on the ground would have come from his facial wounds. He had bled profusely in the moments before he died. In her vain attempt to save his life, Jerry Lee had managed to flip Morris over. The blood marked where he had lain. Maybe an autopsy would give them some information. Maybe there was a bullet in Morris's head that they could trace to a gun. From the appearance of the wounds, Brimmer's long experience suggested to him that the gun had been a small-caliber weapon, possibly a .22. Carefully, as a pale sun cast light on their cheerless work, Brimmer's team measured every inch of the Blankenbaker yard and the porch, and then measured again from one set point. Later, this would enable them to triangulate their findings and place the body and all the bits and pieces of evidence, so few, in the exact spot where they had been found. Their precise work kept them from facing the terrible question that kept echoing. Who on earth would shoot Morris Blankenbaker? Everybody liked Morris. The word that Morris Blankenbaker had been murdered spread throughout town to almost everyone who had ever known him, and that was half of Yakima. Long before the headlines hit, everyone who mattered knew. Olive Blankenbaker will never forget the way she heard the worst news of her life. From the moment he was born, she had worried about her only child, but she had fought her natural inclination to warn him to be careful. All through his football days, and then when he was in the service and working in the mental hospital and climbing telephone poles in all kinds of weather, she had worried, but she had determinedly kept her mouth shut. In the end, she had raised a man's man, but a gentle, sensitive man, too. Olive was asleep early on that Saturday morning after Thanksgiving. She didn't know that the police and Mike Blankenbaker were trying to locate the best person to inform her that her son was dead. They finally went and got my sister. Hazel came and got me out of bed, Olive remembered. She just said it right out. Olive, Morris has been shot. And I said, is he dead? And she said, yes. I just wanted to know, to get it over with in a hurry. I knew he was dead from the moment she took a hold of my hand. I really thought that I was going to die, right on the spot. I thought, this is too bad. Nothing this bad has ever happened to me before, and I can't take it. I'm not going to survive this. I'm going to die tonight. Wild with grief, Olive Blankenbaker asked silently why it had to be Morris, her only son. Why couldn't it have been someone else's son? Someone who had 10 kids. It might be easier for them. She knew that wasn't true, and that wasn't the way she usually thought, but she could not bear the idea of living her life out without Morris. She had no husband. Her sisters had their own lives. The boss she'd loved to work for was dead in a plane crash. Now the future yawned ahead of her empty of everything she had ever cared about. Olive had no idea who had shot Morris. She couldn't conceive how anyone could have wanted to hurt him, much less kill him. Robert Brimmer returned to the police station, and he and his investigators started their incident report procedure.
At that time, he said, we started contacting witnesses or people to talk to. They started coming in after 8:30 that morning.
Brimmer, a tall, lanky, laconic man in his 40s, whose smiles were infrequent, was in charge of almost every major crime that came into the Yakima Detective Unit. Homicide, arson, assault, armed robbery. If he was occasionally short-tempered, he was always fair, and he treated every man who worked for him equally. Some of the information Brimmer had elicited thus far in the Blankenbaker case was no help at all. Some might prove to be, and some was startling. It would take a while to check it all out, but first there was the post-mortem examination to attend. The word autopsy, by definition, roughly means to see for oneself. Everyone who attended Morris Blankenbaker's autopsy would be there to see what had happened to him, medically, clinically, ballistically. They could not allow themselves to consider the emotional aspect of this crime. Not now. Dr. Richard Muzzall was the Yakima County coroner. In Washington state, counties can choose whether they want to have a medical examiner or a coroner. Yakima and many of the smaller counties have coroners who are medical doctors but have not had extensive training in the science of death examination. In the old days, some counties didn't even require that coroners be doctors. Muzzall, however, had more experience than most coroners. He had worked as a deputy coroner in the Minneapolis area before moving to Yakima. By the time he stood over Morris Blankenbaker's body, he had performed approximately 150 autopsies. It was 10 o'clock in the morning on November 22nd. Morris had been dead about 8 hours. His body had been discovered only 5 hours before. Just the evening before, he had been laughing with Jerry Lee and their children as they ate pizza at Shakey's. Only 2 days ago, he had sat down to Thanksgiving dinner, and within the month, he and Jerry Lee would have remarried, and the scars of the past 2 years would have begun to heal over. Now that was not to be. 3 men stood in the autopsy room with Dr. Muzzall: Sergeant Brimmer, Eric Gustafson, a Yakima County Deputy District Attorney, and a young detective named Vern Henderson. Henderson swallowed hard and fought to maintain a professional distance from the dead man before him. It wasn't easy. Vern Henderson and Morris Blankenbaker had played football together at Davis High School. More than that, so much more than that. They had been best friends since they were 13 years old. If any detective on the force had a special reason to want to find Morris's killer, it was Vern Henderson. Brimmer glanced covertly at Vern to see if he could handle this and, satisfied that he could, looked again at the perfect athlete's body on the table. Vern Henderson had long since learned to hide his feelings, and his face was without expression.
I'd been to a lot of autopsies by then, even to some where I knew the person, but I'd never been to one where the subject was such a good friend as Morris was. It was hard on me to go, but I wanted to know everything that had happened to him,
Henderson said.
Because, see, I knew in my own mind that if they didn't find him, the killer, right away, I was going to have to look. I wanted to know what happened, and you can only know if you go to the autopsy. I wanted to know the facts, so when I heard things, I'd know if it really happened that way or not.
Before the body was undressed and washed, photographs and measurements were taken. The 4 men took notes and observed minute details that would not have been significant to men in other professions. Morris had always had a thick head of hair, and he had recently grown a mustache and a short beard. His face and beard were still stained with dried blood. When he was undressed and examined, it was clear that there were no injuries to his body. All the damage had been done to his head. That he had been shot was evident both in the appearance of the wounds and in the gun barrel debris that was still present in his hair and on his skin. Muzzall pointed to the wound he felt had been the first, a shot fired while Morris was standing. It had pierced the upper lip at the center line and knocked out 2 front teeth before it embedded itself against the base of the spine just below the spot where the occipital portion of the skull joined the spinal column. The mouth wound itself, Muzzall felt, would not have caused death. However, the area where the spinal cord joins the brain is the control center of the human body. It regulates breathing and heart rate, and a bullet striking there might well have caused respiratory arrest. At the very least, this shot would have knocked the victim off his feet. Morris had been lying on his face when Jerry Lee found him. Either the shooter had been in front of him, or the force of the first shot had spun him around as he fell. Muzzall pointed out the freckles of unburned gunpowder that had tattooed the victim's face. Tiny black dots extended up to the forehead, into the hairline, and down into the beard for a distance of about 3.5 inches from the lip wound. This meant that the killer had stood quite close to Morris when he fired and hit him in the mouth. The second and third wounds had been delivered when Morris was down. They entered just behind the left ear and traveled horizontally through the brain, causing fatal damage. The second bullet had lodged against the skull on the right side, traveling at a slight upward angle. The third bullet entered the head just below the second and traveled forward and again slightly upward, ending in the frontal lobe of the brain. This third wound had dark gunpowder rimming it. It had almost been a contact wound. Each of these 2 shots could be considered execution-style wounds. The killer had leaned over the prone man and held the murder weapon very close behind the victim's ear. Each was a fatal shot. Whoever had shot Morris Blankenbaker had wanted to be very sure that he was dead. Morris had probably seen the first shot coming, if only at the last moment, Muzzall explained. He lifted Morris's right hand. It was flecked with dried blood.
"This is blowback," he commented. "Here on the back, side, and even the palm of his hand. I would say the first bullet to strike him was the one to the mouth. He would have had to have been in an upright position, to be raising his hand in front of his face, to get this blowback of blood from the lip wound. If he had been shot behind the ear first, he would have fallen on the ground, and his hand would not have been in a position to catch this blowback."
Morris had no other wounds beyond a small scratch on his nose, probably sustained when he fell. There was the characteristic bruising around his eyes, almost always present with a headshot, quite consistent with the brain damage and bleeding behind his eyes. His knuckles were smooth. He hadn't hit anyone. His clothing wasn't torn. All he had time to do was hold up his hand in a futile attempt to protect his head from the gun he saw in his killer's fist. Morris had been a tremendously strong man. Given a chance, he would have put up an awesome fight for his life. Vern Henderson knew that. He had never seen anyone take Morris, not in a fair fight. Morris had been, he told himself, as strong as a bull moose. But he clearly had not been given any warning. Brimmer and Henderson knew that the victim was due home shortly after 2, and that Jerry Lee thought she had heard his car about then. She hadn't heard gunshots, although others had, and had probably mistaken the shots for car doors slamming. His dog hadn't barked. Whoever was outside was someone familiar to the victim's black lab. Hike was a guard dog, but he was as friendly as a pup to people he recognized. Someone must have known Morris's habits, or someone had followed him from the lion's share. Whoever it was, Morris hadn't been afraid when his killer came up to him. He was probably carrying the open bottle of beer in his hand, a bottle that fell at his feet when he was shot. He hadn't shouted out a threat or a warning. He hadn't called out for help. Muzzall routinely took a blood sample, which he would send to the Washington State Toxicology Laboratory at the University of Washington in Seattle for analysis. Muzzall removed some battered slugs and a number of bullet fragments from the victim's skull. Their combined weight suggested strongly that they were .22s. Robert Brimmer marked them into evidence and locked them in a file cabinet in his office until he could mail them to the Washington State Police Crime Lab for testing. The casings, or shells, that had once held them had not been found. If the murder gun was a revolver, the cylinder would have retained the casings until the shooter deliberately tipped them out. If the gun had been an automatic, it would have ejected the shell and slid a new bullet into firing position after every shot. They couldn't be sure which kind of gun they were looking for. If the gun was an automatic, there should be shells at the crime scene. The investigators hadn't found any yet, but they had had to search in dim light and high grass with patches of snow on the ground. For all they knew, the bullet casings were still lying somewhere on the Blankenbaker's lawn. Sergeant Brimmer had locked the Budweiser bottle and the Lincoln log in the evidence vault on the second floor of the Yakima Police Department. He dusted the brown bottle now with light fingerprint powder. But he could bring up nothing but smudges. There were no distinctive loops, ridges, or whorls that might give him the information that either the victim or the killer had held that bottle. One of the most convoluted murder investigations the Yakima detectives had ever known, an intricate murder probe that any big city detective would have found baffling, was just beginning. One of the people Brimmer talked to early on was a staff member at Davis High School. For the first time, he learned that there was an indication of hard feelings between Morris and Mr. Moore. It was like the first little wisp of smoke from a smoldering hidden fire. Brimmer knew Gabby, and he couldn't imagine the beloved coach would do something like shoot a friend in the face and the back of the head. But he would have to look into it. When Jerry Lee came out of the worst of her shock and hysteria, she thought of the only person she knew who had resented Morris. As impossible as it seemed, even to her, she began to wonder, and she felt she had to mention her doubts to the police. Gabby had always told her that she would come back to him if it weren't for Morris. She knew that Gabby didn't just love her. He was totally obsessed with her. He had let his job slide. He had let his athletes down, and his relentless drinking had made him turn on his own children. He blamed it all on her, and then on Morris. She didn't even want to think what she was thinking. Gabby had threatened so many times to kill himself in front of her, but he had never said anything about hurting Morris. Morris had always been so kind to Gabby. Even after what she and Gabby had done to him, Morris still treated Gabby with respect. He still called him Coach, and he had told her he couldn't bring himself to hit Gabby a week before, when he had broken into their house. No, she couldn't imagine Gabby Moore killing Morris. But then, she couldn't imagine anyone else killing Morris. Of all the things she had been afraid might happen, that was one eventuality that had never crossed her mind. Sergeant Brimmer called Gabby Moore and requested that he come down to the police station, asking him to bring any firearms he might own with him. Gabby did come to the station on that first Saturday afternoon, but he did not come prepared to talk to Brimmer. Instead, he said that anyone who was interested in talking to him would have to talk to his attorney. He had nothing to say. 8. Detective Vernon Henry Henderson had broken through barriers of one kind or another all of his life. Like Morris Blankenbaker, he had grown up in Yakima. But Morris was born there, and Vern arrived at the age of 5, coming from the South to a world entirely different from the one he had known.
My mother, my sister, and I came from Shreveport, Louisiana, Henderson said. My grandfather was living up here already, and he called and told us to come on up here, that it was a better life. He owned some houses in Yakima and told my mother she could probably get a home up here. We moved up, and we were able to get a home.
It wasn't easy. Vern's mother, Leona, would work in a Yakima cannery her entire life. She was everything to her son, just as Olive was all things to Morris. Henderson's sister, Joanne, died when she was only 12, and he was working by that age, thinning apples in the orchards, picking fruit when the trees grew heavy with ripe produce. As hard as they all had to work, the move did bring Leona Henderson's family a better life.
When I was growing up, you could leave your house open,
Vern recalled,
and no one would go in it. And if someone did, we all knew who it was. We knew who the bad people were. Later, when I was on police patrol, I knew who the bad kids were. But now, you don't know who they are, and that makes it real hard to investigate.
There was no father in Vern Henderson's world, and while Morris Blankenbaker did have his father, Ned, in town to go to in a pinch, basically both Morris and Vern were being raised by their mothers. Athletics and the friendship of 2 of his peers, Les Rucker and Morris Blankenbaker, filled in most of the empty spaces in Vern's life. They were family to him.
I met Morris at Washington Junior High,
Henderson recalled.
He showed up in either 7th or 8th grade.
That would have been when Olive left her court job in Vancouver, Washington, and headed back to her hometown. Vern said that Morris lived with his mother and his grandmother out near the river. Morris had always been blind to the color of anyone's skin. He had played with Indian boys when he was smaller, and if you had asked him what color Vern Henderson and Les Rucker were, he probably would have had to think a moment to come up with black. There weren't many blacks living in Yakima 4 or 5 decades ago. Vern remembered that he was one of only 6 at Washington Junior High, and that there were 8 black students at Davis High School when he attended. Over the years, many races would move into Yakima, but in the mid-50s there were very few Mexicans, and the Indian population mostly lived south of town in Toppenish on the Yakima Indian Reservation. At Davis High, when Morris, Vern, and Les attended, out of the 300 teenagers registered, there was a total of 20 mixed-race students, blacks, Indians, and perhaps 2 or 3 Chinese. Yakima was a typical small-town orchard and farming community where it was normal to be white and unusual to be any other color, unless you happened to be there to harvest the fruit or work in the fields, and then move on to another migrant worker camp. But the migrant kids rarely got a chance to attend school. They headed south with the first cold snap. While Morris treated everyone the same and didn't notice that his school was mostly white, Vern Henderson did. He had come out of the deep South to a far better life, just as his grandfather had promised, but he was still aware that he was a member of a minority race, and that he was truly in the minority at Davis High School. His mother had found them a house in the northeast area of town, an exclusively Caucasian section of Yakima.
Everything north of Yakima Avenue was white then,
he said.
South was where other races lived. I even played on the baseball team where I was only black, because all my friends were white.
In Yakima, Catholic teenagers went to Marquette High School, and all the rich kids who went to public school went to Eisenhower High School. Jerry Lee, several grades behind Vern and Morris, would go to Eisenhower. Later, Vern Henderson remembered that she had lived in a big house up near 32nd and Inglewood.
There were no poor people up there.
Morris and Vern met Gabby Moore for the first time at Washington Junior High. He was the assistant wrestling coach then, and they viewed him as the hero figure that most boys see in their coaches. They were 12 or 13, and Gabby was about 21. The near decade between them, of course, made a tremendous difference at that stage in their lives. Vern and Morris were awestruck by everything Gabby told them.
I remember, Vern said, that he taught us to always look our opponent in the eye to let him know what we were thinking, and that we weren't afraid of him, and that we could beat him.
When Morris and Vern moved up to Davis High School, Gabby was their coach there, too. He had a better job, coaching on the high school level.
Morris and I both weighed 185 pounds,
Vern said.
Gabby didn't need 2 of us competing in that heavyweight category, and he made Morris lose 10 pounds so he could wrestle at a lower weight. Me and Morris were just about even,
Vern said.
He was the only one I could go hand-to-hand with and come out even. Anyone else, I could just tear apart.
Despite his prowess as an athlete, Vern Henderson never forgot what it felt like to be a kid who never had a father in the bleachers cheering him on, one who didn't have a dad to take him to the father-son banquets or to the awards ceremonies. Lots of times, Morris's dad couldn't come either, and both Vern and Morris had mothers who were working so hard to support them that they couldn't take time off. Vernon Morris and Les Rucker were a triumvirate against the world. More than friends, closer even than relatives.
Morris and Les were always there for me,
Vern recalled.
We were all there for each other.
Morris and Vern hung out together. You rarely saw one without the other. They didn't go to each other's homes that much, mostly because they were always playing football or wrestling or driving around town. Vern didn't have a car, but Morris had a little white Volkswagen that Ned Blankenbaker had bought for him. Olive laughed, remembering it. Those great big boys weighed that car down so much when they were all in it. They looked like they were sitting on the street. Vern knew both Olive and Ned.
Morris's dad had the music store, and sometimes we'd go over and see him at the store. He was a solid, stocky man.
Morris's half-brother Mike was just a little kid then, a kid who idolized Morris. Like Morris, Vern belonged to the Letterman's Club and was on the A squad of the baseball and football teams, as well as turning out for Gabby Moore's wrestling squad. Vern and Morris were together so much that they actually could almost read each other's minds.
I knew what Morris was thinking, and he knew what I was thinking.
Vern smiled, remembering.
We could understand each other without talking. He knew if I was going to fight somebody, and he would walk up and stop me. And I'd walk up and stop him. We just knew each other. We knew each other.
Morris was not only a tremendously strong athlete, he also had an easygoing nature and reasonable turn of mind. He could always see the other guy's point of view. When he saw that Vern, who kept so much inside, was about to blow, he could step in and calm him down with a word or two. Davis High School played in the AAA Football League and went up against Wenatchee and Richland, and, of course, Eisenhower. Vern played left halfback, Les Rucker played right halfback, and Morris played fullback. Dutch Schultz was their head coach, and Gabby assisted. Even though the Three Musketeers would scatter, Morris and Les to Washington State University and Vern to Central, Gabby Moore was a hero to all three through their high school years and after. Lives in a small town are closely interwoven. Almost everyone knew each other, and secrets weren't really secrets. Back then, Gabby seemed like the last man in the world to have secrets. He was a straight shooter, a good teacher, and a good coach whose athletes looked up to him. And he didn't live by a double standard. If the boys couldn't drink, and they couldn't, he didn't drink. If he ordered his wrestlers to diet, he dieted right along with them. Vern Henderson and Morris Blankenbaker took his every word for gospel. The friendship between Morris Blankenbaker and Vern Henderson only became stronger as the years went by. Vern laughed as he recalled that he was serious about every girl I ever met, but not Morris, he said, suddenly sober. I never saw him serious about anyone but Jerry Lee. Oh, he talked to girls at the movies or something, but Jerry Lee was the only one for him. Vern and Morris both went off to college, working evenings and summers to pay for it. Vern married young, the first of their group to do so. He fathered 2 sons. He was working for the city of Yakima, driving a garbage truck while Morris was working nights in the state mental hospital. They both had dreams. Morris had always wanted to become a teacher and a coach. Vern Henderson dreamed of being a policeman, and one day a detective.
I always thought I wanted to be a policeman because I thought that would be nice, working and helping people,
Vern recalled.
But I really thought that I never had a chance to be in law enforcement, if you want to know the truth. Back in those days, you didn't see any black policemen, not in Yakima. I wanted to work in the juvenile section. That's where I wanted to be, working with kids.
When Vern graduated from Davis and went to Yakima Valley Community College and then Central Washington University at Ellensburg, he held on to that ambition.
A lot of my friends were becoming policemen. Jim Beauchamp, who was a quarterback and was a couple of years ahead of us, he became a police officer. And then a few others. Jim said, "Vern, it would be a good job for you. You relate well with people."
Vern Henderson told Jim he would give it a try. He took the test for patrolman.
They had one opening,
he remembered.
And the first time I took the test, I didn't pass high enough. And then I said to myself, wait a minute. I can do better than this. I know these guys are not smarter than me. I went back and I studied, and 8 guys took the test, and they had one opening again. This time, though, I came out number 1.
That was in 1968. Chief Robert Madden hired Vern Henderson, the first black police officer ever in Yakima. It was the fulfillment of Vern's impossible dreams. In 1968, Gabby Moore was bringing glory to Davis High with his wrestling squads. Morris and Jerry Lee had moved back to Yakima from Tacoma, and she was pregnant with her first child. And Vern Henderson was a young patrolman cruising the streets of Yakima. 18 months later, Vern was sent upstairs to try out as a detective working in the juvenile section.
They were having a lot of problems with juvenile black gangs, he said. They knew that I knew a lot of the kids. After I stayed there for 3 or 4 months, I went back down on the line. But I was only there for 30 days. I'd made so many arrests in juvenile that they said, "You're going back upstairs." And that's where I was for the next 10 years.
Over those years, Vern Henderson would work 5 years in juvenile and then in the regular detective unit. He worked all manner of cases: burglary, auto theft, and homicides. His being black often gave him a leg up with many of the informants and suspects. In the juvenile division, Vern could speak the same language as many of the kids who were brought in.
I understood them, and I could talk to them. They knew I was serious when I said they could trust what I said.
Whenever there was a problem in the black community, it was Vern Henderson who was sent to represent the Yakima Police Department. He felt very confident then. It was only decades later that he marveled at his temerity in thinking he could handle the emerging gang problem single-handedly. It was decades later, too, when he would look back with some regret on a decision he had had to make, a decision that would weaken forever the link he had forged with members of his own race. By 1974, both Morris Blankenbaker and Vern Henderson were almost 32, and they had realized their goals. Morris was teaching sociology at Washington Junior High School and expecting to coach there, too. The two men were still close friends, possibly closer than ever. One day, the Yakima City water line sprung a leak somewhere beneath the surface of the Yakima River. Someone had to dive down and try to locate the break. Both Vern and Morris were skilled scuba divers.
They couldn't pay me, Vern recalled, because I was already on the city payroll, so I went and got Morris. We tied a rope around him, and I stayed on shore and held on, and he swam out and dove until he found the leak.
Morris was still strong as a bull and a natural swimmer. Symbolically, one or the other of them was always holding the rope for the other, as if they could somehow keep each other safe. Although Vern and his wife didn't socialize much with Morris and Jerry Lee, Vern had gotten to know Jerry Lee when he visited Morris, and he found her a gracious hostess, a pretty woman who kept a neat house. She seemed devoted to Morris, and Morris clearly adored her. When Morris told him that Gabby Moore was moving in with him and Jerry Lee for a while, Vern didn't think much about it. Everyone knew that Gabby was having a rough time over his divorce from Gay. The word was that Gabby had begun to drink, something that none of his athletes had ever seen before. Vern was soon aware that Gabby became unreasonably jealous and suspicious when he drank, and heard the rumors that Gay Moore couldn't leave the house on the most innocent of errands without Gabby suspecting she was on her way to some romantic assignation. No marriage could survive long under that kind of pressure, and Gabby's hadn't. It never occurred to Vern Henderson that Gabby would pose any threat to Morris's marriage. He was astonished when Morris stopped by the police station one day in the early spring of 1974 to see him. Morris didn't look very happy, and Vern led him to a quiet corner of the detective unit. "You'll never guess who Jerry Lee's moved in with," Morris said. Vern thought he was kidding.
"What do you mean, moved in with? Jerry Lee isn't going anywhere."
But then the look on Morris's face stopped him. He was dead serious.
"She's left me and moved in with Gabby." "With Gabby?"
It was the most unlikely thing Vern Henderson could ever have imagined. He stared at Morris, expecting him to break into a grin at any moment and tell him that it was all a joke. Why on earth would Jerry Lee leave Morris for Gabby? Gabby was on the skids, and Morris was younger, handsomer, and more dependable. Morris would have given Jerry Lee the moon if he could have pulled it down for her. Vern shook his head, trying to picture Jerry Lee Blankenbaker living with Gabby Moore. In time, Vern accepted that impossible circumstance, and like all Morris's friends, Vern tried to cheer him up. Nothing much helped, of course. Morris's wife and his 2 little kids were gone from his home. His life had been turned inside out, and now he was the one who was all alone. Vern Henderson was relieved when he heard that Jerry Lee was back for a trial reconciliation with Morris. He expected that it would work out for Morris after all. But then he learned that she had gone back to Gabby. It seemed as though the woman were torn between her first husband and her second, and that her indecision was driving all 3 of them crazy. Finally, in the summer of 1975, Morris told Vern that Jerry Lee was truly back with him, that she had filed for divorce from Gabby, and that they were going to remarry as soon as they could. Vern Henderson was happy for his old friend. Morris had always been so kind to everyone that it ate at Vern to think of the pain his friend had endured. Vern was not so serene, however, when he spotted Jerry Lee's car and Gabby's little brown MG parked close together near a city park.
There I am in a detective's car going up Lincoln Avenue, and I see Jerry Lee over in a parking lot on the west side with Gabby. They were sitting in one of the cars talking,
Vern said,
and I'm saying to myself, why is she talking to him? What she was doing was giving him a ray of hope yet. I saw them a couple of times, and I thought, can't the woman make up her mind? She's got no business talking to Gabby and giving him any kind of idea that she might go back to him. I didn't mention anything about seeing them to Morris. For one thing, I didn't know what she was talking to Gabby about. It wasn't my business. For another, I learned a long time ago that you don't get involved in somebody else's relationship. I liked Jerry Lee, and I loved Morris. Me and Morris were kind of like brothers. You side with one or another, or you tell what you've seen, and then they get back together, and they're both mad at you.
Everyone who had ever known Gabby knew by then that he was carrying a torch for Jerry Lee that could light up a whole street. Vern felt that Jerry Lee should have cut it off clean and never agreed to meet or talk to Gabby. Vern knew how stubborn Gabby was. He'd always taught his athletes never to quit, and Vern worried because it didn't seem like Gabby was about to let Jerry Lee walk away from him. Still, it never crossed Vern Henderson's mind to worry that there would be any physical confrontation between Morris and Gabby.
There was never any thought that Gabby would do something at the house, not with the kids there. Morris still respected Gabby as his coach. Morris was not going to fight Gabby unless he had to. That's the way Morris was. He would never have hurt Gabby,
Vern said.
And Gabby? He knew that Morris was so strong he would destroy him. He was too smart to ever take Morris on.
Vern could see that there might be more heartbreak on the horizon for his best friend and his former coach, but he never thought either of them was in danger. Never. 2 decades later, a cloud passed over Vern Henderson's face as he remembered the night after Thanksgiving 1975. Apparently Morris had had more misgivings than he himself had had. Vern remembered a conversation he had with Morris, one he had sloughed off at the time.
Morris said to me about a month and a half before he died, "If anything should ever happen to me, Vern, you be sure you check out Gabby." I told him, don't be talking this stupidness because this is not going to happen. I didn't want to visualize anything like that happening. I said, you 2 guys, you got to get straight with each other. The thing is,
Vern remembered,
I drove right by Morris's house that last night. It was 5 minutes after 1 in the morning, and I drove by and I looked at the house because I'd heard Gabby had been coming over. But everything was fine. And an hour later, Morris was dead. Shot.
One got the sense that Vern Henderson had lived with some unnecessary guilt, a vague feeling that if only he had stopped to see Jerry Lee that night, if only he had parked and waited for Morris to get home, if only. When Morris Blankenbaker was buried on November 25, 1975, Vern Henderson was one of his pallbearers. So was Les Rucker. The service in the Shaw and Sons Chapel was conducted by priest Charles Benedict of the Reorganized Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and the chapel was full to overflowing. Neither Olive nor Morris were Mormons, and many years later, Olive wasn't sure just why Morris had a Mormon funeral. That terrible week was a blur in her mind. The news stories described Jerry Lee as Morris's ex-wife, but the funeral notices all omitted the Moore from Jerry Lee's name and listed her as Morris's widow, Jerry Lee Blankenbaker. And she would have been Morris's wife again within a matter of weeks, if someone had not shot him execution-style in his own backyard. Now, Jerry Lee was left in a kind of never-never land. She was legally free of Gabby, but nothing mattered much anymore. There would be no marriage ceremony and no future with Morris. Her children would have no father to guide them as they grew up. Olive Blankenbaker didn't die, although her grief was so overwhelming that she wanted to. When Vern Henderson visited her to offer his condolences, she took his hand and looked into his eyes. "Vern," she said, "I know you'll find out who killed my son." Vern looked back at her and made a promise he had every intention of keeping.
"Yes?"
he said quietly and convincingly.
"Yes, I will."
The newspapers noted that there were no suspects in Morris Blankenbaker's murder. That wasn't technically true. The investigators were looking hard at Gabby. The very fact that Gabby Moore refused to talk to detectives and said he would not take a lie detector test made him a suspect in the investigators' minds. That didn't mean they could arrest him. Far from it. They had no physical evidence linking him to the crime scene, and they certainly had no eyewitnesses. Since Vern Henderson was still with the Youth Division, he was not assigned to the investigation of his good friend's murder. Even so, Vern had been notified of Morris's shooting at 5 a.m. on the morning of November 22nd by Sergeant Green. Please Green knew how close Vern and Morris were, and he didn't want him to hear it on the radio. Vern had steeled himself to be at Morris's autopsy. Vern owed Morris that. Not that Morris knew any longer that his friend was there for him, just as he had always been. More than that, Vern Henderson had wanted to know how Morris had died, and then maybe he would know why. It wasn't his case. It wasn't his assignment, but he had left the post-mortem knowing that there was a good chance that there might be some .22 bullet casings lying somewhere in Morris's yard, or close by. He didn't know if the gun was an automatic or not. If it was an automatic, he didn't know if it ejected casings to the right or left. But he knew that casings ejected from an automatic would be left with very distinctive individual marks, both from the extractor and the ejector. That would be a start. Still, even if he found the casings, they would be of help only if they could be matched to a specific weapon. A lot of people have guns, especially around Yakima. Most of them are unfamiliar with the science of ballistics and the damning evidence that can be detected in slugs, casings, pellets, wadding, gunpowder, the lands and grooves of a gun barrel. Bullets, once fired, are not unlike fingerprints, rife with unique individual markings. If Morris Blankenbaker's killer wasn't arrested immediately, and if a confession didn't follow soon after, it was likely that it would take direct physical evidence to find and convict the killer. And the only really compelling evidence Henderson hoped to find was a couple of bullet casings. But Vern Henderson wasn't assigned to the Blankenbaker case, and he didn't try to insert himself into other detectives' investigations. He went back to the Youth Division and the cases waiting for him there. But he didn't forget. In fact, the more time that passed, the more he remembered that Morris's killer was walking around free, perhaps smug in the belief that he had pulled it off. 9. Sergeant Robert Brimmer continued to direct the probe into Morris's death. He and his detectives learned from Jerry Lee that Morris had been working at the Lion's Share that Friday night. They checked to see if there had been any trouble at the tavern in the hours before Morris's murder, but there had been nothing unusual, just the regulars and a few quiet strangers. Someone thought that 2 young men had been asking for Morris or talking to him an hour or so before the Lion's Share closed for the night, What Brimmer learned from Jerry Lee that was the most intriguing were the details of her brief marriage and quick estrangement from Gabby Moore. In talking with Jerry Lee and with others, it soon became evident to Brimmer that Moore had been totally beset by his passion for Jerry Lee. The Yakima police investigators and the new Yakima County prosecutor, Jeff Sullivan, thought it quite possible that he had killed Morris in a jealous rage. It wouldn't be the first time that they had seen jealousy spark murder. But that theory lost some plausibility when Jerry Lee told detectives that Gabby was in the hospital most of Thanksgiving week. She wasn't sure when he was released, nor did she think he was capable of shooting Morris. Pressed, she said she just didn't know anymore. The Yakima investigators knew that Morris had been shot at approximately 2:05 a.m., give or take 5 minutes, on November 22nd. They were betting that Gabby Moore had been out of the hospital by then. They had witnesses who would testify that Moore had come to the Blankenbaker house a week earlier in the middle of the night in a drunken attempt to talk to Jerry Lee. Perhaps he had come back again. It was easy enough to check on Gabby Moore's hospitalization. Brimmer and Sullivan went to the Valley Osteopathic Hospital and asked to see records on Moore's most recent stay there. Dr. A.J. Myers produced them at once.
"He was hospitalized on November 18th,
Myers said, explaining that he was concerned about his former son-in-law's severe nosebleeds, and he had advised him to go into the hospital until his blood pressure came down within normal limits.
"How long did he remain in the hospital?"
Brimmer asked.
"Until November 22nd.
For a moment, the detective's interest flared, but then he reminded himself that the 22nd had been 24 hours long. Morris had been shot 2 hours into the day, in the wee hours of the morning, and most hospitals discharged patients around noon. He asked Dr. Myers just when Gabby Moore had checked out.
"He wanted to leave the night before, Friday, but I insisted he stay over to give me at least another night's rest on the blood pressure problem. So he went out on the morning of the 22nd with my knowledge and permission."
"And what time did he check out?"
"I would say in the neighborhood of around 9:30, a quarter of 10 o'clock that morning."
That meant that officially at least Gabby Moore had been a patient at the Valley Osteopathic Hospital at the moment Morris Blankenbaker was shot to death. However, that didn't mean that he had not left the hospital sometime during the night and returned later. Brimmer asked if Gabby had been confined to bed during his stay.
"A large part of the time. I would say the last 36 hours I got him up. I was trying to hold him pretty quiet because I was having difficulty getting the blood pressure down."
Dr. Myers said he had changed his patient's blood pressure medicine, but it would take 10 days to see if it would be effective. The best thing he could do short-term was rest.
"He spent most of the day reading, and he was up to go to the bathroom. He visited the nurses at the desk, but most of the time he was reading or watching television."
"Did he have a phone in his room?"
"No. We have room service for a telephone. Phones can be brought to the bedside, but they are not left in the room."
There was, however, a public phone at the far end of the corridor near the emergency entrance. Gabby could have walked down there and used it, but he would have been observed doing so. Bob Brimmer and Jeff Sullivan asked for a tour of the hospital, with a special trip to the room that Moore had occupied. The hospital, which Dr. Myers had had built in 1952 and which he had remodeled 4 times, faced Tieton Drive to the north. On 30th Avenue South, there was an emergency entrance and the central services area with a waiting room and hospital offices. On the west side of the building, the patients' rooms opened off a wide corridor. There was an entrance from the waiting rooms on the south end of the hall and a fire exit at the north end. There were a number of ways to get out of the hospital, perhaps even without being detected because no alarm would sound. But there were precious few ways to get back in. And all of those were monitored or alarmed. They could see that no one could come into the area of the patients' rooms except from the waiting room. The fire exit on the north end of the same corridor was locked on the interior side with a bar.
There's no way to open this from the outside,
Myers demonstrated.
with a key or otherwise.
In case of fire, all a patient had to do was push on the door and it would swing open. But then the bar lock inside would click back in place. There was another door to the outside through the kitchen and dining room area, but that too was locked unless an actual delivery was being made.
The nurse's desk is here at the apex of the L in order that all of the rooms are under observation from the nurse's desk, in addition to communication, so that there is an unobstructed view to the waiting room's inside door,
Myers pointed out.
and an unobstructed view in this direction down to where you go out of the exit. Where was Mr. Moore's room? His room was directly across from the nurse's desk.
Myers said.
This just happened to be a vacant bed I put him in.
Myers said that there had been 3 nurses on duty the night of November 21st to the 22nd, at least one of whom would always be at the desk. It began to sound almost impossible for Gabby Moore to have left his hospital room without a nurse or hospital employee observing him. The corridors were brightly lit and well within the nurse's line of sight.
What about the emergency room door?
Brimmer asked, speculating on another egress and re-entry for the suspect. Dr. Myers said that they had had a problem with theft of equipment when the ER door was left open.
That's locked now throughout a 24-hour period, and it's not opened except by signal. There's a 2-way speaker there. That door can be opened immediately from the inside, but not from the outside.
The visitor's room door was locked after 8 p.m., and no one could get back into the hospital from the outside after 8 p.m. Myers repeated that it would be highly unlikely that a patient could slip out.
With 3 nurses on duty, you have one at the desk to watch the monitoring equipment and for patient calls, to write orders as they are telephoned or brought in, to chart the care. This desk is seldom unoccupied.
The investigators reasoned that even if Gabby somehow managed to leave the hospital unobserved, there was no way he could have gotten back in without someone seeing him. No possible way. If Gabby Moore had wanted to get out of the hospital, it looked as though the only way he could have done it and be sure he wasn't observed would have been to go through the window in his room. But that proved to be impossible, too. When Brimmer checked the outside of the hospital, he saw that the patient's windows were locked from the outside with a cylinder that slipped into a slot and was then held firmly by a screw. Unless Gabby Moore had perfected the art of astral projection, the most viable suspect in the murder of Morris Blankenbaker had just been eliminated from the list of possibles. Gabby might have resented Morris and blamed him for Jerry Lee's departure, and he might have refused to talk to the police, but he couldn't have pulled the trigger on the gun that killed Morris. He had been in the hospital under medical watch at 2 a.m. on November 22nd. He had been there until 9 or 9:30 the next morning, 7 hours after the murder. Jerry Lee and her children moved in with her parents. She couldn't imagine staying in the house on North 6th, not with the memory of Morris lying there in the snow, his blood staining the ground. As far as Jerry Lee was concerned, the fact that Gabby had been in the hospital when someone killed Morris didn't lessen her suspicions one bit. But as much as she thought about it, she couldn't come up with one person, other than Gabby, who had a reason to want Morris dead. He had said often enough that Morris was the only reason she wouldn't come back to him. Morris had only been dead a week when Jerry Lee learned that Gabby was trying to manipulate people so they would convince her to come back to him. It was as if he didn't care that Morris was dead. He couldn't even wait for a decent period of mourning. It didn't really matter to Jerry Lee how long he waited, though. She was never going back to him. Somehow, in some way that she didn't yet understand, she knew that Gabby was the cause of Morris's death. She would never forgive him, much less consider being with him again. The thought made her skin crawl. Jerry Lee's sister, Kit, owned the apartment where Gabby was living with his son, Derek, and she lived close by. There wasn't even a proper street that separated their residences. It was more of a lane, and Kit could not avoid seeing Gabby. It seemed as though he were always there, wanting to talk to her. Moore wanted Kit to reason with Jerry Lee. He asked her all the time to try to persuade her sister to reconcile with him. When she stared at him, appalled, he looked back uncomprehendingly. Both Kit and Jerry Lee were horrified at Gabby's easy assumption that it was completely logical Jerry Lee should come back to him now that Morris was dead. Gabby had a theory, which he propounded to anyone who would listen. He suspected that someone wanted both him and Morris out of the picture. He said he had had unsettling incidents himself, odd phone calls at all hours of the day and night. He said he couldn't identify the voices. Some sounded Caucasian and some sounded black, but the gist of the calls was plain enough. The voices threatened him with death. He told people that he had found a window pane shattered, and it looked as though the damage were done with a bullet. Gabby told his intimates that he intended to find and expose Morris's killer, and that he figured he must be getting awfully close because someone was trying to silence him before he scored. He was especially worried, he said, that one of his daughters had gotten a threatening call, and so had his mother. That was much too close for comfort, and he said he didn't know what would happen next. He was a fatalist. He was going to do what he had to do without giving in. Gabby even went into great detail with his older daughter about plans for his funeral in case the person who was stalking him succeeded in killing him. Gabby described what kind of funeral he wanted, but when his daughter started to cry, he would laugh, as if he had been kidding all along. One can only imagine the emotional impact on a teenager who loved her father. Jerry Lee wasn't buying any of it. "I thought he had something to do with killing Morris," she recalled, "just from different things he said. He had told my sister that he knew people that would do anything for him. All he had to do was ask. I just felt that he felt that if Morris wasn't there, I would be back to him. He was very confident that I would be back." Gabby Moore was so confident, in fact, that he continued to phone the now widowed Jerry Lee as the Christmas season approached. He wanted her back. He needed her. And now, he pointed out, she really needed him too. Jerry Lee refused to talk to him. She would have her mother or someone else answer the phone and tell him that she was unavailable. Sometimes Gabby would have his mother call. Jerry Lee would talk to her. She had nothing against Gabby's mother. But then the older woman would say suddenly, "Just a minute, Glenn wants to talk to you." And then Jerry Lee would immediately say, "I'm sorry," and hang up. Always before, Gabby had been persuasive enough to get her to meet him just to talk, no more. He had tried to confuse her in his campaign to get her to leave Morris. She was no longer confused. The bleak specter of Morris's death had made everything all too clear. She could not afford to talk to Gabby. Finally, he stopped calling her parents' home and her office every day. He no longer tried to speak to her in person, but she knew he hadn't given up because he continued to send messages through his family. Only once after Morris's murder did Jerry Lee agree to speak to Gabby on the phone. It happened approximately 2.5 weeks after Morris's murder, in the middle of December. Gabby told her that the police were bothering him, that they had asked him to take a polygraph test. He didn't tell her that he had hired an attorney. Jerry Lee couldn't hold back her feelings. She told Gabby flat out that she believed he was involved in Morris's murder. "He said he couldn't have done something like that," she recalled. "He insisted that he just couldn't have done it. I didn't believe him." She told him it didn't matter anyway. She would never come back to him, and he had to accept that. As always, he countered with what he wanted her to believe. He told her that he could prove to her that he had absolutely nothing to do with the murder. Before he could begin to expand on the weird threats he was receiving, she cut him off. She told him again that made no difference. She wasn't coming back to him. He kept repeating that he could prove what happened to Morris might be connected to him, but that it had nothing to do with his feelings for her. He loved her. He suspected that there was someone who had been after both him and Morris, and he had reason to fear for his own life. Something strange was going on. Jerry Lee hung up. That was the last time she spoke to Gabby before Christmas. He sent messages through her sister or through his relatives, but she would never speak to him again. After Christmas, everything in Jerry Lee's world would change once more. It was as if she had entered a house of horrors at the county fair, only it was all real. With every step she took, something even more ghastly popped up. Bright lights lit up houses and lawns all over town, and deep snow fell. It got colder, and the icy wind blew across the hills and plains of Yakima County, howling like the hounds of hell. There was someone following Gabby Moore, someone just beyond his awareness. It wasn't anyone for Gabby to fear, at least not physically. But Vern Henderson was curious about Gabby Moore. He thought he had known the man. Now he was not so sure. Although Vern wasn't officially working homicide and he was not assigned to Morris's case, he had promised Morris's mother he would find her son's killer. In his own mind, he had promised Morris, too. From time to time, Vern spotted Gabby's MG or his Jeep weaving through town. Sometimes Vern followed him. On 2 occasions, Vern followed Gabby as he drove up to the Tahoma Cemetery where Morris was buried. While Vern watched undetected, Gabby stood looking down at Morris's grave, his face a blank mask. What was he thinking? Vern wondered why he had come here to stand silent in the cold.
He looked as though he felt bad,
Vern remembered.
and I wondered if he had really loved Morris, his old friend, but maybe he'd wanted the woman more.
Inside the apartment Gabby Moore had rented with his 16-year-old son, there were no Christmas decorations. The two had been batching it for 2 months in an apartment that was nothing like the comfortable homes they were both used to. This was not a home. It was a stopping-off place for 2 males on their way to someplace else. They both had sports practice after school and games and wrestling matches. But Derek had a girlfriend, and his father had no one. When he was alone, the sound of Gabby's stereo echoed through the empty rooms. He played the same record over and over and over again. Lay your head upon my pillow, put your warm and tender body close to mine. It was one of the saddest and most popular of the country western hits that year, Ray Price singing of lost love. The lyrics were far more accepting that the love affair was over, however, than Gabby was. I'll get along, you'll find another, Ray Price sang, and I'll be here in case you ever need me. Let's just be glad we had some time to spend together. We don't have to watch the bridges that were burning. Gabby had played for the good times so often that the record sometimes skipped where the needle had worn deep grooves. He was living almost entirely in the past, but he was planning for the future he was determined to have with Jerry Lee. 10. Although Jerry Lee could no longer be counted among that group, there were still many, many people who loved Gabby Moore. His 3 children tried to help him deal with his lost love. His ex-in-laws made him welcome, and Dr. A.J. Myers made an effort to keep track of Gabby's health. Looking at Gabby's bloated body and flushed face, Myers worried. He was clearly drinking too much and not eating right, and he didn't appear to have been taking his medication. He looked like a heart attack looking for a place to happen. Perhaps more than anyone, Gabby's athletes, past and present, kept close tabs on him, making sure he wasn't alone for too long, trying to stop by and visit with him. He was the man to his boys. He was the coach that had lifted many of them from mediocrity and made them champions. When Gabby was too distraught or too ill or even too intoxicated to show up for wrestling practice and wrestling matches, Some of the star wrestlers who had graduated from Davis made sure that they were there to see that things ran smoothly. It was getting pretty bad. They had seen Gabby step out of the gym and go to his car and take a swig out of a bottle he kept there. They had often smelled alcohol on his breath inside Davis High School at practice. Still, not one of them could believe that the Davis High administrators would really fire Gabby. Sure, he said that he wouldn't be teaching or coaching at Davis after next graduation, but that seemed impossible. When push came to shove, it couldn't happen. Gabby was a part of Davis, and Davis was a part of him. Gabby was as low as they had ever seen him. He was getting more reclusive, and he spent a lot of time in his apartment. Gabby's boys didn't see him around town in his snappy little MG sports car as much as they used to. Sometimes he showed up at the bars and the lounges, but not often. He bought bottles and took them home to drink. Gabby urged his former athletes to come over to his apartment. That meant they would have to have a drink with him and listen to him talk about Jerry Lee. They had heard about how wonderful Jerry Lee was, and how beautiful, and how she was meant to be with Gabby so many times that they could practically recite chapter and verse. But they listened attentively and tried to say something that would make their old coach feel better. They urged him just to give the woman some time, because he wouldn't listen to them when they suggested he should forget her and find a woman who appreciated him. He would not allow them to say one word against Jerry Lee. Nothing could make him feel better. Gabby wallowed in self-pity and in his memories. He had albums full of pictures of himself and Jerry Lee when their lives together were happy. And he had the record of their song. At some point during the long evenings, when he had had just enough bourbon in his system to blur the emotional pain he felt, he would pore over his photographs and tell himself that Jerry Lee would be coming back. She didn't have any reason not to now. She had no husband and no other boyfriend. Gabby still believed she was meant to be his. On Saturday, December 13th, Yakima officer Michael Bartleson received a radio call to an address on South 4th Street. It was 1 a.m. He was to meet officers in a two-man unit at the address. En route, they got a second complaint: possible child neglect at this address. The officers had had calls to this address before, and they knew that a teenage girl was babysitting her younger brothers and sisters while their mother was at work. When the girl answered the door, she appeared to have been drinking. "Everything's all right," the girl mumbled. "Is there anybody else in the house besides you and your brothers and sisters?" Bartleson asked. "Maybe two." "Does your mother know that?" he asked. "Yeah, she doesn't care," the girl said. Bartleson doubted this, and he asked the station to call the mother and tell her that things didn't look good at home. She said she was on her way. The worried mother arrived after the patrolman had been there for about half an hour. She wanted to go inside, and Bartleson went with her while officers Emer and Beaulaurier circled around and waited at the back door on the alley side of the house. As Bartleson and the mother went through the front door, they heard loud running sounds headed for the back door and something crashing in the rear of the house. The three subjects actually, were stopped at the back door by Emer and Beaulaurier, Bartleson recalled. There was one young white male about 15 or 16 who was a cousin of the family, and a Kenny Marino and a Glyn Moore, known to us as Gabby. Marino was carrying a half-gallon of 10 High whiskey, and the coach the officers all knew well was so under the influence that he didn't recognize them. He was very intoxicated, Bartleson said with regret in his voice. Leaning against the side of the house, he had no shoes on, in his stocking feet. There was snow on the ground. His pants were unbuckled, snapped at the top, and unzipped. Inside the house, the teenage girl had gone to bed in the basement. She was fully dressed, and there was no indication that she had been harmed. Still, it was a disturbing incident. It was just one more step down for Gabby Moore, shocking to the officers who had confronted him. Jerry Lee tried to pull some kind of Christmas together for the children. They knew their father was gone, but they were far too young to understand that he was never coming back. Their grandparents tried to help, even though everyone was heartbroken. There was never a good time to lose someone to a senseless murder, but the holiday season is somehow worse than any other. None of them would ever see a Christmas tree again, or a Thanksgiving turkey without thinking of Morris. Morris should have been with them for another 50 years. Christmas Eve was the hardest, for everyone. The year before, Gabby had been with Jerry Lee, their only Christmas together, and now he was alone again. On Christmas Eve afternoon, Gay, Gabby's first ex-wife, came over to the apartment on 18th Avenue and cleaned it up, doing the dishes, vacuuming, and trying to make it look a little more livable. Her son lived there too, of course, but even she felt sorry for Gabby. Gay had gone on with her life, but Gabby still seemed to be caught up in his obsessive jealousy. Only the object of it had changed. The Christmas before, Olive had had her son. The holidays had always been a happy time for her because Morris had been born just before Christmas. Derek Moore stayed home with Gabby and watched television during the early part of Christmas Eve. Gabby had no plans to celebrate the holiday, but Derek was going to go to his girlfriend Janet Whitman's family to join in their Christmas Eve festivities. Her grandmother lived in the hamlet of Union Gap, a 10-minute drive from Derek's apartment, and Janet had arranged to pick Derek up in her car around 8. Derek wasn't sure what his dad was going to do. He probably would call Derek's sisters, who would be over at their grandparents', the Myers. When Derek and Janet left the apartment, Gabby was alone. Later, when Derek tried to remember, he said he didn't think his father was drinking. It was kind of sad, though, leaving him behind in the apartment. No Christmas tree, no decorations. It could have been any other night in the year. No one in the family heard from Gabby that evening until sometime between 11 and midnight, when he called over to Dr. Myers's residence and talked to his 18-year-old daughter, Kate. They spoke for about 15 minutes, a conversation that obviously upset Kate. After she hung up, she tried 4 times to call her father back. Each time the line was busy. She wasn't looking at the clock, but it seemed to her when she tried to remember later that her last attempt had been at about 12:15 a.m. What Kate didn't know was that her father had called her back after their first conversation, and that her grandfather had picked up the phone. He expected it to be his son, who was late in arriving for their Christmas Eve festivities, but when he heard Gabby's voice, he decided to talk to him to forestall any scenes. He didn't know until later that Kate had already talked to her father. All over America, families were tiptoeing through the holidays, avoiding confrontations about old resentments and grudges. Alcohol only adds to the potential for trouble, and Gabby Moore's drinking was scaring his family.
I decided to occupy his time on the telephone with me, rather than to have any problem, to disturb Christmas Eve.
Dr. Myers remembered.
I visited with him, and we made a date for the day following Christmas for him to appear at my office. It would be closed. I wanted to examine him, and I suggested that I take him to lunch.
Gabby hadn't asked for Kate, and he thanked Dr. Myers for remembering his birthday 3 days before. Dr. Myers assumed that that had been the purpose for his call. As close as Myers could tell, it was about 11:30. He was becoming quite concerned about his son, worrying that he might have had car trouble or a flat tire, so he had been glancing at the clock. Myers couldn't be sure if Gabby was drinking.
He generally hid that pretty well from me. He told me he wasn't drinking, and I rather suspected that he might be bending the truth a bit with me.
Myers recalled.
That particular night he gave very little trace of drinking, except toward the end of the conversation, and I asked him then, and he said, "Oh, just a little bit."
If Gabby had been imbibing, he did an excellent job of hiding any slur in his voice. It was easy for Myers to believe that he had had only a few drinks and that things would be all right. He would get Gabby into his office, check his blood pressure, take him out for a good lunch, and they could talk things out. Gabby wasn't even 45. He had so many good years ahead of him. He would pull out of this depression and get his life together. That night, there were no more calls from Gabby Moore. Derek Moore and his girlfriend, Janet, had a great time at her family's Christmas Eve, and it was late when they left Union Gap to head back to Derek's apartment. Derek was driving Janet's car, and he estimated that he pulled into the backyard parking spot sometime between 1 and 1:30. They noticed right away that the back porch light was off. Gabby always left it on. "Derek," Janet said, "I think something is wrong." "We better get out of the car," Derek answered. He had seen that both his dad's MG and his own Jeep were parked in their usual spots. "I'll look in the house," he said, while Janet reached in the back seat to gather up his Christmas gifts. As Derek walked up to the back door, he noticed that the screen door in the back, which Gabby hadn't gotten around to replacing with the storm door for winter, was propped open, held by a white brick. It hadn't been that way when they left. Derek saw that someone had closed the kitchen window blinds during the time he'd been gone. They were always open, but now there were just thin slices of light coming through. Vaguely uneasy, he peered through the glass in the back door, and then he spun around with a premonition of trouble and yelled to Janet, who had been waiting tensely in her car. "My dad's not in there." Then he looked at the floor, Janet remembered, and he said, Janet, come here." As Janet rushed up the steps to join him, Derek cried, "My dad is laying on the floor." Janet looked in and saw Gabby lying there. They both acknowledged that Derek's father drank a lot, but they had never seen him on the floor, and that frightened them. "We didn't know what the deal was. We didn't know that he was passed out or anything," she said. "We just kind of stood there, didn't know what to do, and then Derek said, 'Come on, I'm going to my mom's to get her to come down with us.' So we went to his mom's and she wasn't home, so we went to the assistant wrestling coach at Davis, to his house, and he wasn't home, so we went to the 7-Eleven and I called the police." Most people don't have to work on Christmas, but cops do. Police departments never close down, especially not during the amateur drinking season when holiday parties send intoxicated drivers out on the roads and trigger family brawls. Patrolman John Mitchell was working one of the least desirable shifts that Christmas in Yakima, third shift, from 8 on Christmas Eve until 4 o'clock Christmas morning. It was very cold. The ground was covered with snow and the streets were a glare of ice. It was nearing 2 a.m. that Christmas morning when Mitchell's radio suddenly crackled. "Respond to 816 South 18th Street, unattended death." It was an especially sad call at Christmas time, an unattended death. Probably some elderly person, alone and ill, who had died all alone on Christmas Eve. It was a police matter in a sense, but it would probably prove to be a natural death, a stroke, a heart attack. Mitchell drove toward the address on South 18th, but he didn't use his whirling bubble lights or siren, and he didn't speed over the slippery streets. Whatever had already happened, and there was no need to rush. He pulled his police cruiser up in front of the small frame house. He had been told someone would meet him there, and he saw a young couple waiting in a parked car. They introduced themselves as Janet Whitman and Derek Moore. They appeared to be in their teens, and they both looked frightened. The boy said, "I think my father's dead. We have to go around to the rear to get into our place." Mitchell followed Derek Moore's car as he drove around to the back alley and parked. The screen door in the back of the place was held open by a large brick or building block. "He's in there," the boy said. Mitchell walked up the steps and peered through the window in the door. There was a light on in the kitchen just beyond the door. A counter, which seemed to serve as an eating area, ran parallel to the back wall. Mitchell could see a man lying on the floor. He had fallen just where there was a passage between the counter and the wall, and his legs were toward the back door. Mitchell couldn't see the upper portion of the man's body because it extended into some room on the other side of the breakfast bar. Cautiously, the officer stepped into the kitchen. The apartment was quiet. He leaned over the fallen man who was lying on his left side. Mitchell touched the side of the man's neck, just over the carotid artery. There was no encouraging pulse there, and the skin beneath his hand was already faintly cold. There were no signs of life at all. It looked as though the man had suffered a seizure of some sort and fallen forward, probably dead when he hit the floor. There was no blood and no sign of struggle. The call seemed to be, as the dispatcher had said, an unattended death. Mitchell stepped outside and saw that the young girl, Janet, was waiting close by, while the boy was standing back by their car.
"I'm afraid Derek's father is dead,"
he said quietly, and then he watched while she went over to the boy, put her hand on his arm, and spoke to him. John Mitchell was startled to hear Janet Whitman say, "Derek, they've shot your father." Why would she say that? As far as Mitchell knew, the man inside had died a natural death. He certainly hadn't seen anything to indicate that there had been a shooting. Janet was probably on the thin edge of hysteria, and like all kids, she had undoubtedly seen too many violent movies. Mitchell didn't know at that point that Gabby had been telling everyone around him that he feared for his life, that someone was threatening to shoot him just as they had Morris Blankenbaker. Mitchell walked up to Derek Moore. The boy was shocked, but he was able to answer questions. "Did your dad have any medical problems that might have caused his death?" Derek nodded his head slowly. "He had high blood pressure, but he was feeling fine tonight when I left. He was in good health." Puzzled, Mitchell went back into the kitchen. He looked around the room, and he caught a glint of light reflected from something on the floor. Leaning over, he saw that it was a .22 caliber brass cartridge. He didn't touch it. He looked beyond the kitchen counter into the living room and noted that the telephone receiver was off the hook and that a glass next to it had been tipped over. Still, the place seemed fairly normal. The dishes had been done and the rooms looked neat. Mitchell glanced around the kitchen. There was a broiler pan on the kitchen counter, but it wasn't sitting flat. It rested on a pair of eyeglasses. That was odd. Back outside, Mitchell learned that the man who lay dead on the kitchen floor was Glyn "Gabby" Moore, the coach from Davis High School. That made the second coach in Yakima to be found dead at 2 a.m. in less than 5 weeks. What were the chances of that happening? Mitchell radioed for his sergeant, Mike Bamsmer, to respond to the scene. While he waited, he advised the watch commander, Lieutenant Roy Capon, that he thought he might have a possible homicide and requested a detective team too. Since Moore was lying there in a white T-shirt and there wasn't a speck of blood on him, Mitchell still believed that Gabby had died of a heart attack. The bullet casing on the floor was a little out of place, but it could have been lying there for a long time. The phone off the hook and the glass being knocked over didn't concern Mitchell. If Moore had felt the first twinges of a coronary, he might have tried to call for help, left the phone off the hook, knocked over the glass, and then staggered toward the kitchen, maybe to open the door for the ambulance attendants. Of course, he had fallen with his head in the living room and his feet toward the back door, and it seemed as if he should have fallen in the other direction if he had been coming from the living room. During the 15 minutes it took for the detectives and his superior to arrive, Mitchell planted himself at the back door to keep the scene from being contaminated. Sergeant Robert Brimmer and Detective Howard Sear had been wakened from sleep, and they had hastily thrown on their clothes to get to Gabby Moore's apartment as quickly as possible. When they arrived at 816 South 18th Avenue, they saw Sergeant Bamsmer and a Dr. A.W. Stevenson standing out in the street on Arlington on the south side of the residence. Stevenson was very active with the athletic teams in Yakima, and Derek Moore had called him to tell him that his father was dead. He had gotten dressed and come over to help in any way he could. Bob Brimmer stepped into the kitchen and observed Gabby Moore lying on his side between a counter and a wall in the kitchen. His feet and legs were up against the south wall of the kitchen, and his back was against the end of the counter. There was a small throw rug beneath his body. As Brimmer started to enter the kitchen, Mitchell warned him not to step on the shell casing lying on the floor just inside the door about 2 feet from Moore's feet. The casing was already slightly crimped, as if someone had accidentally stepped on it. Mitchell was sure he had not. It was impossible to say how long the casing had been there. The death scene was photographed, a not entirely silent tableau, because Brimmer became aware of the sound of a record someplace in the apartment, a record that had come to the end, with a needle still wobbling on it. Bip-bip, bip-bip, bip-bip. The apartment looked like any bachelor pad that lacked a woman's touch. One end of the living room was being used as a bedroom, blocked off from the rest of the room by a chest of drawers. The king-sized bed was unmade, and a television set and a pair of trousers with the belt still in the loops rested atop the tangled covers. Brimmer saw that there was a photo album lying open on the floor beside the bed. Bending closer, he recognized pictures of Gabby Moore and Jerry Lee Blankenbaker Moore. Someone had apparently lain on his stomach on the unmade bed and gazed at the photographs of a once happy couple as a record played. As Brimmer's eyes and camera swept over the room in segments, recording everything, he saw a series of file cabinets that were stuffed with wrestling records and coaching plans. There was a solid cabinet blocking the front door, an overstuffed chair, a couch, a small coffee table. There was a single bathroom and a small bedroom near the kitchen where 16-year-old Derek Moore apparently slept. The wallpaper was patterned like a simulated old-fashioned piecework quilt, and there were knickknacks here and there and a few prints on the walls. The decor seemed to be a combination of what a previous tenant might have left and the necessary items that Moore and his teenaged son had moved in. Above the bed was a Renoir print of a long-ago Parisian woman with a shadow box of miniatures beside it, hardly something Gabby would have placed there. There was a concrete building block beside the rumpled bed, with a box of Kleenex on it, a shoe rack with men's shoes lined up with a precision that seemed ironic now, an alarm clock, and a stack of paperback books. The phone receiver was on the floor. A portable stereo sat on a table in a corner. The record still revolved, but the arm and needle were at the inside center groove, so that no music played any longer. The record on the turntable was Ray Price's For the Good Times. Brimmer found 2 guns in the bedroom section of the living room. A loaded shotgun leaned against the wall, and a .30-30 lever-action rifle, a Marlin, was lying under the bed. It, too, was loaded. "I unloaded both of the weapons," Brimmer said later. "I smelled the barrels. There were no empty rounds in the chambers, and there was no odor of fresh burnt gunpowder in either." All the while the detectives moved around the Moore apartment, taking pictures, measuring. Gabby Moore's body lay on the little throw rug. They all assumed he had suffered a fatal heart attack. But because of the recent murder of Morris Blankenbaker, they were taking extra care as they processed the apartment. They looked in a trash can in the kitchen and saw the 10-high whiskey bottle with perhaps a finger of liquor in the bottom. Brimmer was unable to bring up any usable prints, only prints on top of other prints that left unreadable smudges. Brimmer and Detective Howard Sear stood over Gabby Moore's body. He looked quite peaceful now in the darkest moments of the long Christmas Eve, Christmas Day night. Whatever had killed him, he had died, it appeared, almost instantly. It was time to have his body removed. Chances were that there might not even be an autopsy, not with his history of high blood pressure. Brimmer knew, of course, that Gabby had been hospitalized for hypertension only a month before. "We had taken measurements, we photographed the scene, and there was absolutely no evidence," Brimmer recalled. "And then I got down on my hands and knees, and I was looking at this small rug on which he was lying, and I detected a small spot." Brimmer enlisted Sear to help him roll Gabby's body over so that he could investigate the speck of red on the rug. Probably ketchup or something. "We moved Mr. Moore from his original position," Brimmer said. "At that point in time, A quantity of blood oozed from the body through this opening in the left shoulder area. The detectives, who were rarely startled by anything, were shocked. Even with their combined years of experience in investigating deaths, they couldn't believe that there could be this much free blood and not one spot on Gabby Moore's white T-shirt. They could see now, however, what had happened. Gabby Moore had been shot in the side beneath his left armpit. As long as he lay on the cold linoleum floor of his kitchen with his own considerable weight compressing the wound, the blood was walled back. There had been no sign at all that a bullet had pierced his body, but once they changed the position of his body, the huge amount of blood inside his chest had begun to seep through the wound beneath his left shoulder. It didn't gush, as it would from a live person whose heart's beating would pump it out in geysers. The blood only leaked as any fluid would through an inanimate object with a hole in it. Somewhere along the way, the tangled skein of Gabby's and Morris's personal relationships seemed to have caught them up and trapped them until they had come to a place where they could not get free. And now, neither of them ever would. 11. It was 11 a.m. on Christmas Day, but it did not seem like a holiday in the clean white room where a bright light illuminated the metal table, and the air smelled of dried blood and disinfectant. Dr. Richard Muzzle bent once again to perform an autopsy on a most unlikely murder victim. 33 days to the hour since Morris Blankenbaker's post-mortem exam, it was Gabby Moore's turn. Some of the men in the room had been there on November 22nd. Besides Muzzle, there was Sergeant Brimmer and Detective Vern Henderson. Detective Howard Sear was there, too, and Jeff Sullivan joined them now. The young prosecuting attorney had been elected to office the year before. He and his 7 deputy prosecutors took turns being on call to attend autopsies. Sullivan knew it was vital that someone from his office be present at post-mortems. When Bob Brimmer had called him before dawn on this Christmas Day, he had elected to forego a celebration with his family. Moore's death astonished him as much as the rest of them. Up to that point, Sullivan recalled, I felt that Gabby was somehow involved in Morris's death, but I'd been out to the hospital, and I knew he couldn't have done it himself. We figured maybe he had hired someone to do it. When Gabby was shot, too, I didn't know what to think. All of them watched intently as Muzzle lifted his scalpel and made the initial cut. Muzzle's first gross examination of the body of Gabby Moore, 44 years and 3 days old, was that he had sustained a gunshot wound to the left posterior lateral chest. That was all. There were no other injuries. Muzzle made the first Y-shaped incision from shoulder to shoulder, and at the midpoint, a vertical cut down to the pubic bone. There had clearly been tremendous damage to the organs in the upper part of Moore's body, and it was necessary to remove the front ribs and the breastbone so that the coroner could examine the dead man's heart and lungs. Gabby Moore had died from a massive hemorrhage, secondary to a bullet wound passing through both chest cavities and the heart, Muzzle explained. After entering the muscles of the left posterior chest, the bullet struck the 4th rib, here, on the left, he said, pointing. Then it deflected. That changed the angle of its course so that it traveled transversely through the chest, passing through the left lung, entering the left side of the heart, what we call the pulmonary outflow tract, where the right ventricle pumps blood into the lungs. Seldom had any of the men in the quiet room seen such damage from a lone bullet. Muzzle showed them where the slug had passed out the right side of the heart and through the right lung, lodging finally underneath the 4th rib on the victim's right side. There are approximately 2,000 cc's of blood in the left chest, he said. That's about 4 pints. I'd say 1,500 cc's, 3 pints, in the right chest, and another 300 cc's in the pericardial sac, the membranous sac that surrounds the heart. Half the blood in Moore's body had gushed out into his chest cavities, and yet only a slight fleck of red had stained the rug beneath him. Muzzle likened the bullet's effect on Moore's heart to cutting a garden hose with an axe. "You hemorrhage out exceedingly rapidly," he said. "I'm sure that he lost consciousness within less than a minute and was probably dead in 3 or 4 at the most." Pathologists often use metal probes to figure the angle at which a bullet enters a body. Dr. Muzzle inserted the probe and showed the investigators watching that the bullet had entered directly below the victim's left armpit at the 4th rib, a shot into his side, in layman's terms. Had the bullet continued down at the angle it entered, 45 degrees, Muzzle said that he doubted that it would have been a fatal wound. It probably would have gone through a portion of the left lung, but in all likelihood would have missed the heart and come out somewhere in the front of the chest. However, once it hit the 4th rib, it deflected. The probe went horizontally across the chest, following the path of the bullet that had penetrated the heart and both lungs. At that point, Muzzle's conclusions didn't seem as important as they would later. What did it matter, the angle at which a bullet had entered, or that it had traveled inside the body? Gabby Moore was dead. He had been dead almost from the moment he hit the kitchen floor. Muzzle retrieved only one bullet, a .22 caliber slug, that was very distorted after it had smashed into the 4th rib on the left. These bullets are notorious for their unpredictability. They are small caliber, and if they pass only through soft tissue, they do minimal damage. However, .22s cut through the air with such velocity that they have been known to kill a target a half-mile away. A larger caliber bullet stops a victim in his tracks and knocks him down, doing tremendous damage. The speeding .22 slug is given to tumbling when it hits a bone, and is far more likely to ricochet than a larger bullet. A .22 slug that comes into contact with a bone is like a car without a driver, bouncing heedlessly from one obstacle in its path to the next. Gabby Moore had been alive at 11 p.m. the night before, Christmas Eve. He had been alive, according to his former father-in-law, at 12:15 a.m. when Dr. Myers talked to him on the phone and the two planned a lunch date for December 26th. He was dead when his son came home an hour to an hour and a half later. What had happened during that vital and mysterious time period? Had someone forced his or her way into Gabby's apartment, pulled down the blinds to hide what was going on inside from the neighbors, leaving the back door propped open with a brick to assure a quick and fluid getaway? Ever since Morris Blankenbaker's murder, Gabby Moore had been telling intimates that someone was stalking him, too, and that he was afraid for himself and his family. No one had taken Gabby very seriously when he insisted that someone was trying to get to him, just the way they had got to Morris. He had tried to tell Jerry Lee about it, to convince her that not only was he innocent of any implication in Morris's death, but that he was in danger too. He had sworn to Jerry Lee that he would prove to her he was not involved in any collusion in Morris's murder. Had he had to die to prove his innocence to her? Or was it possible that the real answers to two seemingly senseless murders were more bizarre than anything a fiction writer could possibly dream up? Now Gabby was dead too, murdered too. The answers were not going to come from him. Although both of the victims were coaches, both had been shot with a .22 caliber gun, both had been married to the same woman, and both had been killed during the holidays, there were dissimilarities too. Just as he had during the Blankenbaker autopsy, Dr. Muzzle had removed a blood sample from Gabby Moore to check for any alcohol content. Morris had had no percentage of alcohol at all in his blood. Gabby's reading was almost .31. In Washington state, as in most states, .10 is considered evidence of intoxication. Gabby Moore had done a remarkable job of convincing Dr. Myers that he had had only a little to drink. It was amazing that he was still standing when he was shot. For a person unused to drinking, much beyond .30 is life-threatening. Gabby had undoubtedly developed a tolerance to liquor over the past few years, but even so, .31 was startling. The killer had had the advantage over both victims. Morris had quite likely been taken by surprise. Gabby would have been too drunk to fight back. On Friday, December 26th, the Yakima Herald-Republic headlined the news that another popular local coach had been murdered. Tied to Blankenbaker slaying, Davis mat coach Moore shot, killed. Dr. Myers was as shocked as anyone. After all, he had spoken to Gabby within an hour or so of his death. Now he remembered an odd question that Gabby had asked him once, something that had no meaning at the time. Gabby had wanted to know if there was any place on the human body where a person could be shot, not in an arm or a leg, but part of the torso, where it wouldn't be fatal. Myers had pondered the question for a moment and then said that most people could probably sustain a gunshot wound in the shoulder blade, and it probably wouldn't hit any vital organs. From what he understood, Gabby had been shot somewhere near his shoulder. It was odd and troubling to think that what he had taken to be a casual conversation might have had a purpose, although for the life of him he couldn't imagine what that purpose might be. To the media's frustration, Prosecutor Jeff Sullivan was playing his cards very close to his vest, and anyone outside the investigation was getting very little information. "It's a real tragedy," Sullivan said. "I'm very concerned. The police are working on it. So far we have nobody in custody. No answers." And indeed, there did not seem to be any answers. From all reports, Gabby Moore had been his own worst enemy. Neither the Yakima police nor the Yakima County prosecutor had any idea who had reason to kill him. He had lost a lot of his credibility, but not his popularity. Revenge for Morris's murder seemed an unlikely motive. Everyone who knew Gabby well knew he had been in the hospital when Morris died. It seemed unlikely that anyone would be so convinced that Gabby had a finger in Morris's murder that he had murdered Gabby in reprisal. Moreover, Morris Blankenbaker's friends were good, solid guys, athletes. Some, the men who had worked climbing telephone poles with him. Some who had gone to school with him. No, detectives couldn't believe that any of them had killed Gabby for revenge. They had no proof. Even if they had had evidence linking Gabby to Morris's murder, they would have gone to the police and not taken justice into their own hands. The obituaries for Gabby Moore were all glowing, reminding Yakimans of what he had done for sports in their town. No mention was made of the fact that Gabby Moore had been asked to leave Davis High School at the end of the school year. In death, he had somehow regained the respectability that he had lost in life. The quotes from his superiors made it sound almost as if the administration regretted firing him. Yakima's school superintendent, Warren Dean Starr, told the press, "We're shocked. He's been a fine employee and an outstanding wrestling coach. The administration is just sick about it." Funeral services for Gabby Moore were held on December 29, 1975, in the Central Lutheran Church in Yakima. Dr. Charles Wilkes of the First Church of the Nazarene officiated. Gabby's family suggested that memorials be given to the Davis wrestling team, or Yakima Youth Baseball. There was a decent-sized group of mourners, but not nearly as many as those who had come to pay their respects to Morris Blankenbaker 5 weeks before. The apartment on 18th Street that had become a shrine to Jerry Lee was vacated. Derek Moore went to live with his mother, sisters, and stepfather. Jerry Lee Blankenbaker looked for a way to pick up the fragments of her life. If she was afraid, few would blame her. Both of her husbands had been murdered within 5 weeks, and the police had no idea who the killer was. It was easy to imagine all kinds of frightening scenarios. She wondered sometimes if she did have a phantom admirer, someone even more obsessed with her than Gabby had been. What if there was still someone out there who was watching her, now that the men in her life were dead? What had happened already was beyond comprehension. She could no longer believe in a safe, protected existence. She knew that the whole world could blow up without warning. For her, it had done so, twice. 2 coaches, 2 murders, one at Thanksgiving, one at Christmas. There was no way that anyone was going to write this off as coincidence. What on earth did it mean? Who would have a reason to hate both of the dead men enough to kill them? A disgruntled former athlete? Some other man who was fixated on Jerry Lee, from a distance perhaps, and seethed to see her with Morris and Gabby? No, that was fictional plotting. It didn't fit in Yakima, and it didn't fit with Morris Blankenbaker and Gabby Moore. That didn't stop the rumor mills from churning out motives both plausible and utterly ridiculous. One tale that circulated around Yakima County was that there was a drug connection, that both of the victims had known too much about illegal narcotics operations in the area. Another strong rumor was that organized crime was involved. Lieutenant Bernie Klein told the press that the Yakima police had found nothing that suggested either motive, nor had they found any connection at all between Morris and Gabby's murders and the shooting death of Everett Fritz Fretland, a restaurant owner in nearby Selah, Washington, who had been found shot to death on September 6th. Aside from the parallels in time and place, Fretland's murder had nothing at all to do with those of the 2 coaches. Klein would say only that Prosecutor Jeff Sullivan and the police were making progress on Blankenbaker's and Moore's murders, although neither would give any details. "I have every confidence that both killings will be solved," Sullivan said. "The investigation is proceeding and progress is being made. We are looking into a number of possibilities. It is just a process of putting them together." 12. In truth, Sullivan and the others were baffled, but only for a short time. Then they dug in hard to solve this seemingly insoluble double murder case. In the years ahead, Sullivan would prosecute dozens of felonies and supervise many times that number. But he would never forget this case, a baptism of fire. In 1976, prosecuting attorney Jeff Sullivan was 32 years old, the same age as Morris Blankenbaker. Indeed, they both graduated from high school in Yakima in 1961, but Morris had gone to public school at Davis and Sullivan had attended parochial school, Marquette. Basketball was Sullivan's sport, football was Blankenbaker's. Sullivan would come to know Morris Blankenbaker and Gabby Moore better in death than he had ever known them in life. Jeff Sullivan was very handsome, a tall man with a thick shock of blonde hair, who bore more than a passing resemblance to John F. Kennedy. After winning the election in November 1974, Sullivan was just embarking on the first of 6 terms as the elected prosecutor of Yakima County. He was a native Yakiman, the son of a family who had run a dry cleaning business in the area for many years. Sullivan had worked long and hard to achieve the responsible position he held at such a young age. His B.A. degree was from Gonzaga University in Spokane. He had a Bronze Star from his service as a first lieutenant in Vietnam, where he was platoon leader and executive officer. Returning from Vietnam, Sullivan, who had a wife and 2 children by then, a family that would swell to 4 children, worked a full-time job as a trust officer of a Spokane bank during the day and attended law school at Gonzaga at night. Despite his punishing schedule, he graduated 3rd in his class in the spring of 1971. 2 months later, he was a deputy prosecutor in Yakima. The next year, he changed hats and worked as a public defender. The first case that Sullivan won was against J. Adam Moore, no relation to Gabby. He managed to get the second-degree murder charges against his client reduced to manslaughter. "Well, I think I won," Sullivan laughs. "Adam Moore claims he won." Adam Moore and Jeff Sullivan would continue to meet on the legal battlegrounds of Yakima County over the next 3 decades. During trials, their friendship was always there, but on hold. Sullivan considers Moore the premier defense attorney in Yakima County, probably in the whole state of Washington. The two attorneys had no way of knowing in December of 1975 how challenged both of them would be by the Morris-Blankenbaker-Gabby Moore homicide case. Gabby Moore's death left a huge void in the lives of his current and former athletes. His connection to them had been so much more than that of a teacher to his students. Coaches, good coaches, shape the lives of their athletes forever after. They are often the father figures that some boys and girls never had. They can instill a sense of self-worth and an inner confidence that lasts a lifetime. Teenagers may be cocky on the outside, but most of them are unsure of their own capabilities, tough or sullen because they are scared inside. Sports bring discipline and the courage to keep going when it looks as though the athlete has no more heart, muscle, or breath left. For most of his life, Gabby had been a superlative coach. Only the last few years had sullied that image. Gabby had coached both football and wrestling, but like most coaches, he excelled in one, and that was, of course, wrestling. Wrestlers have to practice more self-denial than participants in almost any other sport. In order to make their weights, most wrestlers diet or fast the last few days before a match. They may also sweat out water weight in saunas. A football player can still play his position if he goes into a game weighing 195 instead of 190. A wrestler cannot. His sport is one-on-one. In a match, he is on his own. Just the wrestler and his coach against another team's wrestler and his coach. And, of course, almost to the end of his life, Gabby Moore had been there with his boys all the way. Gabby had recruited his wrestlers when they were in junior high. In Yakima, many of them had the choice of attending either Eisenhower or Davis High School, and Gabby had scouted for up-and-coming young athletes when they were way back in the 7th or 8th grade. With his chosen boys, he became a large part of their lives from that moment on. Little wonder, then, that his murder left dozens of young men shocked and grieving. Gabby Moore had been invincible to them, the strongest, toughest man they had ever known. If something could happen to Gabby, their own mortality suddenly stared back at them when they looked in their mirrors. Hurting the most were the handful of young men who had counted on Gabby for advice and inspiration and friendship, who had continued to see him on an almost daily basis, even when his life had blown all to hell over a woman who didn't love him anymore. Now they were left free-floating, with no anchor. All of the massive media coverage of Gabby's mysterious death and his obituaries had mentioned that his Davis wrestling team took the Washington State Championship in 1972. That was his dream team. The stars were Kenny Marino, Greg Williams, J.T. Culbertson, Mike McBurb, and Angelo Pleasant. Angelo was probably the most outstanding athlete Gabby had ever coached. Together, that 1972 team had shown what small-town athletes with a superb coach could do. Those were glory days, days that none of them forgot. And now all the glory was ashes. Angelo Pleasant was the shining star of the 1972 Davis wrestling squad. His family was proud of him, just as he was proud of them. The Pleasant family had carved a place for themselves as one of the most respected families in Yakima. Coydell Pleasant and her husband Andrew ran the Pleasant Shopper Market on South 6th Street. In order to make ends meet and see that his children all had a good education, Andrew also drove a garbage truck for the city of Yakima. In the summer, when Vern Henderson was between college terms, he and Andrew Pleasant had worked together on the garbage routes, and the two became good friends. The Pleasant Shopper Market was a typical neighborhood grocery store with a little bit of everything, from canned goods to dairy products to produce, and even had a small line of clothing. The Pleasant's strength was that they gave a lot of personal attention that customers didn't find at chain supermarkets. They went out of their way to help customers find what they wanted. They were unfailingly friendly, and they were just plain nice people. A black family in a small town populated mostly by Caucasians and a few Hispanics, the Pleasants worked long hours themselves, and so did their 3 sons and 3 daughters. A close family, they were highly respected for what they had achieved. "We were always close," Coydell recalled of the good days. The 2 younger boys, Angelo and Anthony, who were 2 years apart in age, were especially tight. "They never really fought much. They did things together," Coydell remembered. "They hunted, they fished, picnicked, bowling." The boys were always tussling around and wrestling with each other. They were in Boy Scouts together, in Pack 22 to start with. Later, they both wrestled for Gabby Moore. One of the things the elder Pleasants preached over and over to their children was the value of education. "I have always taught the kids," Coydell emphasized, "to listen and do what their teacher tells them because the teachers that's teaching them have their education, and they, the kids, are there to try and get theirs. We were really wanting them to go and get an education, and that was the only way to do it. They would have to listen to their teachers and learn." By 1975, the Pleasants had been in business for a decade, and their children were just about grown, ranging in age from 18 to 29. They had all either completed their higher education or were in the process. The boys all had A names: Andrew Jr., Angelo, and Anthony. The girls had pretty S names: Sarita, Sandra, and Celia. Andrew Sr. and Coydell were proud of all their children, but it was Angelo who had truly excelled in sports. Andrew and Anthony were good, but Angelo was championship material. Gabby Moore had dropped by the store and told the elder Pleasants that he couldn't see that anything would keep Angelo down. In fact, he figured that Angelo might even make the Olympic team. Angelo worked hard in the store. His parents loved to fish, and when they took short vacations, he took over the market and ran it for them. He was an energetic shelf-stocker, too, and good at getting his friends to help him. Angelo was the kid with the biggest smile and the broadest shoulders. But it was Angelo who had given his parents the most grief, too. Every family with more than one child has its problem kid, or kids. If one of their children was going to be in trouble, the Pleasants knew it would be Angelo. He was tremendously strong, and he was as quick to fight as he was to laugh. He did a lot of both. Schoolwork was harder for him than it was for his older brother Andrew, or for his sisters, and it was Angelo who chafed most at his father's strict guidelines for behavior. To his everlasting regret, it was Angelo who once raised his fist to his own father. Eventually, all 3 of the Pleasant sons went out for wrestling at Davis High School and wrestled under Gabby Moore's tutelage. Angelo and Anthony admired their older brother Andrew, and they wanted to follow in his footsteps. In keeping with his pugnacity, Angelo had a nickname that made his complete name sound like an oxymoron. Everyone called him Tuffy, Tuffy Pleasant. Only on formal occasions did anyone call Angelo anything but Tuffy. Tuffy was a good-looking kid with a wide smile. You had to like him when he grinned. He was born on January 28, 1954, in Yakima, and spent most of his school years there. "I was in the 6th grade at Adams Elementary School," he remembered, when my parents went into the grocery business. Tuffy Pleasant went on to Washington Junior High, and that was where he first met the man who would become his hero. Tuffy was in the 9th grade. Everyone knew Gabby Moore, and when he showed up in the gymnasiums of middle schools, it was like a Broadway producer showing up at a college play. There was a buzz. The season was about half over, Tuffy remembered, and I saw him at certain matches, but I still wasn't wrestling varsity until after Christmas. I finally made the first string, and then a couple of people on the team told me that he was the coach at Davis High School, and he was down looking for prospects for the years coming. Tuffy had planned to go to Eisenhower High, but Gabby changed that. He was down there to talk to me as a coach and asked me to, wrestle for them, that I had potential and to give him a chance as a coach. Actually, Gabby wasn't the first coach who had tried to recruit Tuffy Pleasant. Even in the 9th grade, the kid had something extra. It wasn't that he was that big. He grew to be 5'7" and he only weighed 138 pounds in his sophomore and junior years in high school. But even way back then, he just wouldn't quit. From the beginning, Tuffy liked Coach Moore. Gabby seemed to take an interest in his wrestlers not just as athletes, but as people. "You know, it kind of went beyond a coach and a student. It's kind of hard to explain," Tuffy said many years later, half smiling. "But it gets so, you are pretty good. You are pretty good. And you just get pretty tight with that coach, especially if you're one of the main starters and he had a lot of interest in you. You want to do good for your coach and your school." Tuffy did remarkably good for his school and his coach. He and Gabby had a truly symbiotic relation. Gabby could see that Tuffy was the most outstanding wrestler on a squad of top-grade athletes, and that Tuffy would represent him well. A coach's work product is the athletes he brings along. Tuffy Pleasant had one of the best wrestling coaches in the state, and a friend/father figure who had been there for him for years, and who would continue to be there. Tuffy already had a wonderful father in Andrew Pleasant, but Gabby painted pictures of a future for Tuffy that Andrew might never have imagined. Gabby promised Tuffy the whole world. Gabby was Tuffy's football coach, too. He was our head coach on defense. Tuffy had the most challenging position on the football team. "I played monster back, the toughest position on defense," Tuffy remembered. "You can get trapped sometimes. They double-team you, they triple-team you, and you got to be tough to handle the position. I was mostly on the offside of center, either on one side or the other of our defensive tackle." Tuffy played football 2 years at Davis High School, but wrestling was his real love, his avocation, the very center of his existence. He didn't mind the strict training rules Gabby Moore laid down. "No drinking," Tuffy recited the forbidden activities, "no late hours whatsoever, and if you can restrain yourself from it, no physical contact with any type of lady." Gabby didn't like his athletes to have girlfriends. "I tried to observe his requirements," Tuffy said with a grin, "to the best of my ability." Since Tuffy had always been a ladies' man, the best of his ability was none too pristine when it came to sex. It was probably natural that Tuffy Pleasant and Gabby Moore were already more than coach and athlete while Tuffy was in high school. Gabby visited a few times at the Pleasant family home, and he still dropped by the shopper market often. The man and the boy went out to dinner, where Gabby preached to Tuffy about what his future could be. "He talked to me," Tuffy said. "He told me to keep on moving. Don't let your education stop here," he said. "He told me to carry it on through, and I could probably be the head coach here at Davis myself." Head wrestling coach at Davis. The very thought of something so wonderful made Tuffy's chest swell. That became Tuffy's ambition, the goal he looked toward all through college. One day he would pick up the torch that Gabby handed down. Looking back, Tuffy said he considered Gabby a second father who was always there for him. "I would go over to his house. I would get the best treatment, and I felt like he just treated me like one of his own kids." During Tuffy's senior year in high school, he was wrestling in 3 or 4 matches a week. Gabby Gay and their 3 children shared a big 2-story house, and Tuffy was often invited to stay in the basement guest room. There was a wrestling mat down there, and after a workout, the young champion and several of the others on the squad, Kenny Marino and Joey Watkins and some of the others, would head for Gabby's house, where they would go through another workout. They were young, in peak form, and tireless. They and their coach were eating, breathing, and sleeping wrestling. There was no drinking, not even beer. The teenagers on his squad got caught drinking beer once, and Gabby had a fit. "He just wouldn't allow it," Tuffy said, "because you get to messing with all that stuff, and you can't get in as good a shape as you need to be for that type of sport." Gabby himself wasn't drinking then either. None of them could even picture Gabby drinking. When his boys had to cut weight, he did too. Tuffy smiled again, remembering.
He would have him a little stomach, too, you see, and he would lose weight right along with us. We had to have our hair cut. He would cut his.
Sometimes the wrestlers, including Tuffy Pleasant, had trouble with their grades. Gabby saw to it that they had tutors to help them, and if they needed extra credits, he made them assistants in his driver training classes. How much actual work they did is questionable, but they made up for lost credits. It wasn't that he made life too easy for them, though. It was more that he was always there to solve their problems, to make them feel confident, to tell them that their hopes for the future were attainable. He was a benevolent tyrant, far more benevolent than tyrant. In 1971 and 1972, Gabby Moore seemed to his athletes to have it all, everything that they hoped to have one day. He had a beautiful wife and a long-standing, apparently happy marriage. He had 3 great kids and a nice house, and he had the job that most of them thought would be the best job in the world. Most of them wanted to be just like him. The peak experience of Tuffy Pleasant's life and his athletic career to date was in the summer of 1972. He had just graduated from high school and was looking forward to college. 4 wrestlers, the best in the state of Washington, would be chosen to go to Japan and Hawaii in the exchange program that Gabby had worked so hard on. Tuffy yearned to be one of them. Tuffy had put on some weight, not much. By his senior year, he was wrestling at 158 pounds. There would be only 1 wrestler in that weight category chosen for the Japan trip. It was going to be difficult to pick the best from the whole state of Washington. All the contenders went.
Amidst the flow of words, stillness is the most important bridge. Now let Anapos. Listen to a relaxing meditation piece together. Gently close your eyes, turn your attention inward, and rediscover your own inherent balance.
To wrestling camp in Moses Lake, Washington. Tuffy roomed with his best friend and teammate, Kenny Marino, knowing how much both of them wanted to win the trip to the Far East. Kenny made it to the semifinals, and then he was dropped. Tuffy made it all the way. He was on top of the world. He had a memorable time in Japan and Hawaii, and then came home to a hero's welcome in Yakima. He was proud and happy. No matter what happened to him later in his life, he would always talk about his shining moments in the summer of 1972. "I was very happy and always will be, too," he would say, almost defiantly. Tuffy soon came back to earth after the glory of his triumph in Japan. The rest of the summer of 1972, he worked for the Yakima City Sanitation Department, hauling brush, to save money for college. With Gabby's hearty recommendation, he had been recruited by the wrestling coach at Columbia Basin College in Pasco, Washington. Tuffy attended Columbia Basin from September 1972 through the winter quarter in 1975. His best friend, Kenny Marino, started his freshman year at the University of Washington in Seattle. Tuffy's brother Anthony was still in high school. Gabby kept track of his boys, even after they were in college. "He would come down and see me," Tuffy said. "He was interested in how I did. When I left high school, he called my college coach and asked, 'How's Pleasant doing?' If Pleasant was not doing this well, he'd say, 'Have him do this.' Or if Pleasant is not responding to that, well, then have him do that. And he'll respond." It was as if Tuffy had team coaching. Gabby was always around or on the phone to be sure that he was wrestling to his peak ability. It made Tuffy happy to know that his old coach was still guiding him. They were as tight as ever. Tuffy had not cut himself off from Yakima ties, even though he was living in Pasco. He made the 160-mile round trip twice a week, once in the middle of the week and again on the weekends. Kenny Marino, who hadn't gone back to the University of Washington after his freshman year, was living in Yakima.
As soon as I would hit town, he, Kenny, would probably be the first person I would look up,
Tuffy remembered,
before I even went to see my family.
Kenny Marino was like another brother to Tuffy.
I loved him just as much,
he said, but neither Kenny nor Tuffy's brother Anthony seemed to have the ambition that Tuffy did. He and Kenny Marino had a social life together, but they didn't talk much about the future. And Tuffy saw that his younger brother Anthony's main ambition was to become another Jimi Hendrix. Anthony was very good with the guitar, but Tuffy knew what the odds were, and sometimes he thought his younger brother was a dreamer. Anthony had dropped out of school, and both Tuffy and Gabby were trying to get him back in.
Gabby was talking to the principal and some of his teachers, trying to get some of his grades straightened out, and the classes straightened out.
In college, Tuffy's road suddenly developed detours. Although he had been a phenomenon in high school, Tuffy Pleasant never quite saw his dreams of wrestling championships in college come to fruition.
I did good,
he said of his career at Columbia Basin,
except that I never did finish up at state because every time it got right down to it, something all the time happened to me. Not grades. It was either injury or sickness.
But his grades weren't superior. Tuffy had a hard time in college, and he didn't have Gabby close by to find tutors for him. In the spring of 1975, as Jerry Lee Blankenbaker Moore was trying to get up her courage to leave Gabby, Tuffy Pleasant had decided to drop out of college for a quarter. He stayed on in Pasco, though. He had a job with the Washington Fish and Game Department.
We planted fish, salmon, steelhead at certain dams,
he explained.
We would go up the river and plant fish, and then we would go down the river to a lower-level dam and wait and count how many came through.
Tuffy planned to continue his college at Central Washington University in Ellensburg. He had enough credits to enter as a junior. He planned to bring his grades up so that he really would have a shot at being a teacher and a coach back in Yakima. Gabby had told him he could do it. In September 1975, Tuffy would move to Ellensburg and share an off-campus apartment with two roommates at 1501 Glen Drive. With the new freeway between Ellensburg and Yakima, Tuffy could be in Yakima in 35 or 40 minutes. And he had a number of reasons to make the trip often. For one thing, he had never been able to adhere absolutely to Gabby's no girlfriends rule. Tuffy was engaged to a young woman named Renee Sandin. More than engaged, really. They had a 3-year-old daughter, and Renee was pregnant again by late fall 1975, due to deliver in June. Tuffy's second reason to travel often to Yakima was that he realized that Gabby Moore needed him. Gabby had been keeping an eye on Tuffy's college wrestling, but Tuffy had not visited Gabby's home as he used to. He knew that Gabby and Gay were divorced, and he knew about the merry-go-round involving Morris and Jerry Lee and Gabby, but he was shocked when he moved back closer to Yakima to find that Gabby had completely fallen apart after Jerry Lee left him. Beginning in August 1975, Tuffy saw Gabby more often.
Usually, Tuffy said, I started seeing him other summers toward the end, seeing how he's doing and talking to him about his team for the coming year and about football.
But this summer was different. Sometime in August, Tuffy went by the house that Gabby had bought to share with Jerry Lee and her children. He was surprised to find that Gabby didn't live there any longer. He set out to find him.
I kind of felt he would be the same old Mr. Moore,
Tuffy recalled. But he had heard rumors that Gabby's teams weren't doing well at all, and some of the wrestlers had told him,
It's Mr. Moore, it's not us.
Tuffy had wanted to see for himself, and he found that the scuttlebutt was all true. Gabby was doing a lot of drinking, sitting there in front of Tuffy and the other guys and pouring one drink after another. Gabby had always told Tuffy and the other athletes, "I don't care what you do out of season, but during season I care a lot what you do." Now Tuffy tried to tell himself that it wasn't as if school had started. Gabby wasn't really coaching yet, and when September came and the wrestlers turned out, he would shape up. Tuffy was sure Gabby would quit drinking then. From the moment Tuffy Pleasant renewed his contacts with Gabby Moore in the summer of 1975, he saw him every day for a month. It seemed essential to Gabby that Tuffy be there, to listen. Gabby was morose. All the old spark had gone out of him. He told Tuffy that he was selling the house he had just bought the year before. No reason to keep it. He had only bought it for Jerry Lee and her kids. He couldn't live in it alone. He thought it would sell quicker if he put in a concrete driveway. Laying concrete was at least something solid Tuffy could do to help Gabby, so he and a couple of his cousins put the driveway in. We finished it off after Labor Day. School started, and Gabby kept right on drinking. Tuffy and Kenny Marino and some of the other members of Gabby's earlier teams talked it out and set up a schedule where they could cover for him at after-school practice and even at wrestling meets. They knew that if they weren't there to oversee things, the school administration would see how bad things really were with Gabby. There are few things more shocking for the very young than to discover that their heroes have feet of clay. Gabby Moore had been everything to them, and he had had it all. Now their old coach didn't have the perfect life any longer. Both his marriages were history. His first wife, Gay, was married to one of the football coaches at Davis. Gabby's marriage to Jerry Lee had been over before it began. And soon his athletes heard that, despite their help, Gabby's job was in jeopardy. This news only made them redouble their efforts to save it for him. Sometimes Gabby showed up for practice, and sometimes he didn't. It was really better when he didn't. Better than the occasions when he had liquor on his breath, or when he went out to his car to sneak a drink from a bottle he kept there. He just hadn't seemed to care any more about anything except getting Jerry Lee to come back to him. Gabby's athletes had tried to save him. If it was a matter of trying and wanting and wishing on their parts, he would have somehow come around to being his old self again. Right up to the end, they had been visiting him and trying to cheer him up. But now Gabby Moore was dead, and none of that mattered anymore. 13. Vern Henderson had not been officially assigned to the Morris Blankenbaker murder case, but now, with Gabby Moore's murder, Vern was transferred to the homicide team investigating both the Blankenbaker and Moore murders. There was no way that Vern could keep from working on the growing mystery. He couldn't stand on the outside any longer. He had to be there to find the answer to what was proving to be a more and more inscrutable puzzle. But first, he needed some key to find his way in, some piece of physical evidence that could start him in the right direction. The loss and grief Vern had felt when Morris Blankenbaker was murdered had not diminished, and it never would until he found his friend's killer.
"I don't have many friends," he said. "No, that's not what I mean. I know lots of people, but people who really know me, know how I'm feeling. No, I don't let many people get close to me. Morris was like that. Rucker was like that, too. We had bonds. Just some people you get the feeling with and others you don't. I always learned you can't let people get that close to you, because then they know your weaknesses. In a fatherless home, you learn to grow up quick. You don't really have a childhood. Morris's mother and my mother kept telling us, you gotta do something with your life. You can't just be running around the streets. Both Morris and Vern had been aware that people said mothers couldn't do a good job of raising sons, and they strived to excel to prove them wrong. I always wanted to do something to make my mother proud of me, Vern Henderson said. Now Vern would never be proud of himself, not really, until he found Morris's killer. Morris had been so kind to everyone. If Morris Blankenbaker liked you, he would do anything for you. He was like a bull on the football field, Vern said. He could run right over anybody. He could have whipped half the school, but he wasn't a bully. He wasn't like that. Everyone on the Yakima Police Department wanted to solve the bizarre double murders of the two popular coaches, but not one of them felt the impetus to do so in his gut, the way Vern Henderson did. In that dismal period between a bloody Christmas and a cheerless New Year, Vern thought about all that had happened and wondered where to start. Which brick could he remove from the wall that a killer had built up around himself? How could he make that wall tumble? Bob Brimmer was Vern's sergeant upstairs in the detective's office. He was an old-school investigator with decades on the job. He would work the case his way, and Vern would work it his. He knew what his strengths were. He was a listener, and he had spread out a network that snared information during his years investigating juveniles. He counted on his network now. Yakima was a small town, and people talked. Sooner or later, some names were going to work their way back to Henderson. At a time when he had the least inclination to be patient, that was just what he was going to have to be. Vern Henderson, always taciturn, became doubly so as the old year passed away and 1976 dawned. Somebody knew who had shot Morris and who had shot Gabby. It might be the same man or woman. It might be two different men or women. Even though Gabby Moore had begun as the prime suspect in Morris Blankenbaker's murder, Bob Brimmer and Howard Sear had established that he could not have killed Morris, not with his own hands. But then who had? When Vern Henderson said everybody in Yakima liked Morris, he wasn't overstating it. Everybody had. It's an old rule of thumb in homicide investigation that detectives look for the killer among those closest to the victims. Family first, then friends, then co-workers, and out into a continually widening circle. There had been no obvious reason at all for strangers to kill either Morris or Gabby. They hadn't been robbed. Neither had been involved in a fight or altercation with anyone. Their only enemies were one another. And their main connection was Jerry Lee. All of the witnesses who had seen Jerry Lee the morning she found Morris's body agreed that this was a woman in deep shock and excruciating grief. She was never a serious suspect. Why should she be? If she had wanted to be free of Morris a second time, he would have let her go as gently as he had the first time. But she hadn't wanted to leave the father of her two little children. She loved Morris, and she was looking forward to remarrying him. She had no gun. She had no gun debris on her hands. Her recall of events of the night and morning of November 21st and 22nd dovetailed perfectly with witness statements and with the detective's reconstruction of events. Morris had stuck close to home when he wasn't teaching, coaching, or moonlighting at the lion's share. Gabby had stayed in his apartment in the last weeks of his life. His closest companions had been his son, his daughters, and the former athletes who had tried to comfort him and to cover for him so he wouldn't lose his job. Even in the weeks when he had not been officially assigned to the Blankenbaker case, Vern Henderson had gone over Morris's last moments 100 times in his mind. "He knew who it was," Vern said. "The reason I know Morris knew who it was because there was no defensive wounds. I looked for that when I was at his autopsy." Vern Henderson knew Morris's habits almost as well as he knew his own. Morris would have driven into the alley behind his house, parked his car next to the carport, and headed for the side gate. He had gotten through the gate, Henderson surmised, and he was probably shutting it, and someone called, "Morris," and he turned around. He knew who it was. As good as Morris was, you might have killed him, but not without his having some defensive marks, unless he knew who it was. As close as the shooter was, it made me know it wasn't an enemy who shot him, to get that close to Morris, because Morris was too good at hand-to-hand combat. No, he knew him. There would always be times when Vern Henderson regretted that he carried the visual memory of Morris lying on the autopsy table. But that was the price he had to pay.
He had needed to know that there were no defensive marks on his friend at all, to know how close the shooter had gotten to Morris. It helped him to picture who he was looking for. I knew that Morris not only knew the person who shot him, he had to have trusted him to let him get that close. Now, at last, Vern was right in the middle of the investigation, not only of Morris's murder, but also of Gabby's. He had watched Gabby from a distance during the last weeks of his life. "I expected that Gabby had had something to do with it," he said. "I knew he didn't shoot him, Morris, as far as that point, but naturally he was a suspect." One encounter kept coming back to Vern. After Morris's autopsy, he had been downstairs in the radio room just as Gabby Moore was coming down the hall, headed for Brimmer's office on the second floor. He was coming around there, and I wanted to see him because that would tell me something for my own self. He came down the hall, and I'm standing at the end of the hall waiting on him, and he kept his head down. He would not look up at me, Vern recalled, and he got right even with me, and he says, "Vern, I just didn't do it." But he never would look up and look at me dead in the face, and he went on, and I kept looking at him. I said in my own mind, I know he didn't shoot him, but he had someone do it. Vern Henderson shrugged, and there was no evidence, and all I could think of was when we were back in junior high school, and he was our wrestling coach, how he always said, "Look your opponent dead in the eye. Let him know what you're feeling and that you're going to beat him." But Gabby wouldn't look at me. Sometimes now, Vern wished he had gone up to Gabby as he stood over Morris's grave and asked him some questions. Vern hadn't known how short the time was. He'd always thought that there would come a time when he would talk to his old coach, where maybe careful conversation would allow the whole truth to come out. He remembered the old Gabby and how he had loved his athletes, how he had loved Morris. He had figured that somewhere deep inside, Gabby had to be feeling pangs of conscience. That was why Gabby had driven up to the cemetery in the bitter wind of winter. That was probably why Gabby had increased his prodigious consumption of alcohol. At the end of his life, Gabby Moore had been as self-destructive as any man Vern Henderson had ever seen. Whatever had happened on Christmas Eve, there would never be a time now for Vern Henderson to sit down and talk with Gabby Moore. He would have to figure out a way to tap into the minds of the killer or killers, living or dead. How were Bob Brimmer and Vern Henderson and the rest of the Yakima detectives going to find the concealed fragments that made up the crimes? How were they going to get solid evidence that Jeff Sullivan could take into a murder trial? Tips and leads were called into the office, and Brimmer fielded those. Henderson was more a believer in the gifts of information that could be gleaned out in the streets. Henderson had made a point to find out who Gabby's closest associates were when Morris was killed. Now, the Yakima investigator set out to see who Gabby Moore had spent his time with in the last week or so of his life. It didn't take long for him to find out that Gabby had had almost daily visits from a number of his athletes. Names mentioned to Vern Henderson and Bob Brimmer were Joey Watkins, Angelo Tuffy Pleasant, Tuffy's younger brother Anthony, and Stoney Morton. Joey Watkins told Brimmer and Henderson that several of the guys had visited Gabby often in December. He knew for a fact that Tuffy and Anthony Pleasant and Stoney Morton had stopped by to check on him on Christmas Eve. Vern couldn't believe that the Pleasant brothers or Joey Watkins or Kenny Marino would have hurt Morris. They were Morris's friends. Vern had seen Morris teach Tuffy some wrestling moves, and the Pleasants and Joey sometimes visited at the house on North 6th Street. "I called all my friends," Henderson said, "and asked if they had heard any rumors, and my one friend said he had heard that Joey Watkins and Tuffy Pleasant had been in the lion's share talking to Morris a little while before he got off work." That information didn't make much of an impression on Henderson. He knew that both Watkins and Pleasant often stopped by the lion's share. It wasn't as if they had suddenly shown up someplace where they had never been. In fact, it was Joey Watkins who had gone home with Morris to back him up the night Gabby broke into Morris's house while he was working, and Jerry Lee had been frightened. When Vern checked at the lion's share, he learned that Tuffy and Joey had been in on Friday night, probably between 9 and 11, at least 2 hours before Morris got off work. Tuffy Pleasant interested Vern more than Joey Watkins, though. I thought, now Tuffy hung around with Gabby all the time. I'd seen him driving Gabby's little MG around town. Back in November, Vern had turned that information over in his head, but he never could make it fit. Sure, Tuffy had two sides to him. He could be the kid with the wide-open grin who was everybody's friend, but he could also be a fighter. Vern knew that Tuffy had put his own father in the hospital once. His dad never turned him in, Vern recalled, but I knew about it because we worked on the garbage trucks together way back, and we got to be friends. Joey Watkins was a big guy, but Vern had never known him to be threatening off the wrestling mat. Nah. He couldn't see either of those fools shooting Morris. He put it out of his mind and concentrated on his own assignments. But now he was working 2 homicides, and on occasion his thoughts turned back to the tight relationship Gabby and Tuffy had had. Vern wondered if Tuffy had wanted Gabby to be happy bad enough to shoot Morris. That conclusion was too mind-boggling, and Henderson shook it away. Tuffy was a hothead sometimes, but Vern couldn't picture him as a killer. And then there was the question of who had shot Gabby. Tuffy Pleasant owed everything to Gabby Moore. He loved his coach and his friend. There was no way he would have harmed a hair on Gabby's rapidly balding head. Vern Henderson always ended up right back where he'd started with his maddeningly circular theorizing. When it came right down to it, he had no idea who had killed either Morris or Gabby. Bob Brimmer and Vern had gone to the Pleasant South 6th Street grocery store several times. They now asked Tuffy's mother, Coydell, if she would have Tuffy contact their office. On Saturday, January 3rd, 1976, Tuffy Pleasant came into the Yakima police station for an interview. He was not read his rights under Miranda because he was not considered a viable suspect. Yes, he said he had visited with his former coach early on the evening of Christmas Eve. He said he had asked Moore if he'd like to go out someplace and have a couple of drinks, and Gabby Moore had agreed and started to clean up. But then, Gabby had received 2 phone calls, and whoever it was had seemed to upset him. Tuffy said he had changed his mind about going out. He wanted to stay in his apartment and have some drinks, and so Tuffy had left to go to some of his own family's Christmas celebrations. When Tuffy left, he said Gabby had been fine. Tuffy had apparently been as shocked as everyone else to learn the next morning that Gabby was dead. Pressed, Tuffy admitted that Gabby had been talking kind of crazy about getting rid of Morris Blankenbaker earlier in the fall. He had told Tuffy that he would be willing to pay $500, or even more, if someone would shoot Morris. Tuffy had said he wouldn't even consider killing Morris. To get Gabby off the subject, to placate him for the moment, he had suggested a name he plucked out of the air as a possible hired killer, someone who could furnish a cold gun. He said he had described this potential hired gun as someone who likes leather clothes.
The whole idea behind the proposed shooting of Morris,
Tuffy told police,
was for the love of Jer Lee.
Gabby was up and down emotionally all fall, Tuffy said, but he seemed to be at his lowest ebb a few days before Christmas. Tuffy told Brimmer and Henderson that he had a strong alibi for the night Morris Blankenbaker was shot, although he couldn't say just what Joey Watkins had done that night. He said that he and Joey had gone to the Red Lion and then Joey split and went off by himself. Tuffy said he had stayed all night with a girl at the hotel and then had gone to an address on North 4th in Yakima and spent the rest of Saturday and Saturday night with the girl there. On Sunday, he said he had moved his belongings out of Joey Watkins's house, and that was the last time he had had much to do with him. Although the Yakima detectives were not entirely convinced that Tuffy had told them the truth, or all of the truth, they had no evidence to tell them differently. Tuffy left their offices. Tuffy Pleasant's whereabouts on the night Morris Blankenbaker was shot had to be traced. Hard facts were essential, even though Tuffy made an unlikely suspect. No matter how many questions the Yakima detectives asked, they couldn't find anyone who said Tuffy had anything against Morris. It was common knowledge that Gabby had been his hero, his mentor, for years. Bob Brimmer and his detectives had gone over the yard where Morris Blankenbaker had been shot a number of times. They figured that, with 3 shots, there should be 3 bullet casings lying somewhere in the area, unless the death gun had been a revolver. An automatic or a semi-automatic would eject the spent casings once the slug had been fired at a target. Morris hadn't mowed the grass before the snow fell, and there were also tall weeds in a lot of spots. It wasn't likely that the killer had taken the time to stop and look for bullet casings so he could pick them up before he fled down the alley. The detectives had even used metal detectors, painstakingly working over the grass and parking area in a grid pattern. And they had found nothing. With Gabby's murder, they did have a bullet casing. The .22 shell was crimped on the open end, probably where the killer had stepped on it as he left by Moore's back door. The casing's worth was minimal, unless or until they found a gun to match it to, or they found a casing from the Blankenbaker shooting to compare to it. At least they knew now they were looking for an automatic .22 caliber weapon. If they were lucky enough to find a casing on the Blankenbaker property, they could establish what everyone involved in the probe already believed, that both Morris and Gabby had been shot with the same gun. If they could prove that, and if they could somehow locate that gun, a tremendously big if, they might just be back in business. In the meantime, Vern Henderson continued his playing tag, as he put it. He talked to his friends who had talked to their friends who had talked to others. Everyone seemed to have his or her own slightly unique hypothesis about who the killer was. Vern kept hearing Joey Watkins's name. Vern's gut still told him that it wasn't Joey Watkins he was after. Joey was talking too much for a man trying to hide something, and Vern just couldn't see him as a double murderer. But Joey Watkins and Tuffy Pleasant were friends, and they had occasionally shared living quarters. In fact, they had lived together right up to the night Gabby died. Tuffy and Gabby had been tight. Both Tuffy and Joey Watkins had been seen with Morris within hours of his murder, and over the last few months of his life, they had been regular visitors to Gabby's apartment. Joey Watkins and Tuffy Pleasant had been close friends since grade school. Joey nodded when Vern asked about that. Yes, Tuffy had lived with him on and off during the previous autumn when Tuffy came home from college on the weekends, except when he was staying at his girlfriend's house. Joey told Vern Henderson that he was with Tuffy for the first part of the evening on November 21st, until Tuffy joined some people at the next table in the Red Lion, 2 women and a man. Joey said he had gone home, visited with his girlfriend, and then gone to bed. He said he really didn't know when Tuffy came home, or if he came home during the night. Tuffy often went to his girlfriend Renee's house to stay overnight. He had his own key to Joey's place, so Joey couldn't say yes, no, or maybe about where Tuffy had been after he last saw him at 9 p.m. on the night of November 21st. However, Vern found it interesting that by Christmas Eve, Tuffy no longer stayed with Joey Watkins on weekends. In fact, Joey said, they rarely saw each other after Morris's death. Joey agreed that he had seen Gabby Moore on Christmas Eve. Moore had come over to his house around 6:30 or 7 that evening. He had been looking for Tuffy and Kenny Marino because they had his sports car. The coach had sat down and watched a football game with Joey for a while, and then Joey said he had driven Moore down to North 4th Street where Kenny Marino lived.
Gabby's car was parked out there.
Joey said that was the last he saw of Gabby. He had picked up his girlfriend and gone out to Hara, a tiny hamlet south of Yakima, where she worked at a halfway house for mentally disturbed adolescents.
We stayed there until Christmas morning,
Watkins said. Joey said he had no idea that Gabby Moore had been shot until the next morning.
I stopped at Mrs. Pleasant's store, and I was going to get something to eat, and I just saw his picture in the headlines.
In January, Sergeant Richard Nessery, the Yakima Police Department's polygraph examiner, ran 4 lie detector tests on Gabby Moore's associates, including Tuffy Pleasant, in an effort to see if red flags might pop up. Nessery read the resulting strips and came up with only inconclusive readings. Despite Tuffy's protestations that he had no idea who had shot Gabby Moore, Vern Henderson had heard enough through the grapevine to be more interested in the results of Tuffy's polygraph than in the others. Tuffy had been the closest to Gabby Moore by far. Tuffy Pleasant had always called Gabby Moore the man. And that was exactly what Gabby had been to Tuffy for the greater part of their relationship, the perfect example of what a man should be. If Tuffy had wanted one thing in this world, it was to go to college and graduate and be just like Gabby Moore. Vern heard that often enough as he asked around town.
It wasn't Joey Watkins who was driving around in the man's car all the time,
Vern said.
It was Tuffy in that little MG.
Then how could it be Tuffy who had killed his hero? Everyone Vern talked to said that Tuffy would have done anything to help Gabby. Vern Henderson realized that might be the answer to only half of the puzzle, and that if Tuffy had killed Morris for Gabby, it made some kind of bleak sense. The other half didn't make any sense at all. Tuffy might have killed for Gabby, but he would have died, Vern thought, before he would kill Gabby himself. Vern had begun following Tuffy's car occasionally as he drove through Yakima. He knew that Tuffy had gone up to Gabby Moore's grave, just as Gabby had been seen standing silently over Morris's grave. Was Tuffy's grief a normal sense of loss, or was it combined with regret and guilt? Polygraph examinations can produce all kinds of results. 4 recording pens glide smoothly along moving graph paper at the rate of 6 inches a minute. A subject's blood pressure, respiration, number of breaths per minute, galvanic skin response, sweating, and pulse are generally good indicators of reactions to stress-producing questions. All polygraph questions are answered either yes or no, and the operator establishes his subject's normal responses by asking innocuous questions such as, "Do you live in the United States?" "Is it Wednesday?" and "Is your shirt green?" He often will ask a deliberate lie question to check to see how a particular subject will react when he gives a dishonest response. With every decade, polygraph machines become more sophisticated just as their operators learn to look for more subtle signals. Beyond the accepted physiological reactions, there are minute chemical changes that today can alert a polygrapher that a subject may be evading the truth. When Tuffy Pleasant went on the polygraph on January 10, 1976, Dick Nessery was using what was then a near state-of-the-art system, a 1971 Arthur II polygraph machine. Nessery always double-checked the machine beforehand. Nessery explained his checkout procedure. "Well, it's very simple. You take a pop bottle and wrap the blood pressure cuff around it, pump up the pressure to 80, and leave it sit for 5 minutes and see if the pressure goes down. If it doesn't, then there's no leaks in the system." On January 10th, as Nessery gave the lie detector test to Tuffy Pleasant, he built up gradually to the vital questions. "Did you shoot Morris Blankenbaker?" and "Did you shoot Gabby Moore?" In Nessery's words, the results were unreadable. "My opinion was that he had knowledge of the situation, but I could not arrive at an opinion as to whether or not he was the actual one involved in it." Those January results dampened Vern Henderson's enthusiasm for Tuffy Pleasant as a viable suspect, at least until he talked again to Joey Watkins. Watkins wasn't happy about becoming even a long-shot murder suspect, and he was quite willing to talk with Vern. He pointed out that he was not the one who had always been seen with Gabby Moore, that it was Tuffy who was Gabby's buddy.
"Who do you think was running around with Gabby?"
Watkins asked Henderson.
"It was Tuffy, not me. I didn't run around with that man."
"That's true," Vern agreed.
"You didn't."
Vern Henderson realized, however, that Joey Watkins might be the vital link between himself and Tuffy Pleasant. With every meeting he had with Watkins, Vern learned more.
Tuffy didn't know what Joey Watkins was saying to me,
Vern recalled,
but from talking with Watkins, I knew that when I eventually got to Tuffy, he would be able to tell me what had gone on.
Joey Watkins had taken his time about trusting Vern Henderson, and he had debated how much to tell him. Finally, he blurted out information that was of tremendous importance to the double murder probe. Vern remembered the moment.
Joey said, "Hey, look, Tuffy, I saw Tuffy with a gun." And I said, "What kind of a gun?" And he said, "A German Type 22 with a long barrel and a long handle that was wrapped with tape."
Vern asked Watkins if the gun had been an automatic, and Watkins nodded.
"Yeah, one of those German Luger-type guns." "But I heard you had a gun like that," Vern hedged. "It was in my house, all right," Watkins agreed, "but it wasn't mine. It belonged to Tuffy."
Watkins said he didn't know where the gun had come from, and he had no idea where it might be at the present moment. Although he desperately wanted to solve Morris's and Gabby's murders, Vern Henderson had been halfway hoping that he wouldn't hear information that placed Tuffy Pleasant squarely as the focal point in his investigation. He would far rather have had the suspect be a stranger. There were too many ties between them, these two young black men in a town where they were in such a minority. Vern and Tuffy were both athletes who had excelled and made their school and their town proud. Vern liked Tuffy, even though he could be a wise guy at times, and Vern deeply admired Tuffy's father, Andrew Pleasant Sr. The last thing Vern wanted to do was humiliate and grieve that man who had struggled so hard to see his children do better in the world than he had. Andrew had worked 2 jobs all his life and had just about seen his dreams come true. All but one of Andrew and Coydell's children were in college by the mid-'70s. But the word was out that Tuffy Pleasant might be a suspect in the 2 shootings, not officially, but in an undercurrent of gossip, and Andrew Sr. came to Vern, just as Olive Blankenbaker had once come to him. They were each pleading for justice for their children, and their requests left Vern Henderson torn in 2.
"When Morris's mother asked me to find who had killed him, I told her that I would," Vern said. "I didn't know what else to say. It was very emotional, and I just wanted to hug her. It was the same with Tuffy's father. Tuffy's father came to me and he said, 'Look, Vern, you're working this case. I want to know if my son actually did this or not. I know we can trust you.' I knew right then that I was going to be in trouble because who really wants to know that his son committed murder? I knew right then that if I found out Tuffy had something to do with it, our friendship would be over."
It was a solid friendship, going back to when Andrew Pleasant came to watch Vern play football, and continuing when they worked in the sanitation department while Vern was going to Yakima Valley Community College. Vern didn't know Tuffy Pleasant as well as he did Tuffy's father, but he was about to. He drove up to Ellensburg and went to the rooming house where Tuffy was living while he was going to Central Washington University. Tuffy met him outside, and the 2 began what would be a tentative, edgy, continuing dialogue. From that point on, Tuffy Pleasant would always sense that someone was waiting and watching his movements. He could count on seeing Vern Henderson often. He suspected, correctly, that Vern was somewhere around, even when he didn't see him. It didn't matter that Tuffy had walked out of the lie detector test with an unreadable graph, leaving the polygrapher Dick Nessery shaking his head. It didn't matter that Tuffy felt he had aced his meeting with Brimmer and the other detectives in January. He still felt uneasy. It seemed to Tuffy that Vern knew too much about him, and that he wasn't ever going to leave him alone until he proved it. The hell of it was that Tuffy kind of liked Vern Henderson. In other circumstances, he would have been glad to talk with him, but for the moment, Vern made him nervous. And that was exactly the reaction Vern was trying for. 14. Morris's big old house on North 6th Street had renters again, and life went on. Every time Vern Henderson passed the house, memories came back, good memories of visiting with Morris and Jerry Lee, of being welcome in their home, and of his own pleasure at seeing Morris happy again. But in the end, the bad memories always prevailed. Vern had not seen Morris lying there in the snow on that awful night when he died, but he had seen the pictures. He could half close his eyes and see just the way it had been. There had to be some evidence left in Morris's yard or in the alley, something that hadn't been found yet. The pressure to come up with enough evidence to charge a suspect had been incredibly hard on Sergeant Bob Brimmer. It was Friday, January 16th, when he took his first day off in a long time and prepared to go fishing for 3 days just to get away from the case for a short time. Sitting in the detective's office alone, Vern Henderson felt an overwhelming urge to do something. He threw on his coat and headed out to North 6th Street. He knew from talking with Joey Watkins that Tuffy Pleasant had had the German automatic in his possession during November and December. If Tuffy was the guilty man, and if he had used that gun to shoot Morris, there would have to be some casings somewhere near where Morris had fallen. Henderson decided to literally put himself in the shoes of the shooter. He walked south from Lincoln, down the alley behind the apartment house at 208 North 6th Street, where Gerda Lindbergh had heard the sound of someone running the night after Thanksgiving. Her duplex was right where the sidewalk on Lincoln met the alleyway. Several houses down, Vern came to the parking area behind what once had been Morris's house. The little Volkswagen would have been in the carport, and the Chevelle that Morris had driven to work that night had been pulled right up onto the grass of the backyard. There were different cars there now, but Vern saw only the way it had been in November. The new apartment house where Roland Seal and Dale Soost lived was very close to Morris's yard, probably not more than 10 feet from the property line. First, I walked up to the fence where I thought Morris would have been standing. Vern remembered, his eyes focusing on some time long ago. I knew how the body was, because I knew how the bullets had entered, from seeing the autopsy, and I'd seen the photographs. Now Vern Henderson became the shooter. He never doubted that there had only been one killer. Mrs. Lindbergh was positive she had heard only one set of feet in clunky shoes running down the alley, and then, after the firecrackers, back up the alley. Vern stood where the man whose face he couldn't yet know had stood facing Morris. It was almost as real to Henderson at that moment as if he had actually been there 2 months earlier. I knew it was an automatic. I said to myself, those guns will kick to the right. I'd read in a book that the casings could kick up to 15 to 20 feet when they eject out of that thing, depending on what kind of spring it had in there. That shell could pop 15 to 20 feet, and it could go in either direction, directly back or out to the side. Well, so I said to myself, let's do a triangle. You're standing here when you shot him, so it went over to the right. Vern turned his head slowly and looked to the right. He saw the 4-foot-tall chicken wire fence that separated the apartment grounds from the lawn of Morris's house. There was a cement path with a curb just beyond the fence. He figured the fence was about 10 feet from where he stood. Almost as if some hand were guiding him, Vern drew an imaginary arc in his mind to the right, and then he walked over to the fence. To himself he muttered, "It should have landed right here." He looked down at a spot between the path and the fence on the apartment house side. And there it was. The shell lay in a puddle in the shadow of one of the cement posts, its shiny surface dulled now from lying out in the weather. Vern Henderson felt his heart beat faster as he crouched and picked up the single shell casing. It was more precious to him than if it had been made of solid gold. He knew in his gut that it had been there all along, from the very moment Morris died. The slug from this casing had entered his best friend's head and shattered, and the casing had sailed through the freezing night air and landed so that it was hidden in plain sight. Cradling the shell carefully, Vern Henderson slipped it into an evidence envelope and drove to his sergeant's home. There, Bob Brimmer looked at it and said that he thought it would turn out to be almost identical in make and in markings left by the firing pin, extractor, and ejector to the casing found on the kitchen floor of Gabby Moore's apartment on Christmas Eve. They would have to send it to the state lab to be sure. Both men were excited, but cautious. They didn't have a gun yet, but if the casings matched, they would know that the two shootings were connected. However, they still wouldn't know whose gun had fired them. Vern Henderson took the shell back to the Yakima Police Department. He compared it to the casing from the Moore murder. That shell was shinier, but that didn't matter. What mattered were the extractor and ejector marks made by the gun mechanism and the firing pin mark.
They both had that moon shape on the bottom,
Vern remembered.
just alike.
He tagged the casing from the apartment fence and locked it in his desk. On Monday, Bob Brimmer would send it to the lab to verify what both he and Henderson had seen with their naked eyes. When, and if, the murder weapon was located, the casing from the bullet that had killed Gabby Moore could be matched to the lands and grooves inside the barrel. Not so with the weather-beaten shell Vern had found 10 feet from where Morris died, but the marks left by the gun on its base would be enough. Henderson suspected that the other two casings from bullets fired at Morris had ejected to the right too, but had traveled farther than this one. They probably had landed on the well-traveled path and been stepped on or kicked aside long ago by residents of the apartment house. He didn't need them. Even so, he and another detective returned to North 6th Street with a shovel and a screen. They pulled up grass and weeds and dug up shovelfuls of dirt and sifted them through the screen, on the off chance they would find the other shell casings. They didn't find them. They never would. The chance of finding the gun that had killed both Morris Blankenbaker and Gabby Moore was minute. Whoever the killer was, he would have been a fool not to have gotten rid of it after the second murder. There were so many places around Yakima to dispose of a weapon: canyons, endless miles of barren desert, mountains, rivers. There was a huge military training reservation east of town where thousands of Washington State National Guardsmen, reserve officers, and troops from Fort Lewis went on maneuvers. For that matter, the gun could have been sold or given to someone on the coast, a term residents of eastern Washington use when referring to Seattle. The latter assumption seemed the most likely. The Yakima Herald-Republic reported that Yakima County authorities were arranging for divers to search for the missing 22 in rivers and lakes on the coast. As it turned out, that wasn't necessary. Some unseen force seemed to be dictating that there would be justice in this murder puzzle. The discovery of the missing weapon was too perfect. Any editor in his right mind would have penciled it out of a fictional murder mystery. But this was real life. On February 21st, 5 weeks after Vern Henderson had walked unerringly to the shell beneath the fence, John and Paul Klingel, aged 15 and 16, went off to pursue their favorite hobby, fishing. They headed for the Natchez River, just where it flowed into the Yakima River right under the Twin Bridges, 2 double-green steel arches over both the north and south lanes where Interstate 82 now heads north toward Ellensburg out of Yakima, or south into Yakima itself. John Klingel would remember that day for a long time, not because of the fishing, but because of what he found in the river. The rains and melting snow runoff had been heavy that winter, and the river had actually rushed in a tumult over a little island that sticks out into the Natchez beneath the Twin Bridges. But now the water had receded until it was very shallow, and John was able to wade underneath the bridges from the west side to the east. It was about noon when he looked down and saw a cylindrical metal object in the water. Peering closer, he realized it was the long barrel of a handgun. He called to his brother Paul, who was fishing about 15 feet away. The boys pulled the gun from about 3 inches of water and saw that the grips were wrapped with white masking tape. The gun was a .22 caliber automatic. They washed it off in the river, and Paul checked to see if it was loaded. The clip was empty. Still curious, they unwound the tape. John Klingel was more interested in fishing than in guns, and he gave the .22 to his brother to take home. They would ask their dad about it when he came home for lunch. Wayne Klingel, a printer for the Yakima Herald-Republic, knew a lot about guns. He was a hunter and a trap shooter, and he kept his own guns in good shape. The elder Klingel was not too happy to hear that his teenaged sons had been fiddling around with a gun. He looked at it, saw it was unloaded, and recognized it as a .22 Colt Woodsman with a 6-inch barrel. It was an older model, somewhat rusted from being in the river. He supposed it could have been in the Natchez for years. Klingel had to go back to work, but he was dead serious when he instructed Paul to put the gun high up on the Klingel trophy shelf and to remember that neither he nor John were to touch it. Wayne had no idea where it had come from, but he knew what he was going to do about it. Wayne Klingel kept guns in the house, shotguns and rifles, because he was such an avid trap shooter. In fact, he would be trap shooting the next day, Sunday, with Jack LaRue, the chief of police of Yakima. When Klingel mentioned the gun from the river to LaRue, he found the chief was extremely interested in seeing it. Klingel promised to bring it to the station the next morning. I took it down on Monday morning, and Chief LaRue was waiting for me and took me right up to the second floor to see Sergeant Brimmer. I handed the gun to him. Brimmer and Henderson were fascinated with the gun that had lain in 3 inches of water where the Natchez lapped up over the island. The caliber was right. The long barrel was right. It was an automatic. When they heard that the Klingel boys had unwrapped white tape from the grips, they began to grin, but cautiously. Now they had 2 casings from 2 murder scenes, casings that had tested as having been fired from the same gun, and a .22 caliber, long-barreled, automatic Colt Woodsman, with vestiges of white tape on the grips. The crime lab would be able to tell them if the river gun had fired those bullets. They also had to try to trace the peregrinations of that weapon before it landed in the river. Whoever had tossed the gun into the Natchez had probably been headed toward Ellensburg or was coming back from Ellensburg, and they surely had not known about the way the little island below projected out into the river. Had they known, they would have pitched the gun with a lot more force. Instead, the rusty old gun had just been waiting there for someone to find it, its barrel moving slightly with the tug of the current. It was almost eerie when one considered how the bullet casing had been waiting for Vern Henderson to discover it, and now the gun had been found almost as easily. Murder sometimes does will out, after all. In this case, it was beginning to look as though luck were walking with the Yakima police. Still, the detectives had no way of knowing how convoluted this case would become. They had some promising ballistics evidence. They had a lot of rumors, but they had no idea what the motive behind the 2 murders was. That had all blown up on Christmas Eve when their likeliest killer had turned out to be their second victim. 15. Prosecutor Jeff Sullivan met with Bob Brimmer and Vern Henderson. The gun might prove to be vital to the case. At this point, they had no idea who that gun belonged to or through whose hands it might have passed. But they suspected someone out there would be sweating if he, or she, knew that the weapon was now in the hands of the Yakima police. Most people have seen enough television mysteries to know that guns can be traced, but they don't understand the finer points of forensic ballistics. For the moment, the gun was mentioned to no one outside the investigation. But when a reporter from the Yakima Herald-Republic made his usual police department rounds on that Monday, February 23rd, he asked, as always, whether there was anything new on the Blankenbaker-Moore case. There wasn't much, but Chief Jack LaRue casually mentioned that someone had brought in a .22 that had been found underneath the Twin Bridges. That news story galvanized at least 3 readers into a panic. Each felt that the police would know who had thrown the gun in the river as surely as if they had scratched their names and addresses on the side of the barrel. In the meantime, Vern Henderson was wearing a groove in the road up to Ellensburg. Tuffy Pleasant was growing used to looking up and seeing Vern heading his way. It bugged him that Vern seemed to know what was going on in his head. And the detective had picked up a lot of things on the streets in Yakima, rumors and remarks made by some of the guys Tuffy ran with. Henderson had felt for weeks now that Tuffy was somehow connected with the two shootings, but he wasn't sure how or why. When they talked in circles, fencing and feinting. Sometimes Vern thought he saw sweat bead up along Tuffy's forehead, especially when Vern confirmed that they had indeed found a .22 in the Natchez River.
I told him how much we could tell from a gun,
Henderson recalled.
He didn't know we couldn't trace it unless someone came forward, and he believed me that we were right next door to knowing who the killer was.
Tuffy had brazened it out. He told Vern that he had talked to a lawyer, and he knew his rights.
I don't have to talk to you or Brimmer if I don't want to. That's right. What would you do if you were in my position?
Tuffy asked suddenly.
Well, Vern Henderson said slowly, if I was in your position, I don't know just what I would do. I would get myself an attorney, and I wouldn't say anything.
Henderson figured he'd just put his foot in his own mouth, but the kid asked him, and he answered him straight. Tuffy stared back at him, weighing something in his mind.
No, Tuffy said. I want to talk with you. I want to help clear this up.
And they kept talking until it grew cold and dark, and Vern had to head back to Yakima. Whatever Tuffy had been about to say, he didn't say anything definitive. He just wanted to know more about what police could tell from a gun. Driving home, Vern was convinced Tuffy knew who had killed both Morris and Gabby. He wondered if Tuffy had done it himself, and then, as always, he wondered if he did, why? Actually, the Yakima investigators were both further and closer than they suspected from finding the gun's owner. They didn't know it yet, but the old Colt had come back from Vietnam, and there was virtually no way to trace it. It was of no more use than a drop gun, a gun deliberately left at the scene of some crimes to throw police off, because the person who left it behind knows it has no identifying marks. They might be able to show that the deadly bullets had been fired from the gun in the river, but unless the investigators could find a link between the gun and Tuffy, or whoever the shooter was, they couldn't prove he had used it to commit murder. During that third week in February, a very attractive 27-year-old woman named Loretta Scott read the paper and felt her heart constrict. She had been panicky since Christmas Day, worrying about that gun, although she had nothing whatsoever to do with killing Morris Blankenbaker or Gabby Moore. She hadn't even known them, except by sight. But Loretta Scott had been drawn into a most bizarre sequence of events, all because she wanted to help out a relative. Now Loretta was apprehensive as she contacted a public defender and said she might have a legal problem. She told him that she might know something about a gun that had possibly been involved in a murder. She didn't want to believe that it was, but she confessed that she and her brother had thrown it into the Natchez River. "Could I be in trouble?" she asked. The public defender pulled no punches. "You could. I think you should tell the prosecuting attorney what you know." First, though, the attorney from the public defender's office placed a call to Jeff Sullivan and gave him the plot of a theoretical set of circumstances involving a bystander who had inadvertently become involved in a murder, or two murders, after the fact. The Yakima County prosecutor understood immediately what he was hearing. They had just hit pay dirt. He asked the attorney to bring his client into the courthouse. Together, Loretta Scott and her attorney appeared at Jeff Sullivan's office in the Yakima County Courthouse. Tall and slender with huge, slow eyes, Loretta could have been a model, but not on the day she came in to tell her story. She was trembling too badly. Loretta Scott explained that she was Tuffy Pleasant's first cousin on his father's side. For 7 months of the previous year, she had lived with her 3 small children in Walla Walla, Washington, over 100 miles southeast of Yakima. She said that she and Tuffy had been close growing up, but she had seen little of him in the past few years. The Pleasant clan was large and cherished family loyalty, but Tuffy hadn't been around much, and then she had moved out of Yakima for a while herself. Loretta said she had been surprised when Tuffy visited her in Walla Walla around Halloween. He had not called her first. He just showed up on a Thursday afternoon. She was startled, but she was happy to see him, too. We sat down and wrapped and went to the store and got some food and ate, and then, she continued, and I don't know how the conversation really came about. He asked me, "Hey, cuz, do you have any weapons? Do you have a gun?" I said, "Yeah, I have a gun." And he asked, "Can I see it?" Loretta Scott said she had an old .22 that someone had given to one of her brothers, and then he had given it to a friend who had given it to her. She had been having trouble with an old boyfriend who wouldn't let go. Having the gun around made her feel a little safer. She had no idea where it had come from in the beginning. When she had bad times with her ex, somebody gave it to her. When Tuffy asked about a gun, she retrieved it from where she kept it hidden from her children and showed it to him. Asked to describe it, Loretta remembered that the gun had a long barrel and some kind of white tape around the grips. Tuffy had told her that he might buy it from her, but he would have to test it first. He told her that he needed it for protection. "You can have that old gun for $35, Loretta told him. Tuffy had played with her kids and visited and then stayed the night at her home. Just before he left for Yakima the next day, he asked her if he could try the gun out. Then he asked for a potato. She had looked at him as if he were crazy, but she handed him one. "And so we went out into the backyard," she said, "and he took the potato and held it in his hand, and he fired the gun off into the potato to see how much power it had." "What happened to the potato?" Prosecutor Jeff Sullivan asked. "It went all over. It hit me in the eye." Tuffy had tried shooting a potato twice, and then, satisfied, he said he would buy the gun. He didn't give her any money at the time, but offered to pay her later. Loretta didn't know what he needed a gun for, and he didn't offer any explanation. He was a good kid who'd never been in any trouble, so she wasn't concerned. Loretta said she had never checked for a serial number on the gun, but she remembered it had a clip in it, and that she had given Tuffy some bullets that came with it. On November 10th, Loretta Scott had moved back to Yakima. Sometime in the next few weeks, she had seen Tuffy again over at her sister's house. He didn't have the gun with him, and he had never paid her. $35 wasn't that much, but he had promised. On November 29th, Loretta decided to confront him about getting either the gun or the money back, and she went to the apartment he shared with his girlfriend when he was home from college. Tuffy was outside working on his car when she drove up, and he grinned at her and sauntered over to her car. "I went over there and I said, 'Could I have it back?' Loretta said. He gave the gun back. He went to his car and wrapped the gun up in a cloth and gave it to me. Loretta said she had stuck it in her purse and then put it in a closet at her apartment. That seemed to be the end of the matter. She wasn't mad because her cousin hadn't paid her for the gun, and she had it back. As far as she knew, he had just wanted to carry it to look like a big man. He was going to college, he wasn't in any trouble, and the whole transaction was no big deal. Loretta Scott paused as she answered the detectives' and the prosecutor's questions. She was still nervous, but she felt better now that she'd started to tell the story. "Okay," Jeff Sullivan asked her. "Did Angelo, Tuffy, ever come to you again asking for the gun?" "Yes, he did," she said, "on the 24th, Christmas." It was Christmas Eve, and she and her sister were alone when he came over and said, "Can I get that from you again, cousin?" He didn't say the word gun at first, but she knew what he meant. She asked him what he wanted it for, but he didn't really answer. All he would say was, "You'll read about it in the paper." She stared at him. That didn't sound so good. But he seemed to be in a hurry, and he was Tuffy, her cuz, her longtime friend. She gave him the 22 again, and he asked about ammunition. "I told him I only had one bullet left, in the bathroom in the medicine cabinet. We were in there already, and I just had to turn around to get it for him." She remembered that she had put the lone bullet in a medicine vial when she cleaned the cabinet. It was there with a single aspirin, a bobby pin, and a penny. When Tuffy left, her sister had looked at her and shook her head. "You shouldn't have done that, Loretta," she said flatly. Loretta had wondered briefly why her sister hadn't objected while Tuffy was in the house. Whatever he wanted the gun for, it was too late now. She moved about her kitchen getting ready for a family Christmas Eve party. All over Yakima, people were celebrating the holiday. The first time Loretta Scott had given Tuffy her gun, she had had to go and ask for it. That's probably why Loretta's sister had told her she had done a dumb thing. Oddly, she didn't have to ask for the gun this time. Tuffy was back before she knew it. Loretta had been bewildered to see Tuffy again at about 1:30 a.m. Christmas morning. Her Christmas Eve party was in full swing when he and his girlfriend, Renee, showed up unexpectedly. But he hadn't come to the party. He had come to give her the .22. She thought that was kind of strange, his bothering to come to her house on Christmas Eve. "Did you have any conversation with him?" Jeff Sullivan asked Loretta. "No. He just gave it to me. I put it in a drawer." Loretta had no idea what Tuffy had wanted with the gun that he had kept for only 5 hours. Not, at least, until Christmas morning. "We had opened our Christmas gifts, and we were supposed to have dinner at my mother's house," Loretta said nervously. "When I came in the door, my sister said, 'Loretta, I have something to tell you.'" Loretta Scott had thought her sister was just joking, and she moved toward the buffet to fill her plate. But her sister was adamant that she stop and listen to her news before she ate. "Okay," Loretta said, "before I fix my plate. What?" "Mr. Moore is dead." "Aw, girl, go on," Loretta laughed. "No," her sister said urgently. "He's dead. He was shot last night." Suddenly, Loretta Scott had lost her appetite and any Christmas spirit. "He was shot last night," she whispered. "Yeah, he was shot last night with a .22. "With a .22? Loretta repeated like an automaton. She kept hearing Tuffy say, "You'll read about it in the paper." She stayed at her mother's house so her children could enjoy the day, but her mind had been going 90 miles an hour. She could not believe that Tuffy had had anything to do with shooting Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore had made Tuffy a champion. Still, on Monday, she was waiting for the paper boy at 5. She took the paper in carefully, but was afraid to open it. She set it down on the kitchen table. I let it sit there until about 8:30, and I started thinking. I was trying to get my mind clear. Loretta still could not imagine that Tuffy would hurt anyone, much less Mr. Moore. She turned to her boyfriend, G, and the look on her face made him ask, "What's wrong?" "I've got a gun," she answered, "and I've got a feeling something is wrong." Loretta picked up the paper and started reading about Gabby Moore's murder. When I got to the .22 caliber part, I panicked. The paper said the bullet had been a .22 caliber long bullet, and that was the same kind of bullet she had given to Tuffy. She asked G if she could borrow his car, a brand-new Oldsmobile. He handed her the keys. Whatever was going on, he didn't particularly care to know the details. "I went to my mother's house," Loretta told the investigators who were listening to her recollections avidly. "I had forgotten that she had left and went to Seattle, and there was no one there but my brother, Charles. He was having a little party. I called him into the bedroom and I said, 'Chucky, I did something terrible. I don't know what to do about it. I'm panicky and I'm scared and I don't want to believe it. I think it's a dream.'" Seeing how upset Loretta was, Chucky Pleasant was scared too. "He panicked right along with me," Loretta said. "We started talking about, let's bury the gun, and we started acting like Columbo, trying to pick apart a puzzle and everything. And so we got into the car, and so we decided to throw it in the river." "Where did you throw it in the river?" Jeff Sullivan asked. "The Natchez." They had been heading south toward Yakima when they approached the Twin Bridges. If they hadn't been so frightened, and if the reason for their mission hadn't been so deadly serious, their efforts to get rid of the .22 might have been humorous. It was like a snake lying between them on the car seat, and neither of them was adept at stealthy games. Chucky Pleasant, 19, who was also Tuffy's first cousin, had flung the gun from the car, aiming at the Natchez River. Instead, he hit the bridge railing and the gun bounced back into the road. Loretta told him to get out and throw it far, far out into the swiftest, deepest part of the river. She would circle around and pick him up on the other side of the road. It was very dark and cold, December 26th. They were both scared to death that someone would see them. They didn't want the gun, but they didn't want to implicate their cousin in a murder. It was almost as if they could throw the gun away, the whole ugly business could be over and forgotten. Chucky picked up the gun and threw it where it looked like the river was deep and running fast. He didn't know that he had only tossed it onto the little island below the bridge where the water would not be deep for long. It was ironic, Jeff Sullivan realized. If Chucky Pleasant hadn't missed with his first throw, the gun would have gone into such a deep part of the river that no one would ever have found it. The second throw was the one that hit the water over the island. Loretta Scott was still afraid as she poured out her story, but telling it to the police and the prosecutor made her feel a little better. She still fully expected to go to jail. She said her brother hadn't told her exactly where he had thrown the gun, but he had assured her it was deep. "What did you do after you threw the gun in the river?" Sullivan asked. "I went home and went to sleep." Loretta had read the papers, seen all the stories about Mr. Moore and Mr. Blankenbaker, but she had tried to put it all out of her mind. She didn't want to know what had happened. It was exactly 2 months later, a few days before she came to the prosecutor, Loretta said, when her cousin Tuffy had showed up at her new apartment. He was the last person she wanted to see. He seemed jittery. He was jittery. And that just wasn't like Tuffy. He always had fun and saw the happy side of things, but he had been having too many visits from Vern Henderson, and Vern had told him how much the police could tell if they ever found the gun that shot Gabby and Morris. And Tuffy had read about the Klingel boys finding a .22 automatic in the Natchez River. He wanted to make sure that it wasn't the gun. Tuffy and Loretta talked around the subject. They had known such happy family times together in the past, and each of them wanted so much to go back to those days. But it was too late. Finally, Tuffy blurted out a question. "Where's the gun?" Loretta studied his face, and she knew she had to find out what had really happened to Mr. Moore. Feeling a little guilty, she told Tuffy a lie. "Oh, I gave it to some dude who lives down in Florida. I just gave it to him." Instantly, Tuffy's face gleamed with relief. "Oh, cousin, thank you," he said. "I love you for what you did." Tuffy asked her if she had read in the papers about the little boy who had gone fishing and had pulled a gun from the river. He had been so worried when he read that, afraid it was the .22 she had loaned him. But now he was relieved. Softly, Loretta continued her story to the Yakima investigators. "I saw the joy and the love he had for me on his face because he thought I had done this, sent the gun to Florida. And I said, 'No, cuz, that's a lie I told you.' And I sat him down on the couch and I said, I had thrown the gun away in the river." All the relief had drained from Tuffy's face, Loretta said. "How did he act when he found that you had thrown the gun into the Natchez River?" Bob Brimmer asked. "Time." "I don't understand." "Time. He was talking about, what he was going to have to go through." "Go through?" Time meant time in prison. Vern Henderson had convinced Tuffy so completely that if that death gun should ever be found, it could be traced directly back to the man who shot Morris and Gabby. And at this moment, Tuffy Pleasant was reacting as if all of his dreams of glory in wrestling, all his hopes and plans to be a teacher, would evaporate. All he could see was hard time, Loretta said. Loretta said that Tuffy had told her that a white boy had shot Mr. Moore as part of a plan that was supposed to pay off $5,000. She didn't know if the shooter was supposed to get the money or if Mr. Moore was supposed to, because Mr. Moore wasn't supposed to be killed. He was only supposed to be wounded. The men listening exchanged glances. It sounded like a peculiar plan indeed. Tuffy had mentioned Joey Watkins and Kenny Marino as part of the plan, and he had said Mr. Moore was supposed to sign a piece of paper and give somebody $5,000. Tuffy had never admitted anything incriminating to Loretta. He hadn't told her that he had held the gun himself or that he had shot it at anyone. And who did he mean by the white boy who had shot Mr. Moore? Kenny Marino? Or someone they had never considered before? It was time for more lie detector tests. 16. Olive Blankenbaker tried to keep busy, but the walls of her mobile home were closing in on her. She waited for Vern Henderson to come and tell her that he had solved Morris's murder. It wouldn't bring Morris back, but it would help some. Morris's half-brother, Mike, who resembled Morris and Ned, their father, so much around the eyes that he made Olive catch her breath whenever she saw him, was very good to her. He stopped by often to see if she was managing all right, even though he knew she would never really get over losing her only son. In the early months of 1976, Olive thought about how Mike had sold his car so he could go to Hawaii and comfort Morris when Jerry Lee divorced him. When was that? It seemed to her that a dozen years had passed, but she realized it had been less than 2 years ago. That was hard to believe when so much had happened. Olive arranged to buy Morris's Volkswagen from his estate. She wanted Mike Blankenbaker to have it. It would make up for his giving up his first car for Morris, and it would be something of his big brother's that he could cherish. Jerry Lee Blankenbaker Moore Blankenbaker, in some ways a double widow now, kept working at the bank. If she moved through her days in a blur of shock, no one could fault her. She was brilliant on the job. It was a way to shut the world out for a while. Her children were small and they needed her. Her own family was supportive, and so the months rolled by. She was very lonely at first, adrift really. She had been married since she was 18 years old, albeit to 2 men, but she had never been truly single during the past dozen years. One marriage had moved so seamlessly into the next that she had never learned to live alone. There had to be, a distance between Morris's family and Jerry Lee. Although no one ever said it aloud, the thought was always there. If Jerry Lee had not fallen in love with Gabby and gone off with him, if he had not become obsessed with her, Morris's family believed that Morris would be alive. They had no proof. Even the police had no proof. But it was just common sense. Except for the normal problems everyone has from time to time, all of their lives had moved along so smoothly until Gabby Moore moved in with Morris and Jerry Lee. In time, maybe they could work out their differences with Jerry Lee, but it was hard for Olive to look at her and not think of losing Morris. Olive didn't know exactly what had happened, but she vowed she would find out before she died. And Olive had learned that she probably would die soon. At 65, she had been diagnosed with lung cancer. Wasn't that just her kind of luck? She didn't even smoke. Sometimes Olive wondered why she had had to take so many heavy hits in her life. She had lost her only husband, her only child, the best friend and boss she had ever had, and now it looked as if she were going to be one of the small percentage of non-smokers to die of lung cancer. Yet there was a strength in Olive Blankenbaker that few women have. Maybe it was rage, and maybe it was only an ability to accept the unthinkable and go on. She planned her little garden for spring and was pleased that her cat was going to have kittens. Olive loved life, and she was not going to give up easily. She knew what the odds were, the doctors had told her, but it didn't matter that much to her any longer. "I just figured I wasn't going to live to be an old woman," she said quietly. Olive was determined, however, to stay alive long enough to attend the trial of Morris's murderer, whoever that turned out to be. Vern Henderson wasn't telling her anything specific. He just kept reassuring her that he was working on the case and for her not to worry. "I didn't sit around and cry," Olive said. "I went back to work. As it turned out, I worked for years after Morris was killed. If I hadn't had my work, I don't know what I would have done because when I wasn't busy, I sat around and thought about Morris. I went back to work as a court reporter in federal court cases. They brought a lot of them down from Spokane, and I was kept busy." Olive was completely unaware that Jerry Lee had begun to date again. Had she known, she would have been shocked, even though she expected that one day, in the future, Jerry Lee would remarry since she was only 30. Olive certainly did not consider that her ex-daughter-in-law would even think of another marriage any time soon. While the Yakima Herald-Republic was barely mentioning the Blankenbaker-Moore murders anymore, there had been a great deal going on below the surface. District Attorney Jeff Sullivan, Sergeant Bob Brimmer, and Detective Vern Henderson had been working feverishly to build the strongest case possible against the man they now believed to be the shooter in at least one of the murders. And that was the man who had borrowed the death gun shortly before each of the killings, Angelo Tuffy Pleasant. Brimmer, Henderson, and Jeff Sullivan were about to make a move. With the visit from Loretta Scott and her linking of the .22 to her cousin, Sullivan agreed that they had probable cause now to arrest Tuffy Pleasant. On February 27, 1976, Sullivan issued a warrant charging Tuffy with aiding and abetting first-degree murder and for committing second-degree murder. The warrant was sent up to the Ellensburg Police Department with a request to arrest Tuffy Pleasant and to inform Yakima County detectives when he was in custody. It didn't take long. Tuffy wasn't hiding. He was going to class during the week, and he was coming home to be with his friends on weekends. It was that same Friday, in the late afternoon, when word came that Tuffy Pleasant had been arrested and was being held in the Kittitas County Jail in Ellensburg. The weather was bitter. Snoqualmie Pass, the main route through the Cascade Mountains between Seattle and Yakima, had already been closed down twice, and motorists who were finally allowed to risk going through were warned to watch for avalanches and rolling rocks. There were 12 inches of snow on the ground in Yakima, and more coming down. Bob Brimmer and Vern Henderson checked out a city car and headed north in the roaring blizzard to pick up their prisoner. When Tuffy saw Vern and Brimmer, he half shrugged. Whatever the game was, it was over, or it had entered another phase. Brimmer advised Tuffy of his rights under Miranda. This time, Angelo Tuffy Pleasant was a suspect. He got in the back seat of the patrol unit with Vern Henderson while Brimmer drove. The snow was so thick as it pointed icy darts at the headlights that it was hard to see the road. But all of them were used to this kind of weather. It was a typical February in eastern Washington. Just to be doubly sure that his prisoner understood his rights, Vern pulled the little Miranda card from his pocket and read the warnings again. Tuffy nodded that he understood he didn't have to talk to them, but he was willing to do so. As a cop, Vern Henderson was elated. They had hooked a big fish. As an athlete, a black man, a human being, he pondered how sad this all was. Andrew Pleasant had been so proud to see his son get a hero's welcome when he came back from Japan in 1972. Tuffy Pleasant was never going to make state now, and he was never going to the Olympics. He wasn't going to get a college degree in education and become head wrestling coach at Davis High School. He had had the whole world almost in his grasp. That was all gone now.
"I didn't shoot anyone," Tuffy told Vern. "The only thing I did was furnish the gun." "Who did you give the gun to?" "To Gabby. I picked it up from him a week after Morris was shot." "What about Christmas Eve?" I went and picked the gun up again and gave it to Gabby."
Vern Henderson asked him how he got the gun back after Gabby was shot, and Tuffy said that the shooter and he had agreed on a rendezvous spot where he would retrieve the gun on Christmas morning.
"And where was this rendezvous spot supposed to be at?"
"Over by Eisenhower High School by the golf course." Vern said nothing, but none of it made any sense. All that nonsense about Tuffy running around borrowing a gun and picking it up and borrowing it again. And why was Gabby Moore sending out for a gun to have himself shot and then arranging to have Tuffy pick it up? Why would he care what happened to the gun after he was dead? Had he so wanted to convince Jerry Lee that he too was the victim of an unknown stalker that he was willing to literally die to do it? The winter wind howled around their patrol car, and it felt as though they were being lifted off the road and set down again. They barely noticed. The questions on their minds preoccupied them. But Vern Henderson and Bob Brimmer were going to have to wait to find out the rest of the story, if they ever did. Tuffy didn't want to talk about the murders anymore. Ordinarily, they could have made the drive back to Yakima in about half an hour, and it took them only a little longer in the snowstorm. Tuffy stared out the window at the white on white on white. Vern wondered what he was thinking about. Time, probably. That's what his cousin Loretta said he was afraid of, doing time. And he had good reason to be afraid. As they drove into Yakima, Vern realized that it was too late for Tuffy to get anything to eat at the Yakima County Jail. He asked his prisoner if he was hungry.
Yeah. Well, the best you might get in the jail this time of night is a cold sandwich,
Vern said.
You got any money on you?
Tuffy shook his head.
The only people I treat to free meals are pretty women, and that's not you.
Vern kidded him.
I'll loan you the money for a hamburger and a Coke.
They stopped at a drive-in and Vern bought the food for Tuffy. It was dark and late when they booked him into the Yakima County Jail. It was too late to start an interrogation into what they knew were two very complicated murder cases. Tuffy was placed in a single cell. Brimmer and Henderson had waited 3 months to find out why Morris Blankenbaker had been murdered, and 2 months to solve the riddle of Gabby Moore's death. They felt they were right on the brink of knowing. But one more night wouldn't make any difference.
You want to call anyone, Tuffy?
Vern asked. Tuffy shook his head. The two detectives left him there and walked away from the jail smells of stale cigarette smoke, sweat, urine, and pine sol disinfectant, out into the blessedly cold, clean air. Their feet crunched on the snow. They didn't talk. Both Brimmer and Henderson felt as if they were in a state of suspended animation. Tomorrow would, tomorrow might, bring the explanations that had eluded them. They both felt they had the right man, at least on Morris's murder. They still didn't believe that Tuffy could have killed his hero, Gabby Moore, but they figured he knew who had. 17. At 9:30 on Saturday morning, February 28th, Bob Brimmer and Vern Henderson took Tuffy Pleasant from the Yakima County Jail back to their offices. Again, Brimmer read him his rights and explained that Tuffy could waive his rights to have an attorney present during questioning. The detective sergeant was careful to assure himself that his prisoner understood what waive meant. Tuffy did, and said he wanted to talk with Brimmer and Henderson. But if they had expected that he would tell them what they had waited so long to hear right away, they were disappointed. Since January 3rd, they had both been convinced that Tuffy knew the motivation for the two murders, and now they knew from talking to his cousin, Loretta Scott, that he had arranged not once, but twice, to furnish the death weapon. What they wanted to know was the entire story, and the name of the actual shooter. Tuffy talked around the subject for an hour or more. It was obvious that he wanted to tell them the real truth after all the false starts and half-truths he had told before. It was also obvious that he knew that once he told them what was fighting to get out, there would be no going back. Half an hour past noon, Tuffy Pleasant agreed to dictate a statement about the death of Gabby Moore. The long descent of what had once been the finest example of a coach-athlete relationship into a sinister manipulation would be caught on the slowly turning tape recorder. Tuffy gave his birthday, January 28, 1954, and his address, 1501 Glen Drive, Ellensburg, Washington, apartment 12, Executive House, He listened quietly, poised to speak, as Vern Henderson once more read him his Miranda rights. As the last clause echoed in the room, and after Tuffy had indicated that he understood every one of his legal options under Miranda, he declined to have his attorney present. He looked at Vern Henderson, and he began to talk.
Christmas Eve night, Tuffy said. After I did a little visiting, I decided, to go up and see Mr. Moore. Okay, so apparently he had just gotten home. He just got home, so we just started talking, and I asked him if he would like to go out. Get a drink, go visit, whatever. And he said, yeah. We'd go check it out after he got cleaned up. But then the phone rings. I think it was Kenny Marino on it, and he said I was there. Okay, then he hangs up, and we start talking about everyday things, mainly about wrestling. About half an hour later, there was a second phone call, and then I noticed something pretty strange about it.
Tuffy explained that Mr. Moore usually told him who was on the phone, but on this night he hadn't explained anything about the second call, and the call had seemed to upset Moore.
Then, Tuffy continued, he started acting strange, and then he broke out his bottle. He started drinking everything straight. Then he started to talking crazy. He started saying, tonight's the night. He asked me if I could go get the gun. I told him no. Then he said, look, if you don't go get that gun, I'll see to it that your neck is on the chopping block for Morris Blankenbaker's death. And I says, it don't make no difference because I didn't do it. Then he ran it down to me. He said, it's not that you did it or not. It's just that you did have a part in it because you committed this gun to me the first time. And myself unaware the gun was going to be used.
Tuffy said he had resisted Gabby's plan.
So then I says, well, look, that gun is a long ways from here. And he says, well, can you get it tonight? And I says, no. He says, well, we can gas up my car and we can go get it wherever it's at because I want to have it tonight.
Tuffy Pleasant's face glistened with sweat as he relived that last ghastly Christmas Eve in Gabby Moore's apartment.
And then I told him I wasn't going to do it. But then he threatened me again, and he showed me the police department's number on the phone book, and he dialed all 4 numbers. 4, 5, and then 4 numbers. And he said, you sure you don't want me to dial this last number? Think about it. And then he went on and dialed that last number.
There was remembered desperation in Tuffy's voice as he stared at Vern Henderson. He sighed.
Then I told him I could get the gun. That was the end of the phone call to the police department, so he said, well, you go get that gun. He gave me 15 minutes to get that gun.
His coach, whose word had always been law to him, had ordered him to do something he dreaded doing. But Tuffy had finally said,
all right.
Gabby told him to get the gun and come back with it.
I was supposed to come back and honk twice to let him know I had the gun.
Vern Henderson thought he knew what was coming next. Loretta Scott had told them about Christmas Eve, but he wanted to see if Tuffy's version of the evening meshed with her recall. Just at that instant, the tape recorder ground to a halt, and tensely Henderson and Brimmer checked it out, while Tuffy waited, wanting and not wanting to continue his statement.
We got everything going again now,
Vern told him.
Okay, Tuffy continued. So I went and got the gun. I went to my cousin's house. She was having a little party, so I had a drink or two, and then I asked her if I could get the gun, and she didn't ask me for what or nothing. My cousin is unaware of what is going on. So, I got the gun from her, and I went back by Mr. Moore's place and I honked twice. He was supposed to be ready, see? And he was supposed to come to the door, drunk, trying to get drunk so he wouldn't feel too much pain.
Henderson was hesitant to slow down this outpouring of confession, but he wanted to be sure that he understood what Tuffy was talking about. Why would Gabby have wanted Tuffy to shoot him in the first place? He had to have known it was going to hurt like hell. Tuffy Pleasant had known about Gabby's plan to make Jerry Lee believe that someone was after him, trying to kill him, just as they had killed Morris. Gabby had seen that she suspected him of being behind Morris's murder, and he believed he had to convince her otherwise or she would never marry him again. Tuffy knew that Gabby had told Jerry Lee about mysterious phone calls and broken windows. He knew she hadn't believed a word of it, and that she had hung up on Gabby, making him more despondent. On Christmas Eve, in his obsessive, desperate fool-for-love state, Gabby had demanded that Tuffy help him carry out a wild, ill-conceived, tragic plan. Gabby had had it all figured out. If he were to be shot, not actually killed, but just injured by a bullet fired from the gun that had killed Morris, then he was sure Jerry Lee would relent. He would become a victim himself, and no longer a suspect. He didn't care how much it hurt. Nothing could hurt him more than being without Jerry Lee. Besides, Gabby planned to drink enough while Tuffy was picking up the gun so that the pain wouldn't get to him. Jerry Lee. Jerry Lee was why Gabby had threatened Tuffy and sent him out into that icy Christmas Eve to find the .22 that had killed Morris. If Loretta hadn't moved from Walla Walla back to Yakima the month before, it would have been impossible to carry out Gabby's plan. Walla Walla was at least a 4-hour round trip. Tuffy could never have retrieved the gun and come back to Yakima before Derek Moore got home from his date. But Loretta was only blocks away, and Gabby had convinced Tuffy that he would turn him into the Yakima police and say he had shot Morris unless Tuffy did exactly what he ordered. Vern Henderson could sense that Tuffy Pleasant must have been driven by two tremendously compelling and powerful emotions that night. He loved Gabby Moore, his coach, his alternate father, the man who had told him he could do anything and be anything he wanted to be, the man whose guidance had already taken him to heights of glory he could never have imagined. He must have wanted to bring back the old Gabby again, the happy, joking, confident Gabby. He had seen the man's heart break over the loss of Jerry Lee, and he wanted Gabby to have her. After months of listening to his coach talk about Jerry Lee and break down in tears, Tuffy had finally believed that nothing else was going to make him happy. Tuffy couldn't see it, he'd said, but Gabby Moore was a one-woman man. Tuffy's second emotion was probably even stronger, the instinct to survive that bubbles to the surface of any human being in danger. Gabby had scared him when he picked up the phone and dialed the police. If Gabby turned him in and said he had shot Morris, Tuffy knew they would come and arrest him, and he would do heavy, hard time. When Gabby was drunk, there was no telling what he would do, and he was drinking heavily on Christmas Eve. And so, Tuffy had gone to get the .22 from his cousin Loretta. He explained Gabby's plan in more detail. He was trying to get drunk so he wouldn't feel too much pain. He would come to the door, and I was supposed to hit him in his left shoulder. I was supposed to hit him, just nick him in his left shoulder. Tuffy had no way of knowing about Gabby's conversation with Dr. Myers. He didn't know Gabby had researched just where the bullet should go in so it would wound but not kill him. There were tears in Tuffy's eyes as he moved through the scene in Gabby's apartment on Christmas Eve in his mind. He shook his head almost imperceptibly as he brought it all back, as if he could not believe that it had really happened. So I banged on the door, Tuffy remembered, but it didn't come to that. What happened was, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it, and I tried to talk to the man. I tried to talk to him, so we went inside. He had a few more drinks, and I kept telling him, talking to the man. I said, "Look, I can't do it." Vern Henderson tried to picture what it must have been like. He knew that Tuffy was a womanizing, party-going mischief-maker. He knew he had given his parents any number of gray hairs. But Tuffy wasn't naturally a mean guy, and he had loved Gabby Moore like he loved Andrew, like he loved his natural father. Could Tuffy have fired a bullet into his own father? No. Could he have fired a bullet into Gabby? Maybe. But it must well nigh have killed him to do it. Vern waited while Tuffy took a deep breath and kept talking. and the tape recorder lead circled around and around.
He said, "You are going to do it, whether you like it or not." "But what it was supposed to be,"
Tuffy said desolately.
"It was supposed to have just been a hit and a miss, and therefore the hit and the miss would have meant he could get to the phone and call up his girlfriend named Kathy so she could call the ambulance, and then things start from there. There was supposed to have been only an attempt made on his life."
Tuffy said that Gabby kept insisting that he had to shoot him, and that he realized his own neck was on the chopping block for Morris Blankenbaker's murder.
"So, therefore, I took the gun, you know. I shot him, you know. I pointed the gun, you know. As soon as he turned his back, right here in his left shoulder, as he turned, I shot him in the shoulder, high in his left shoulder. Okay, well, it happened. He turned and stumbled, but then I guess I hit him low, and then that was it. I just left and took the gun back to my cousin."
Tuffy Pleasant made a point of releasing his cousin Loretta from any complicity in Gabby's death. He stressed that she knew nothing at all about it. Henderson believed him. It was odd, he thought, the points of honor in the delicate dance around the crime of murder. The detective did not believe, however, that he had heard the true version of Gabby's death. Tuffy had waffled too much over the sequence of events. He offered him another cup of coffee, and they changed the tape on the machine. There is a rhythm to an effective interrogation. Henderson fell back now into simple questions and answers. The emotion in the room was about to choke them both. He would have to back off and let Tuffy build up to the actual killing again. Bob Brimmer sat back silently. He could see that Vern Henderson was doing a good job of drawing out Tuffy's confession.
"Okay, Angelo," Vern said, "going back to the beginning of your story. You were talking about being over there Christmas Eve, the 24th. You were at Mr. Moore's address on 18th Avenue, right?" "Yeah." "How did you get there?" "My car. I drove." "Where did you park?" "I parked out front on the street." "The reason I ask you this is, isn't it kinda normal that everybody comes around and parks in his backyard? Is that right?" "Yeah." "A lot of people?" "Yes." "Students?" "Yes." "Now, during the time that you were sitting there talking to Mr. Moore, did anybody else come and go from there?" "Yes. My brother Anthony and Stony Morton."
The story was already changing slightly. Vern Henderson's voice betrayed no surprise.
"About what time were they there?" "I would say they were there between 9:30 and 10:30.
Tuffy said that he had stayed on visiting with his coach after the other two left.
"Now, had you already gone and got the gun by the time your brother and Stony got there? Was the gun in the house at that time?" Yes." "Where did you put it?" "It was on the other side of his Davino, in back of it." "Okay. Now then, did you go out in your car and toot the horn, or had you already done that?" "That was already done. It was supposed to come down after I honked the horn twice. I was supposed to wait 5 minutes and then knock on the door, and he was supposed to come to the door, and then I was supposed to shoot him." "Okay. Now what happened in the kitchen?" "There was a curtain pulled loose, and the screen door was propped open by a cement block. How did this all come about?" "He did it." "He wanted to make it look like a big deal?" "Yes, he did that himself." "Did he ever say he had made any phone calls to himself or to his relatives about being threatened? Did he ever tell you anything?" "Yes,"
Tuffy said.
"He told me he had. There were a couple of phone calls about threats being made on his life."
But Tuffy said he really didn't know if Gabby had made the calls himself or not. On Christmas Eve, Tuffy thought there had been a phone call for Gabby about 10:15. Vern knew that would have been Gabby's daughter, but believed she had called him a little later. They were approaching Gabby Moore's horrific death again, and the room crackled with tension.
"Okay, then,"
Vern began.
"Did you go and pick up the phone after you shot him?"
No,
He took the phone off the receiver. He did. This was before you shot him. Why? So there wouldn't be any phone calls or something?
I don't know, Tuffy said, distressed.
But I think it was because that way it was off the receiver and all he had to do was dial the number like he planned. He could take the shock and just crawl to the phone and just dial with one hand. That way he wouldn't have to fumble with the receiver.
It wouldn't have worked, of course. After 20 seconds or so, the phone would have lost its dial tone and Gabby would have had to hang it up. That would have been harder for him than to leave it on the hook all along. It sounded crazy, but maybe he didn't want the sound of a phone jangling as he braced himself for the bullet he had apparently ordered Tuffy to fire into his body. But Vern knew that Gabby had done one more thing before he prepared to stop a bullet. He had turned on his stereo, set the needle on his record of Lay Your Head Upon My Pillow, and turned the volume up high. Ray Price's words of lost love had floated through his apartment long after he died, until the needle wore a groove it couldn't get out of.
The whole plan revolved around the fact that he wanted Jerry Lee to come back,
Vern asked again.
Is that right? Jerry Lee.
Tuffy Pleasant made the name sound like a swear word.
Yes. He wanted to prove the fact that he had nothing to do with Morris Blankenbaker's death and that he wanted her that bad, enough to go all the way. After you shot him and he fell to the floor, how did you leave the place?
Henderson asked. Tuffy looked down at the floor, then he gazed straight into Vern's eyes.
I didn't shoot him, and he didn't fall on the floor. I shot him when he was already on the floor, in what we call in wrestling terms the referee position, both hands on the floor with your palms down.
The room was silent for a full minute. What a travesty of everything that the shooter and the dead man had been to each other, and to the sport they had both loved. Gabby Moore had taught Tuffy everything he knew about wrestling. In the end, in the last moment of time they would spend together in this lifetime, Gabby had dropped to his hands and knees, drunk from a full bottle of whiskey, and assumed the referee position after instructing Tuffy exactly where to shoot. It made an awful picture, but it explained more how Gabby could have lain there without so much as a tiny spray of blood on his T-shirt. The .22 that went in beneath his left armpit had done its damage as he dropped the last few inches to the floor and his full weight compressed his chest, holding back the quarts of blood that were already drowning his ruined heart and lungs.
How far away were you when you shot him?
Henderson asked.
How far is that table there? 2 feet,
Vern answered, and then understanding what Tuffy meant, he asked,
You mean from where you are sitting from the wall of this room? Oh, we're talking about 7 feet or something.
Tuffy indicated that he had been 6 or 7 feet from Gabby when he pulled the trigger, with Gabby's voice repeating, Shoot! Shoot! Shoot!
Did you point the gun, aim the gun, or just pull it up and shoot?
Vern knew that Tuffy had had only one bullet, only one. If he had missed, in all likelihood, Gabby would still be alive.
I pointed it at his shoulder, Tuffy said, but then he moved. I believe he fell against the refrigerator. I guess from the effects of the alcohol. Are you sure he was down on his hands and knees? Yes. Did you try to bend over to shoot him? Yes. You didn't just walk up and shoot straight down, did you? No. I was off to the side. And did he just fall to the floor? Yes. Did you say anything to him? No. You just got out of there? Yes. Was this the plan after you shot him? You were to run out of there and leave? Well, it wasn't a plan. I just did it.
Vern Henderson asked the next question quite deliberately. He needed to know which emotion had prevailed in the end. Gabby's power over Tuffy or Tuffy's own fight to survive as a free man.
Now, did you do this because he had you up against the wall, or did you do this because this was the plan he had? I mainly did it because he had me up against the wall. I really believed he had me.
With those words, Tuffy Pleasant probably sealed his own fate. When Tuffy left Gabby's apartment, he could not have known if Gabby was alive or dead. He ran into the frigid night with the music still playing behind him. Don't look so sad. I know it's over. Let's just be glad we had some time to spend together. There's no need to watch the bridges that were burning. Vern Henderson and Bob Brimmer knew what had happened. They had been present at Gabby's autopsy. That single .22 bullet had hit a rib and gone crazy. All of Gabby's planning and careful questions to Doc Myers had been for nothing. You can't trust a .22 slug to go where it's intended any more than you can throw a knife with your eyes closed and expect it to hit a target. Tuffy Pleasant was drained. He knew that he would have to tell Bob Brimmer and Vern Henderson about the night that Morris Blankenbaker died. But that could wait until tomorrow. In his mind, he had to be seeing the kitchen where Gabby Moore lay, unmoving, and hearing that song again, over and over and over. 18. Even under ordinary circumstances, February 29th is a special date. But on this Sunday, February 29th, Vern Henderson and Bob Brimmer were about to experience, at least they hoped they were, the culmination of an intensive investigation, the last answer to the last question. Who had shot Morris Blankenbaker? Angelo Tuffy Pleasant sat once more in the interrogation room of the Yakima Police Department. They began by talking, the pas de deux that takes place in every well-orchestrated interrogation. Almost always, everything in the suspect makes him want to keep silent. Often he is appalled at what he or she has done. It is difficult when the words finally burst forth to be frozen forever on a tape recorder. Tuffy's confession to shooting Gabby Moore had been hard, but it was obvious that he had been cajoled, ordered, blackmailed, and threatened to shoot by the victim himself. There was every reason to think that he had shot in the belief that he would only wound, that he never intended to kill his hero. When Tuffy Pleasant had confessed to shooting Gabby Moore, he had conveyed his shock and his grief. When he said that Gabby had had him up against the wall, it was apparent that Tuffy meant just that. At the time of the shooting on Christmas Eve, he had felt he had no other choice. But Morris's death was something else again, something to be ashamed of. The victim had not participated in his shooting, and he hadn't braced for the bullet. Vern knew from the blood blowback on Morris's hand that all he had had time to do was throw up that hand, a flesh-and-blood barrier against death, and he only did that at the last moment when he finally recognized his enemy. Morris's murder had been the result of a cowardly and treacherous plot. It had been the ultimate act of poor sportsmanship, something that both Vern and his prisoner deplored. It was no wonder that this was the murder that was hardest for Tuffy to discuss. They took their positions across the table from one another, Vern on one side and Tuffy on the other. Way back in the beginning of the probe, Vern had told Tuffy that he would eventually find out the truth, and he had compared their verbal jousting to a game. It was a game of deadly seriousness, and they had now come to the last period of play. Once again, Vern would do the questioning. All three of the men in the room acknowledged why Tuffy had shot Gabby Moore. It was simple and terrible. Gabby had had Tuffy backed into a corner. Tuffy had told them the day before that he feared he would take the fall for Morris's murder, even though he hadn't done it. Well then, who had? Maybe now they would know. Vern thought he already did.
I was always honest with Angelo,
he recalled.
I told him the things that I knew to be true, and I said, "This is how I knew you did it."
Off the tape, Tuffy admitted that he had tried to tell Morris to leave Jerry Lee alone, for Gabby's sake. He had confronted Morris that night in his yard and tried to reason with him.
"He told me he wasn't going to leave her alone,"
Tuffy said,
"because Jerry Lee was his wife."
He told Vern that he had lied to Morris and told him that he had run out of gas. Tuffy was edging closer and closer to the whole story, and he had not yet mentioned that anyone but he and Morris had been present when Morris died. Even so, it took 2.5 hours before Tuffy was finally willing to commit his statement to tape. At 12:20, Bob Brimmer set the tape recorder up.
"Okay,"
Vern said.
"let's go back to the beginning of a situation which involved Morris Blankenbaker. Angelo, you tell us in your own words how it came about and what happened on that night, please."
Henderson had to remind himself that this was his job, an interrogation about a murder. He couldn't allow himself to think of the Morris he had known, of all the football games and the autumn nights, all the problems and the confidences they had shared, of riding around with Morris and Les Rucker in the little white Volkswagen. Whatever he was about to hear, he had to remember that it was over. It had happened. For Morris, the pain was gone. But Vern Henderson had to know. Tuffy Pleasant was silent, wondering where to begin, far more nervous about this statement than he had been when he spoke of Gabby Moore's death. He had already told Vern a great deal. It shouldn't be this hard to tell it all.
"Well,"
Vern said,
"just tell us about before the night had happened. Tell us a little bit prior to that."
"Well," Tuffy finally spoke, rambling at first.
"I'll just start. It was for a class. It was for a credit for this wrestling coaching class I was taking up there at Central Washington State College in Ellensburg. I needed to assist in a coaching class on a team, so I confronted my former head coach, Mr. Moore. So I saw him off and on there for a while. I was seeing him 2 or 3 times a week, and I noticed in this time the changes he was going through. We were tight, and like in my book, he was number 1, and I would do anything in the world for the man, you know, not to see him hurt, just not to see him hurt."
Henderson didn't doubt that Tuffy was telling him the truth about that.
So he was talking about his wife most of the time. He was really upset over his wife, Jerry Lee. Jerry Lee this, Jerry Lee that. He was really caught up in her. And what really hurt him before their final divorce was when she moved back and started living with Morris again. That really broke him up. He couldn't see it, because he didn't have that last chance, you know, that second chance he was always talking about.
Tuffy said that Gabby had begun to talk the way he did in coaching, about eliminating problems.
"You eliminate your problems," he said, "and then you take it from there." So his problem with Morris, number 1, because the second problem was Jerry Lee, and she was with Morris. So therefore both problems were together, so you eliminate one to get the other.
Tuffy laughed nervously, a harsh sound in the quiet room. He said that Gabby hadn't been himself for a long time.
"Every time I saw him, he was just losing it. He was just losing it. And we were so close. I felt like what he felt. He shed a tear, I shed a tear. And so then he started talking about who could he find to eliminate Morris and how it was to be done, to waste him. About who could I find. First he wanted to see if I could find a hitman for him, and he asked for a couple of names, and I gave him one name, Max Phillips. He asked me where he was, and I told him the last time I heard Max was in Wenatchee doing his thing, whatever it might have been at the time.
That had satisfied Moore for a while. He had a name of an alleged hitman. But he became restive when he couldn't get Tuffy to contact Max. Gabby had begun to talk about Stoney Morton and Joey Watkins, 2 of his former wrestlers, as possible hired killers. That was a ridiculous idea, and Tuffy said he had just kept stalling, waiting for Gabby to turn to some other harebrained scheme. But all the while he was still feeling Gabby's agony. Even with the slight relief he achieved through alcohol, Gabby Moore was a walking, talking, broken heart. Tuffy, who appreciated a good-looking female, was baffled that a man as strong as Gabby could be so humbled by the rejection of just one woman.
Okay, so then that dies out. This man, he's just tore up. He's just not himself. He's just bleeding inside, and I could see it, and I could feel it.
Vern believed him. Tuffy had loved Gabby. Gabby had been on him, Tuffy said, to find a gun. He delayed that, too, as long as he could.
Time elapsed,
Tuffy continued.
So much has been said I couldn't really say right now. Not to the fact I don't want to, that I can't really remember it all word for word. He said if I could find somebody, he would offer them $700, but $500 was all he could handle right at that time. Okay, so then he offers it to me, and I says, no $500. I couldn't take no life for that amount of money, or any amount of money for that fact.
Tuffy said he was beginning to dread the visits with his old coach. He explained he had no choice but to go on seeing Gabby. He wanted to see him because he was worried about him, but he also was taking the coaching course and he needed the credit. More important, Gabby had simply allowed Tuffy to become the head coach. Tuffy didn't feel competent to handle it all on his own, and even though he got no backup from Gabby, he still felt better talking with him. Sometimes in the first hour or so of their conversations, before Gabby was really intoxicated, they still talked about the sport they both loved.
He never showed for the matches, Tuffy said. I helped take out the mats. I'd even make the starting lineup. I had that much authority and,
he admitted,
I was digging it.
For a little while, Tuffy was living his dream, the dream that Gabby had promised him. If he got his college degree, Gabby had said, Tuffy would be the head coach. He would take Gabby's place one day. Sitting in the interrogation room, Tuffy kept talking with little prompting, his words flowing out as if they had finally been released from tremendous pressure. Tuffy had held them in for a long time, and it seemed a relief to him to be telling it all. He told Brimmer and Henderson about getting the gun from his cousin, Loretta, and test shooting it into a potato.
I took it and brought it back and took it to Mr. Moore. Then we tried it out. If you go up there to the house, you will see between his bedroom and a divider and the living room, there's a hole right there in the rug. What we did was, I went outside to listen for the shot, and he took a wastepaper basket full of water and set it right down there in that spot and shot it a couple of times. I was listening for the noise outside, and he was seeing how fast and how deep it would go, how powerful the gun was altogether. Well, you couldn't hear it too good outside, just like a cap gun. And so we figured that would be the gun.
Suddenly, Tuffy Pleasant sighed deeply.
And I just did it for the man.
Vern Henderson managed to keep his voice steady as he asked,
Did you get any money for it? No, I didn't get any money for it. You did it for him as a favor. It was for him, the man,
Tuffy said.
He mentioned the fact of money, but he said I would never have to worry about money again. That he would give you things? Yeah, whatever. Over a long-term situation.
They had not yet come to the moments just before Morris had died, and Vern knew he had to get there.
Was a plan ever mentioned to you about perhaps sneaking up on Mr. Blankenbaker in the morning and shooting him while he was in the bathroom or someplace in his house, like it was a burglar or something like that?
Tuffy said that Gabby Moore had thought up and then discarded several plans. He was always refining the method of his problem's death. He had suggested that Tuffy knock on Morris's door, and he thought that Tuesday would be a good day. Then he changed his mind again.
Every Tuesday Morris, went to the Y, and so it was when he went to the Y that he wanted him to be hit. He had the time schedule down, see? And what it was. He wanted the hit in front of Rick, Morris's little boy. And I was supposed to do it right there, and I was supposed to snatch his wallet and make it look like a robbery.
A brazen daylight robbery in downtown Yakima on a weekday was a remarkably stupid plan, and even Gabby Moore in his drunken scheming had realized that. He devised another scenario, and then another.
Who came up with the idea of waiting for him by the garage when he got off work at the lion share?
Vern asked.
He did. Everything was his idea. Mr. Moore had this plan laid out, right? Yes, he had it all laid out. To the bone. To the bone.
Vern Henderson moved to the Friday after Thanksgiving.
The night Mr. Blankenbaker was shot. Okay, now. In detail. Whatever time it was, were you actually with Joey Watkins? Yeah, I was with Joey Watkins. From that point on, tell me in detail.
As Tuffy spoke, Vern could see Morris's house on North 6th, the alley, the gate, the picture of Morris lying there in death, his eyes unseeing as the snow fell. Vern had stood where the shooter, had it really been Tuffy, stood. Vern had walked to where the bullet casing landed. If Tuffy wasn't leveling with him, he would know it in an instant. He didn't want to hear the details, but he had to hear them.
Well,
Tuffy began again.
About 9:30 we took off, Joey Watkins and I, Angelo Pleasant. We took off to go girl chasing, but not to go girl chasing because we figured we looked good enough for them to chase us.
Pleasant grinned as if this had been any other night, but his voice was taut. He had had 2 agendas that night.
We hit the lion's share a little after 9:30. Joey went in for a few minutes, and then he came out and said it was kind of slow. So we left there, and we went to the Red Lion for a while. We were there for about an hour or so. Then we parted company, and I was invited to this other table.
Tuffy said he had to back up a little. He had been at his girlfriend's house, the mother of his child, pregnant with his second baby, earlier in the evening.
He,
Gabby,
has the number to my girlfriend's house, and he called earlier that night. He called about 7, and I was there. He was in the hospital. Gabby called you? Yeah. He called from the hospital, and he said, well, if you are going to do it, tonight is the night, while he was up there for an alibi.
Of course. It was the perfect alibi. According to Dr. Myers, Gabby hadn't wanted to be hospitalized, and he'd gone in dragging his feet. But once there, he must have realized that nobody could accuse him of murder if he could prove he was in the hospital. Since Gabby hadn't called for someone to bring the phone to his room, Henderson figured he had strolled down the hall to the public phone. Tuffy Pleasant had gone on out, obviously with his mind always focused on Gabby's orders. He and Joey Watkins had cruised around, looking for pretty women. Maybe Tuffy had even told himself that if he got lucky, that would be a sign that he wasn't meant to carry out Gabby's plan. And Tuffy had gotten lucky. A couple with an extra woman in tow had introduced themselves to him and pulled out a chair at their table. It could have been a reprieve for Tuffy, and for Morris. Vern tried not to think about that.
So, okay,
Tuffy continued.
I was invited to this table with these other people. This single lady, you know. I was there maybe about 10 minutes, and I told them I would be back to excuse me. They were unaware. They didn't know what I was going to do or where I was going. I went to my folks' house and got a little money from my mom, and I went back to the Red Lion and reunited with the people who invited me over to their table. We went from there to the Holiday Inn, and we went to the Thunderbird and back to the Red Lion. Then we parted company just a little bit before 2:00 a.m.
Thinking about it years later, Vern Henderson commented,
He left because he had a job to do for Gabby. Any other night, I can't imagine he would walk away from a willing woman who was ready to stay the night with him. He must have been looking at his watch. He left the Red Lion a little before 2:00 a.m. He had something he had to do.
A little after 2:00 a.m. was when Morris was due to drive into his parking space off the alley after he had finished his lion's share job.
You know, I wasn't going to do it if I didn't have time because I was going to party,
Tuffy said softly, perhaps regretting his final decision.
My intentions were that I had caught a lady for the night, and I was going to be with the lady the rest of the night, see? But we happened to part company before 2, and I just went on over to Lincoln and waited until Morris came up the alley. As soon as he was coming up the alley and pulled in his yard, I ran up the alley and drew his attention. I drew and fired and ran back down the alley and took off.
Vern wasn't buying it, not the whole package. He believed now that Tuffy had shot Morris, but he did not think for one moment he had heard the whole story. It was too simple, and Tuffy had glossed over it too quickly, as if he were ashamed to linger over the deliberate deception that had thrown Morris so completely off guard. Vern knew that Morris had to have been completely relaxed, otherwise he would have tried to defend himself. No, Tuffy had slid too rapidly over the actual murder. Vern had been there at Morris's autopsy, and he had made himself look at every bit of it. Now he would make himself listen to every word about the last few moments of Morris's life. Once again, he backed up a little.
Okay, now you and your friends parted down at the Red Lion shortly before 2, and then you drove down and parked your car where? On Lincoln Avenue or Natchez?
Lincoln.
Lincoln Avenue. Right up by the alleyway there? Right by the alley. By the apartments, the red brick apartments? No. Lincoln. Okay.
Tuffy corrected himself.
There is a little apartment there, yeah.
That was right, Vern thought. It wasn't the red brick apartment next door to Morris's house that was on Lincoln. It was the little duplex where Mrs. Lenberg lived. Tuffy denied that he had run into a garbage can as he ran down the alley, but Vern wondered if he would have even remembered in his state of panic, knowing what he was about to do.
What kind of shoes were you wearing? Platform type? Had a little bit of heel on them? Yeah, a little bit of heel.
So far, Tuffy Pleasant's version of the night after Thanksgiving was meshing with Gerda Lendberg's statement. Most of the young guys wore platform shoes, afros, flared plaid trousers, and leather jackets. Those shoes made a heck of a lot of noise.
So you ran down the alley when you saw Morris's car come up the alley? Yeah, like a trot. Okay, just a jog or whatever. And did you approach him from behind the garage? No. You came right up behind his car?
Vern could see it. He could see it in his mind, but he didn't dare look away. Maybe he could forget it. Sometime.
Yes.
Tuffy nodded.
He was almost all the way up to the front of his house, and I called him back. I said, Morris, you know. He walked back.
Too late now to shout out a warning, but the impulse was there. Morris, keep going up the front steps. Shut the door behind you. Don't turn around. Don't go back. Tuffy Pleasant shifted uncomfortably.
Yes. He walked back, and he had a bottle of beer in his hand, and the gate was open. And he walked back and had just, kind of closed the gate. And I said, my car stopped on me down the street, And he says, I can't hear you. I says, my car stopped on me down the street, just to wait until I got close enough. Then I got close enough, and I unloaded on him.
Amazingly, impossibly, Vern heard his own voice speaking in a calm, professional manner.
Okay. So actually, when you shot him, it was at most a matter of like, you and I are sitting here across the table. Just a matter of inches, really? Yes. And then he fell to the ground. Did you shoot him after he went down on the ground? No.
Tuffy said that he had just aimed at the big part of Morris's head. He was lying. Vern knew that Morris had been shot once in the mouth to knock him down, and twice more behind the ear as he lay helpless on his stomach, dying. Vern didn't call Tuffy on the inaccuracies. Not then.
When he was standing up. Okay, now then you ran back down the alley and got in your car, and then where did you go?
I went back to Ellensburg.
What did you do with the gun?
I kept it.
What happened to the clip? I don't know, I lost it somewhere. And then you returned the gun to your cousin's place some days later? Yes. The reason you did this, Angelo, is you talked to Gabby for a long time and you had these plans to shoot Morris. Is that right? You used one of his plans, or did you think of this by yourself? It was his. It was all his idea.
Tuffy said he had received no money at all. None of it had been about money.
You did it for him as a favor because you liked him? Yeah. You were going to help him out, ease some of the pain he was going through about losing his wife? Yeah.
Even knowing how close Gabby Moore had always been with his athletes, even having once been one of Gabby's athletes, it was almost impossible for Vern Henderson to imagine the control Gabby had obviously had over Tuffy.
In other words, Vern asked again, you felt he would have done you a favor in the years gone, and that you would do him this favor. Well, it really wasn't a favor. I don't look at it as a favor. How do you feel? I don't,
Tuffy said stoically,
because I really just did it for him. What else? I was under the influence of him all the time, you know,
Tuffy said wearily.
I was on his mind track. I wasn't on mine.
The confession was over. 2 confessions, really. One on Saturday and one on Sunday. This was the most unlikely killer either Sergeant Brimmer or Detective Henderson could have imagined. My God, Tuffy had been welcome in Morris's home. He had been over there only a week or so before he shot Morris. Morris had been a mentor to him, too, showing him wrestling moves. Morris would have walked toward Tuffy with as much trust as he would have walked toward Vern himself. Tuffy Pleasant would have been the last person in the world that Morris would have expected to point a gun at him. But it didn't matter. Morris was just as dead as if he had been shot by a complete stranger. 19. Angelo Pleasant's arrest was headlined in the Yakima Herald-Republic. It was the end of the dreams Coydell and Andrew Pleasant had held so long for their children. All of their years of work seemed in vain now. Andrew had asked Vern to find out the truth, but when the truth rose to the surface, just as Vern had feared, he didn't want to know it.
Angelo and I always got along,
Vern remembered.
But the family felt that I had tricked their son into a confession. It brought such shame and hurt to them that I think they needed to blame me, to feel I had used trickery. That was the end of our friendship. I'd always known that it would be.
The Pleasants' shame was so unbearable that they could not believe that it could possibly get worse. The article announcing that an arrest had been made in the murders of Morris Blankenbaker and T. Glynn Gabby Moore was maddening in its lack of details. It wasn't reporter Dwayne Dozier's fault. The prosecutor's office and the Yakima police were releasing very little information. Pleasant is charged in a Yakima County Superior Court warrant with aiding and abetting an unnamed person in first-degree murder. What did that mean? And who was the unnamed person? The article said that Angelo was being held under $50,000 bail. In reality, that meant it would take $5,000 and a promise of $45,000 more if he should not show up for hearings. That was an awful lot of money to raise, and nobody close to Tuffy came up with it. He remained behind bars. His arraignment was set for March 1st. Every article about Tuffy's arrest reprised his glory days as a champion wrestler, just as Jerry Lee was mentioned in each retelling as having been married to both murdered coaches. The scandal burned brightly in Yakima. At Tuffy's arraignment, Yakima County Superior Court Judge Howard Hettinger revised the charges against him. He was now charged with 2 counts, first-degree murder in the shooting of Morris Blankenbaker and second-degree murder in T. Glynn Gabby Moore's death. The first-degree murder charge stemmed from the premeditated aspect of Morris's death, whereas Gabby Moore was deemed to have died while his killer was engaged in a felony to wit, second-degree assault. Hettinger also revoked Tuffy's bail and appointed 2 attorneys to defend him, Wade Gano and Chris Tate. Angelo Pleasant's trial date was set for April 19th, less than 2 months away. Court watchers predicted that there would be delays. There were those who murmured that the man who was ultimately to blame for the double murder was not the man locked up in the Yakima County Jail. But that man could no longer be made to answer for any misdeeds. Gabby Moore was dead, and the kid who had listened to his every thought and his every word so avidly now stared out through bars at a world that no longer held any promise at all for him. Angelo Tuffy Pleasant soon had 3 attorneys. Adam Moore, arguably the best criminal defense attorney in Yakima County, was appointed by Judge Hettinger as chief defense counsel. He had more experience in murder trials than either Gano or Tate, and Tuffy was going to need as much legal help as he could get. Adam Moore and Jeff Sullivan had once again switched places. Now Sullivan was the prosecutor and Moore was the defense attorney. As Jeff Sullivan explained, many of the players in our county's trials are the same over the years, only the scripts change. Sullivan viewed Adam Moore as a worthy adversary. He always would, no matter how many times they met on the legal playing field. Loretta Scott had been granted immunity from prosecution on any charges stemming from her involvement with the suspect Colt 22, which was still undergoing ballistics tests. It seemed that there would be no more surprises. Almost routinely, Tuffy's attorneys asked that he be examined by a psychiatrist to see if he was mentally competent to stand trial. Dr. Frederick Montgomery asked Tuffy the usual questions and gave him tests designed to point out any aberrants that would indicate that he did not know the difference between right and wrong at the time of the 2 shootings or currently. After Montgomery's evaluation, there was no further mention of an insanity defense. It was possible that Tuffy had been partially brainwashed, but he was not insane under the law or clinically. 20. There was startling news about the Blankenbaker-Moore murders in the March 19th edition of the local papers. After listening to additional statements purportedly made by Tuffy Pleasant, Yakima detectives arrested his younger brother, Anthony Pleasant, 19. He too was booked into the Yakima County Jail, charged with first-degree murder in Morris Blankenbaker's death, and held without bail. Dick Nesery, the Yakima police polygrapher, had run a number of lie detector tests on the men awaiting trial. Nesery, who had administered over 1,800 polygraphs, had reported that Tuffy Pleasant's first tests in January had been inconclusive. On March 18th, Tuffy was put on the polygraph again and had implicated his own brother in Morris's murder. Adam Moore and Chris Tate thought another polygraph might verify that accusation. This test was done at the request of the defense team. With Vern Henderson, Chris Tate, and Jeff Sullivan observing out of eye range, Nesery administered a Baxter zone comparison test to Tuffy, basically asking one question in 2 different ways, with control questions in between. Nesery had never talked with Tuffy before the January 10th polygraphs, although he was aware of Tuffy's athletic fame. In January, he had found Tuffy talkative and friendly. Now, 2 months later, he found himself talking to a different man. When I first started to run him on March 18th, Nesery said, he was a rather quiet, subdued type of person, and I had to pull things out of him to get him to talk in the pretest part. Nesery listened as Tuffy told him who had shot Morris. It was a different story than he had told Vern Henderson. He stated he was there, and so was Anthony, and Anthony was the one that had actually shot Morris Blankenbaker, Sergeant Nesery said. Tuffy had worked hard in his life, and his hands were calloused, not the best mediums for the galvanic skin response test because they would not produce the classic sweaty palms reaction. Nesery also noted that Tuffy's breathing patterns were irregular, but he didn't think either condition would change the results of the polygraph significantly. The results of the March 18th lie detector on Tuffy Pleasant surprised Nessery and caught the prosecution team off guard. Although Nessery was a Yakima police sergeant, he read the 3 charts he had taken on their own merit. Tuffy had told him that his brother Anthony shot Morris Blankenbaker, and Nessery said that his responses seemed to support that. In my opinion, he was truthful to the questions asked pertaining to the shooting situation. Jeff Sullivan had had no choice but to order an arrest warrant for Anthony Pleasant, and on Thursday, March 18th, Anthony was arrested. Later that day, Nessery got a call from Vern Henderson.
"Come on down here,"
Vern said.
"We want you to run Anthony."
Wanting to be absolutely certain that his reading was as accurate as it could be, Nessery ran 6 charts on Anthony Pleasant. Anthony, too, had breathing problems, irregular respirations brought on perhaps by nervousness and the shock of having just been arrested. In the end, Nessery's findings provided more shockers. On the question, "Did you shoot Morris Blankenbaker?" when the subject answered, "No, it's my opinion that he was untruthful." Vern Henderson, Bob Brimmer, and Jeff Sullivan were set back on their heels. All of their investigation thus far had indicated that Tuffy, and not Anthony, was the shooter in both murder cases. Now one of the city police department's own sworn officers was telling them that his read of the polygraph tests indicated the reverse. Nessery himself was startled. He had made mistakes in his readings of lie detector results only rarely, and that was because he had worded control questions incorrectly, or because he had been given the facts wrong. Usually, he said, mistakes tended to favor defendants rather than hurt them. Undoubtedly, the defense would attempt to enter the reversely weighted polygraphs into Tuffy Pleasant's trial. Just as surely, Prosecutor Sullivan would fight to keep them out. It would be impossible, however, for the results of lie detector tests to be admitted into evidence and presented to a jury unless both sides stipulated to their admission. On March 30th, Tuffy Pleasant reneged on his confessions and pleaded not guilty to both charges during his pretrial hearing. Vern Henderson was nonplussed. He had heard Tuffy's confessions. Vern knew that Tuffy knew things that only the killer could have known. But it was more than that. There had been a despair in Tuffy's words as he told of shooting 2 men he had cared about, emotion that Vern didn't think could be manufactured. If Tuffy was scared and having second thoughts, that was understandable, but Vern didn't believe they had arrested the wrong man. Among the defense motions entered that day was a request for a change of venue. Tuffy's attorneys argued that there had already been so much publicity about the cases that it would be impossible for him to get a fair trial in Yakima County. Adam Moore said that radio, television, and newspaper reports had been highly inflammatory, and that there was no way an impartial jury of 12 people could be picked. Mike Brown, an investigator for the Public Defender's Office, said that he had taken an unofficial survey of community attitude toward the case, although Brown's techniques might not have been considered sophisticated in a large city. He said he had checked the pulse of opinion in Yakima. He had been to 3 barber shops and 3 beauty parlors within the city limits. His survey of employees showed a unanimous response that they had all heard rumors about the double murders. Brown said he had also interviewed 28 people in the mall and 14 people in Sunnyside, 20 miles southeast of Yakima. Of those 42, only 9 said they had not heard of the cases. Of those who did know of it, however, just 3 had formed opinions as to Tuffy's guilt or innocence. According to Brown, they all thought Tuffy was guilty. "This case stands like a Goliath over previous county murder cases," defense attorney Adam Moore told reporters as he explained his request for a change of venue. "Drugs, romance, and jealousy are the fabric upon which this motion is woven." Prosecutor Jeff Sullivan demurred, citing other cases just as sensational which had been tried within Yakima County. Judge Carl Loy ruled that he felt that Angelo Pleasant could get a fair trial in Yakima, and that he would not move the trial to Seattle, Spokane, or some other city in Washington. The publicity has been factual rather than evidential, Loy commented succinctly. He said he had seen no signs of prejudicial reporting, and that media versions of the case's progression had, in his opinion, met bench bar press guidelines. Although Loy agreed that there had been a great deal of publicity in the Blankenbaker-Moore case, he attributed that to who the victims were and to the bizarre circumstances of the killings. It was clearly not the kind of case that local reporters were going to bury on the back pages. However, given the gossip circulating through the Yakima Valley, the newspapers had been remarkably circumspect. Still, reading the papers, Vern Henderson shook his head. Romance and jealousy, and now drugs? The whole case, as it appeared in the headlines, was beginning to sound like a regular soap opera. The rumor mill ground on, fueled with no other ammunition than speculation, imagination, and half-truths. On April 8th, there were more headlines and yet another suspect under arrest. Kenny Marino, Tuffy Pleasant's best friend and also a member of the 1972 championship wrestling team, was arraigned on charges of second-degree murder in Gabby Moore's death. While both Pleasant brothers were being held without bond, Marino's bail was set at $50,000. Prosecutor Sullivan would give no details but said only that the investigation was continuing. If things went on as they had, it seemed as if the murder case were going to tarnish every wrestler close to Gabby Moore. Now 2 of Coydell and Andrew Pleasant's sons were charged with murder. Anthony was to go on trial May 3rd, 2 weeks after Angelo's trial was to begin. None of it made much sense to the public, who could only speculate on their alleged motives for murder. With the burgeoning list of murder defendants and arguments over when and where the trials would take place, little official attention was paid to an event that took place in that strange spring of 1976. On April 18th, Jerry Lee Blankenbaker Moore Blankenbaker quietly married for the 3rd time. Where Gabby had been 14 years older than she, and Morris 3 years older, Jerry Lee's new husband was 7 years younger. He was Jim Littleton, 22. Littleton worked in the grocery business. A handsome young man, his lifestyle and interests bore little similarity to either Morris or Gabby, except that, like them, he was very protective of Jerry Lee. His ambition was to be a successful businessman. He had no interest in playing sports or coaching. Olive was shocked to learn of Jerry Lee's marriage. So was Vern Henderson. He remembered that Littleton had been one of the pallbearers at Morris's funeral services, although Henderson had no idea who Jim Littleton was or what his connection to Morris and Jerry Lee had been. It was not that Morris's family and friends didn't want Jerry Lee to go on with her life. It was just that it seemed too soon. Morris had only been dead 5 months, and Gabby 4, when the woman who had been married to both of them appeared to have stepped completely out of the mess she had made of her life over the past few years. Of course, she would still have to testify in the trial, or trials, coming up. People wondered if hers wasn't a rebound marriage, and maybe it was in the beginning. Jerry Lee had been searching for a secure family unit ever since her parents divorced when she was in high school. Now, even before the first daffodils bloomed on Morris's and Gabby's graves, Jerry Lee had a new husband and a new family. There were a few snide comments in Yakima about the merry widow, and I wonder how long this one is going to last. But Jerry Lee and Jim kept such a low profile that the gossip and jokes soon died. It wasn't just Jerry Lee who had been through hell. The double murders had left a number of women emotionally adrift. Olive Blankenbaker had withstood blows before and come back, and she now proved that she could do it again. She was back at work, back in the midst of life. She would not allow either her illness or the loss of her son to destroy her. She didn't care what the doctors had told her. She was going to survive. Tuffy Pleasant's girlfriend Renee was 6 months pregnant and already raising a toddler. Although Tuffy had not been the most constant of lovers, She had always figured they would be together for good one day. Now Renee didn't know what was going to happen, but she feared she might be left all alone after Tuffy's trial. And Coydell Pleasant was trying to adjust to the horror of having 2 sons in jail, awaiting trials on murder charges. The March polygraph test results and the subsequent arrests of Anthony Pleasant and Kenny Marino meant that Vern Henderson had to find more witnesses, enough so that they could absolutely account for both Tuffy's and his brother Anthony's movements on the nights of the murders. Tuffy had given them a reprise of his movements on November 21st, but they needed someone who had seen him on his peregrinations that Friday night. And with accusing fingers also pointing at Kenny Marino, there was yet a third suspect to backtrack on. The investigators devoutly hoped that there would be no more suspects in this increasingly convoluted investigation, but it was within the realm of possibility that Anthony Pleasant and Kenny Marino had been present just before, or even during, the murders of Morris Blankenbaker and Gabby Moore. However, the Yakima County investigators doubted it. Prosecuting attorney Jeff Sullivan and Yakima Police Detective Vern Henderson were about to become partners in a sense, if improbable ones. Both Tuffy Pleasant and Joey Watkins had mentioned the name of one of the 3 people whose party Tuffy had joined at the Red Lion on the night of November 21st. There had been 2 women and a man that Friday, and Tuffy said he had caught a lady that night. Armed with the name of the man in the party, Sam Berber, and the information that the trio had come from Pasco, Washington, Vern Henderson and Jeff Sullivan headed for the Tri-Cities area, which had burst from the desert with the advent of the Hanford Atomic Power Project during the Second World War. Pasco, Kennewick, and Richland are rarely referred to separately by Washingtonians. Henderson's and Sullivan's investigation led them into a mostly black neighborhood in the Tri-Cities, where the black detective and the blonde Irish prosecuting attorney drew a lot of attention.
They used to take one look at us and say, "Here comes Shaft and young Mr. Kennedy."
Vern Henderson laughs.
They'd never seen a black detective before, and Jeff did look just like John Kennedy. We made quite a pair.
They found Sam Berber, 28, in Pasco. He worked for Standard Oil and said he rarely had occasion to travel to Yakima, which was 80 miles away. However, on November 21st, he had volunteered to drive a friend, Sally Nash, to Yakima to see her brother who was in the Yakima County Jail. Sam, Sally, and her girlfriend, Melody Isaacs, arrived in Yakima about 8:15 that night, only to find they were too late for visiting hours at the jail. They left some money for Sally's brother at the booking desk and then ventured out on the town. When Sullivan and Henderson asked Berber about Tuffy Pleasant, Sam said he did know the man, but not well. They had met way back in November. In fact, Sam could name the date easily. It was the day after Thanksgiving. Berber explained that he and his 2 female passengers had been left with time on their hands after they missed visiting hours in the jail. They had looked for some place in Yakima to have a few drinks, and maybe dance. They went first to the cosmopolitan Chinook Hotel and the Red Lion cocktail lounge there. Berber said he and the ladies with him were interested in finding clubs that catered to blacks where they might find some music other than the standard hotel lounge canned music. They had noticed a young black man sitting at a table with another man.
I approached him and asked him if there were some places we might be able to go, and he offered to show us around,
Berber recalled.
He had asked if the lady with us was with someone, and I told him she wasn't, and then he asked if he could come over and sit at the table with us.
Berber had then invited the man, who introduced himself as Angelo Pleasant, to join their party. The man who had been sitting with Pleasant left. They had sat there in the Red Lion until Pleasant told them to follow him. He would lead them to a place that might be livelier. It wasn't.
We just stayed long enough to have a drink and leave,
Berber said,
because it was just as dead as the place we had just left.
Henderson nodded. That would have been the Holiday Inn, according to what Tuffy had said in his confession. Their new friend had then suggested that they go to the Thunderbird. They had stayed there until almost closing time, and Pleasant had asked if they were anxious to leave for Pasco or if they would be interested in some after-hours parties.
"He took us past a couple of places," Berber said, "and there was nothing going on, so we just took him back to his car." "Where was his car parked?" Brimmer asked. "At the Chinook." "And about what time did you get back to the Chinook?" "I imagine it had to be just around 2 a.m., because people were leaving from the bar. That was about it. We invited him to Pasco and told him if he ever came around to give us a call or try to get in touch with us, and we would try to return the evening."
Sam Berber wasn't sure if he could positively identify the man, but he had introduced himself as Angelo Pleasant and told them that he used to live in Pasco while he was attending Columbia Basin College. Berber hadn't looked at the clocks in the bars they visited. He based his recall of when they dropped Pleasant off on his date's comment. "My young lady was in the front seat and she had fallen asleep and she had to get up and lean forward to let him out. We were right under a light, and she looked at her watch and said, 'It's 2 o'clock. We better head on back home.'" Melody Isaacs, who had been Tuffy Pleasant's date for the evening, remembered meeting him, a good-looking man in a black leather jacket. They had had 3 or 4 drinks and some dances between 9 p.m. and a little before 2, and then they had let him out of the car at 2 a.m. She had given him her phone number in case he ever came to Pasco, but he hadn't called her. Sullivan and Henderson knew that the Chinook was only a few blocks, a few minutes, from Morris Blankenbaker's house. Neither of them said what they were surely thinking. If the quartet had found an after-hours place open that night, would Tuffy have decided not to carry out Gabby's instructions? If it hadn't been that night, would it have been another night? Or would both Morris and Gabby still be alive? While the Pasco witnesses had placed Tuffy only a few blocks from Morris's house a few minutes before Morris was killed, the investigators had to find witnesses who could either involve or eliminate Anthony from the shooting. One witness they found was ideal. The others they located were less desirable but made up in sheer number for their inherent lack of credibility. Eventually, they would find a plethora of witnesses who placed Tuffy's younger brother Anthony far away from the shooting scene and, moreover, in no condition to walk, much less commit murder. Vern Henderson thumbed through the November 21st, 22nd FIRs, field investigation reports, filled out by patrolmen for every incident on every shift. He was elated to find an officer who had had occasion to contact Anthony Pleasant that night. Patrol Officer Alan D. Bischoff of the Yakima Police Department was working C-Squad that Friday night from 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. He told Brimmer that he had responded to an incident on LaSalle Street, a possible disturbance, shortly after 10 p.m. Bischoff and his partner found several young black men, a young white woman, and an older white female. The men were arguing. Bischoff said they had been a little wary about going to the call. There had been some threats against the lives of police officers, particularly in this area. Since it came in with an anonymous citizen reporting, they had wondered if it might be a setup, and Bischoff was actually rather relieved to find that he knew one of the young men. It was Anthony Pleasant, whom he did not consider a threat. Bischoff talked to Anthony, shined his flashlight in his face to check his eyes for signs of drinking. Police officers know that there is an involuntary shifting of the pupils in the eyes of someone under the influence, and concluded that Anthony had indeed been drinking. The fight seemed to be over after Bischoff talked to Anthony and his partner talked to the other combatant. "I told him to leave and go directly home," Bischoff told Brimmer. Anthony had gotten into a Chevrolet sedan and left the scene. As Bischoff went on the air to clear the complaint, it was approximately 10 minutes to 11. He assumed that Anthony had gone home as he directed, but he could not be certain of it. However, Anthony did not go home, as Henderson found when he located a number of teenagers who told him about almost weekly floating parties where the guest list was whoever showed up. The refreshments were beer and marijuana. Henderson might have wished to have witnesses whose memories were a bit more crystalline than those he found, but eventually he did discover some partygoers who remembered the night of November 21st very well. More importantly, they remembered exactly where Anthony Pleasant had been that night between the fight in the street and dawn. Most particularly, they remembered where he had been around 2 a.m., the time when his big brother claimed Anthony had been shooting Morris Blankenbaker. Although the party on the night after Thanksgiving had been full of drop-ins and drop-outs, there were a few people who remained in the home of the young woman who was the hostess that night. Everyone agreed that one couple had disappeared into a bedroom and stayed there. There was a girl who had had an argument with Anthony Pleasant, and there were several other people who had laughed to see Anthony passed out cold on a couch. One of the best sources Henderson found was an 18-year-old girl named Casey Lynn Anderson. She was a recent graduate of Davis High School and was working as a cook and waitress at the Cosmopolitan Chinook Hotel. Casey and her sister, who also worked at the Chinook, went to the party of the week on November 21st. Casey said she had babied a beer all night, and she had had no marijuana at all. She was upset with Anthony Pleasant because he had been in a fight with a friend of hers over a girl. This was the incident that Bischoff had just investigated. Anthony had returned to the party, and Casey said she had given him a good lecture about fighting. "I was trying to tell him that he was stupid," she recalled, "and then he told me I didn't know what I was talking about, that he had his reasons and he was man enough to take care of himself." Casey said she found Anthony's arguments almost unintelligible because he was very, very drunk. He was standing up. He was trying to stand up against the wall. And I remember telling him, "Sit down before you fall down." And he told me to shut up. As far as Casey was concerned, her longtime friend Anthony was in no condition to remember anything about their argument that night. He looked like he was ready to just say goodnight to the world. A number of people at the party confirmed that Anthony had fallen asleep on a large couch in the living room. A girl had vomited on the couch sometime earlier, but Anthony had been so out of it that he hadn't noticed. People watching had thought this was hilarious.
What time?
Henderson asked again and again of those who had been at the Friday night party.
What time did you see Anthony Pleasant passed out on the couch?
The consensus was that it was well before 2 a.m. Since 2 a.m. was the magic hour to buy beer and they were running low, a group left to buy more. When they left, Anthony had already been almost comatose and the subject of many giggles and guffaws. One girl said that she had been there both when the beer buyers left and when they came back, without finding any stores open. She had stayed awake until 3:30 or 4. When she and her friend finally did get tired enough to sleep, they had a problem. "Okay," she explained. "We were laughing at him, Anthony, because he was on the couch and he was passed out. Me and a girlfriend were getting tired and we wanted to go to sleep, but he was on the double couch. And so we rolled him off the couch and he just fell right on the floor. And he was just blah. And we sat up for a while longer and kind of laughed at him. And then he crawled over to the chair and sat in that and fell asleep." Under ordinary circumstances, Anthony Pleasant, 19, might have been chagrined that he had made such a fool of himself by getting passed out drunk and becoming the main part of the night because we were all laughing at him. However, the number of witnesses who recalled absolutely that he had not left the party between 11 and dawn would eventually save him from murder charges. Vern Henderson reported to Jeff Sullivan that he now knew where Anthony had been at 2 a.m. on November 21st, and where Tuffy had been. They knew where Tuffy had been on Christmas Eve, but they still had to check on where Kenny Marino had been. Once more, it was the memory of teenaged girls that provided alibis. Kenny Marino had invited 3 girls to come to his parents' home that night for tequila sunrises. a curious Christmas libation. One of the girls told the detectives that she had to plead with her mother to go out, and only got permission when she promised to be home by midnight. At midnight, while the others were raptly watching a horror film on television, the witness realized she wasn't going to make her deadline. In fact, it was 12:30 before she could convince Kenny Marino to drive her home. It was close to 1 when she got home, and her mother was waiting up for her. Kenny Marino and the other 2 girls returned to his house. Over on 18th Street, miles away, someone had just shot Gabby Moore. Figuring the times and the distances and the witnesses, there was no way Kenny Marino could have been the shooter. Although Tuffy Pleasant would go into his trial still claiming to have been only an observer at the murders of Morris Blankenbaker and Gabby Moore, Jeff Sullivan had his witnesses in place, ready to show that Anthony Pleasant and Kenny Marino could not have been the killers. Tuffy agreed to waive his right to a speedy trial within 60 days of his arrest, and was given a new trial date in early June. Anthony Pleasant and Kenny Marino had their trials joined at the request of Marino's attorney. Their new trial date was now May 24th. With less than 2 weeks to go before their trial, Judge Howard Hettinger ordered that the Anthony Pleasant/Kenny Marino pretrial hearing be held in secret. No one in Yakima knew what was going on. Hettinger said that he would release a statement on the closed-door hearing as soon as a jury was sequestered. After defense attorneys argued that any reporting of the pretrial motions would seriously jeopardize their clients' rights to a fair trial by an impartial jury, Hettinger issued an order excluding the press and public from the pretrial hearings. Tuffy Pleasant's hearing, presided over by Judge Loy, had been open to the press, although they agreed not to report on it, beyond change of venue arguments, until a jury was sequestered. Interest in the trials was at fever pitch among Yakimans. Court Administrator Charlotte Phillips said that the trials themselves would be open to the public and that the press could expect special seating arrangements in the largest courtroom in the courthouse. The trials would run continuously, including weekends, partly because jurors would be sequestered. Newspapers announced that security would be tight in the courtrooms. No one knew exactly why. No one beyond the principals involved and the police, attorneys, and prosecuting team knew the whole story, but everyone in town was curious. And then, 4 days before Anthony Pleasant and Kenny Marino were to go on trial, Prosecutor Jeff Sullivan moved for dismissal of the charges against them. The defendants' jaws dropped. They hadn't been expecting this. Sullivan would have preferred to postpone their trial rather than have it dropped, but in the interests of justice, he said he did not have sufficient evidence to bring them to trial. Sullivan said later that the dismissal of charges against Tuffy Pleasant's younger brother and his best friend did not affect the case against Tuffy at all. Jeff Sullivan was between a rock and a hard place. He was not entirely convinced that Marino and Anthony didn't have some guilty knowledge before or after the shootings, but he could not produce evidence linking them to the crimes. They each had witnesses who could prove that they were nowhere near the murder scenes at the time the shootings occurred. Although he did not want to reveal that information in this venue, Sullivan had asked for dismissal without prejudice, meaning that he could refile the charges should the investigation come up with new evidence. Defense attorneys did not object. 30 minutes later, smiling broadly, Anthony Pleasant and Kenny Marino walked out into the sunlight. Anthony had been in jail for 62 days, and Kenny Marino for 40.
"What's it like to be in jail?"
a reporter called out.
"God, I can't say," Marino said. "You'd have to go through it. I had nightmares and nightmares, every night."
For them, at least, it was over. For Tuffy Pleasant, a trial lay just ahead. 21. Despite everything, there was still a grudging respect between Tuffy Pleasant and Vern Henderson. Vern didn't exactly feel sorry for Tuffy. How could he, when Vern knew that Tuffy had shot his best friend, and, for that matter, Tuffy's best friend? But Vern sensed the waste, the tragedy, the loss for so many people, all because Gabby Moore had been ready to sacrifice anything and anyone so that he could regain what he had lost, Jerry Lee. When Tuffy's girlfriend Renee gave birth to her second daughter, to Tuffy's second daughter too, it was Vern who took Tuffy from the Yakima jail up to the hospital so that he could hold his new baby. It was a bittersweet moment. Although Tuffy's murder trial had been continued for a second time until July 19th, it loomed ahead like a dark tunnel. If he should be convicted, Tuffy might not be around to see either of his children grow up. When Tuffy Pleasant had waived his right to a speedy trial, he had allowed Jeff Sullivan the time he needed to bring the fragments of this peculiar case into some kind of order. Sullivan remarked that each fact uncovered led to another. He wanted to be very sure that the person or persons who had shot Morris and Gabby was the one on trial. There were more witnesses to locate. It was becoming clear, however, that the state could never try the person who had instigated the shootings, even though statute made that person just as guilty as the one whose finger pulled the trigger. That person, Gabby Moore, was dead. The public didn't know that, of course. Every facet of the case had been shrouded in secrecy. Adam Moore, Tuffy's attorney, had agreed to the continuance, saying inscrutably, "When the truth is finally known, a lot of questions will be answered." Loretta Scott was a vital witness for the prosecution. Sullivan needed her testimony to show the transfers of the murder weapon from herself to Tuffy and back again. She would be granted immunity from prosecution on the weapons charges. It was possible that Kenny Marino and Anthony Pleasant, once suspects themselves, would end up being state witnesses too. In late June, without fanfare, prosecuting attorney Jeff Sullivan and defense attorney Adam Moore flew to Germany. "We left Sunday morning," Sullivan recalled, "and although we went to Worms, Frankfurt, and Heidelberg, we were back on Wednesday." Although they were on opposite sides in this case, both attorneys had questions about the Colt 22 and about unconfirmed rumors that they needed answers for. Working on minimal sleep, Moore and Sullivan took depositions from David Pleasant, Loretta Scott's brother, who was serving in the Army in Germany, and from Anthony Pleasant's girlfriend at the time of Morris Blankenbaker's murder. Her stepfather was also in the Army in Germany. One of the most rampant rumors around Yakima was that she had been told the real truth about the double murder, and David was supposed to know where the gun had come from. As it turned out, Anthony's girlfriend knew nothing about the killings. In his deposition given in Frankfurt, Germany on June 22nd, David Pleasant verified that he had once owned the 22, and that he had given it to his sister Loretta when he went into the Army. He had gotten it from a friend who had gotten it from a friend. The gun had come from Vietnam, and it was virtually untraceable. Had Loretta not panicked, the gun could never have been connected to her, and through her, to Tuffy Pleasant. Jeff Sullivan had now found out everything he ever would about the death weapon, and about Anthony Pleasant's movements on November 21st, 1975. It was time to move ahead. On July 8th, Tuffy Pleasant's pretrial hearing was held in Yakima, and the possibility that Anthony and Kenny Marino would move to the state side of the chess game, that is, the law, became reality. It was not a good day for the defense camp. Shortly before the hearing began, Tuffy's attorneys learned that Jeff Sullivan was amending the charges against their client. Instead of first-degree murder in Morris Blankenbaker's death and second-degree murder in Gabby Moore's, the charge in Moore's death was also first-degree murder. Appalled by what they termed 11th-hour tactics, Adam Moore and Chris Tate asked for more time, and they had other motions. They renewed their request for a change of venue and for 2 separate trials. They told Judge Loy that Pleasant could not get a fair trial if the 2 murder charges were heard by the same jury. They argued that the alibi witnesses the state intended to call to corroborate the whereabouts of Anthony Pleasant and Kenny Marino at the moments of murder would sandbag a jury. The philosophical question naturally arose. If a man is guilty of 2 murders, should a jury not hear the connection between those murders? And then again, if a man is innocent of 2 murders, or of one of the murders, should the same jury hear about both crimes? Defense attorneys always choose to separate charges. Prosecutors always prefer to let a jury see all the possible ramifications, the similar transactions of conjoined crimes. As it was, this trial promised to be one of the most expensive ever to hit the taxpayers of Yakima County. It would take an estimated 3 weeks, and jurors would be sequestered. That meant, of course, hotel costs and meals for the jurors, on top of all of Tuffy's lawyer's fees and money for the defense's private investigator. It was true, as Adam Moore argued, that there is no place on the scales of justice for dollar signs on one side and fairness on the other. But moving the trial to another city would be even more expensive than the projected $50,000 to hold it in Yakima. Today, $50,000 wouldn't pay for half a day of a headline big city trial such as O.J. Simpson's or the Menendez brothers, but $50,000 would cut a huge chunk out of the Yakima County budget. As it was, legal fees for Anthony Pleasant and Kenny Marino had cost $13,000. In the end, Judge Carl Loy's rulings were split. He would grant the change of venue. He would not separate the 2 murder charges into 2 trials. The 2 murders had so many similar transaction aspects that Loy could not justify severing them. Tuffy Pleasant smiled when he heard that there would be a change of venue. But Yakimans who had planned to attend every day of the sensational trial were disappointed. If they wanted to watch all the action, they would have to travel 140 miles west across the Cascade Mountains to Seattle. Some of them would. King County promised to provide an adequate courtroom. Besides the family, friends, press, and gallery, there would be more than 50 witnesses traveling from eastern Washington for the trial in Seattle. In the end, the question of sequestration of the jury would be moot. The murders in Yakima might well have happened 14,000 miles away rather than 140. Morris Blankenbaker, Gabby Moore, and Tuffy Pleasant were celebrities in their hometown, but very few residents of King County had heard of them or of the murders. Seattle and the county it sat in had its own homicides to think about. It was almost shocking to realize that out of the 50-member jury pool of King County residents brought in for the Pleasant jury, only 1 had ever heard of the case, and that was because she had friends in Yakima. Bitter tragedy and shocking double murder in eastern Washington had not filtered through at all. Perhaps murder is an insular phenomenon, its impact diminished by distance and geography, almost as if the looming cascades that separated Yakima from Seattle had absorbed the shock and pain. But the pain would come brilliantly alive again on August 16th and continue through the weeks of trial in Seattle. The case would be featured not only in the Yakima Herald-Republic, but in the Seattle Times and the Seattle Post-Intelligencer. James Wallace, a Herald-Republic reporter, would file daily stories from the courthouse so that hometown people who could not make the trip could monitor the trial. Olive Blankenbaker and her sister would attend every session of the trial. A long time later, when she remembered those weeks, she would sigh. It was so hard, so hard. Ned Blankenbaker, Morris's father, his face reddened with emotion and unshed tears, would sit nearby. Andrew Pleasant Sr., Tuffy's father, and Tuffy's grandmother would be there, all of them at once linked and divided by the enormity of the crimes Tuffy stood accused of. Many family members were barred from the courtroom because they would be called as witnesses. Tuffy Pleasant would be housed in the King County Jail, a 2-story elevator ride to King County Superior Courtroom West, 1019. He would be accompanied to court each day by Yakima police officers Dennis Myers and Marion Bauer. Seattle's media, caught up in the drama of this case, were prepared to be on hand. John Sandifer, anchorman for the nightly news of the ABC affiliate in Seattle, KOMO, marked off 2 weeks on his calendar, and photographers from the Seattle Times and the Seattle Post-Intelligencer did too. Defendants and witnesses alike would walk the gauntlet from the elevators, through the marble-walled corridors, to the King County courtrooms. Jeff Sullivan, Mike McGuigan, his deputy prosecutor in this trial, Vern Henderson, court reporter Lana Vachon, and the rest of the entourage from Yakima County had trouble simply finding a place to stay in Seattle. There was a huge convention in town that August. Eventually, they found enough rooms at the old Roosevelt Hotel, which was more than a mile north of the courthouse and had yet to be refurbished. The sheer logistics of getting witnesses to Seattle to testify was a challenge. Jeff Sullivan was grateful for the transportation provided by the Yakima Police Department. "We had a number of teenage witnesses," he recalled. "We tried to bring them over in the morning and get them back home in the evening so we didn't have to worry about their staying over in Seattle without adult supervision." 22. And so it began. This long-awaited trial that might reveal the seemingly inexplicable reasoning behind the deaths of 2 most unlikely murder victims. Tuffy Pleasant invariably grinned at the cameras, as insouciant as a rock star passing through a crowd of fans. Female photographers got an extra-large smile. He spoke with the Yakima officers who escorted him as if they were old friends, and they talked just as easily with him. Were it not for his hands cuffed behind him, it would have been difficult to pick Tuffy out as the defendant. He looked like the young athlete he had been until his arrest for double murder. His shoulders were broad and thickly muscled, his waist trim, his ears were the cauliflower ears of a long-time wrestler. Despite his situation, he seemed optimistic and smiled easily for photographers. Would he testify? Murder defendants usually don't, but Tuffy Pleasant had such an outgoing manner about him. He might make a good witness for himself, and then again, if he took the stand, he would risk opening himself up to Jeff Sullivan's fierce cross-examination. Time would tell. Would Jerry Lee testify? And what about Anthony Pleasant and Kenny Marino? They were rumored to be potential witnesses for the state. The players took their positions in the courtroom. Judge Carl Loy sat on an unfamiliar bench in Department 27 of King County. The 6 who would be present for the whole trial were seated at a long oak table. J. Adam Moore and Christopher Tate sat on either side of their client, Angelo Denny Tuffy Pleasant. Yakima County Prosecuting Attorney Jeffrey C. Sullivan sat at the far end of the table next to Vern Henderson, who would be the friend of the court, the detective responsible for bringing in evidence and being available for consultation on the investigative facts. Deputy Prosecutor Mike McGuigan sat to Henderson's right. First, a jury had to be selected. Monday, August 16th, passed, and only 8 jurors were chosen. It would be Tuesday at noon before a full jury was seated. 8 women and 4 men and 3 alternates, 2 men and a woman. Potential jurors who had demurred had done so because they didn't want to be tied up for 2 weeks, or possibly 3, not because they had formed opinions on the case. Adam Moore asked interesting questions of potential jurors. If A wants someone removed, and he goes to B and asks him to do the job, what kind of judgment would you make about A and B? Moore asked one juror a question that spurred Sullivan to ask for a sidebar conference. Have you ever known a man who became extremely jealous over a woman? After the sidebar with Judge Carl Loy, there were no more questions in that vein from the defense. Moore also asked a potential juror, have you ever known anybody who, out of loyalty, took the blame for something he did not do? Jeff Sullivan shifted uneasily at that line of questioning, but he did not object. At 1:30 p.m. on August 17th, Jeff Sullivan rose to begin his opening statements. If ever opening statements were diametrically opposed regarding the facts of a case, those of prosecutor Jeff Sullivan and defense lawyers Adam Moore and Chris Tate were. Sullivan's voice was disdainful as he paced in long strides in front of the jury box. He promised the jurors that the state would offer them proof that Angelo Pleasant was guilty of 2 murders, and that they would actually hear him confess to those murders on tape. Sullivan told them that the defendant had killed Morris Blankenbaker in cold blood at the urging of his mentor and former coach. Then Sullivan said Pleasant had killed Moore himself because Moore had a claw in him. There was no one else involved, Sullivan said bitingly. Only Tuffy Pleasant. Jeff Sullivan was succinct as he gave the jurors 2 terrible scenarios of murder, the first of the night Morris was killed, and the second of the Christmas Eve shooting of Gabby Moore. The prosecutor spoke for 35 minutes as a hushed courtroom listened avidly. It was the first time Olive Blankenbaker had really heard her son's death described. It was difficult to listen, but she could not listen. This was what she had come to Seattle to do, to hear all the evidence and, hopefully, to see justice done. Sullivan explained how Gabby Moore had told Tuffy Pleasant on November 21st, "If you're going to do it, tonight's the night." The prosecutor described Morris's arrival home after work, the familiar voice calling to him from the alley, and then the shot that hit him in the mouth, knocking out several teeth before it lodged in his spine. The second bullet had struck him behind the left ear, and the third in the back of the head. Sullivan said that on Christmas Eve, Gabby Moore had coerced Tuffy into retrieving that same gun by threatening to turn him in to the Yakima police, his finger poised over the final digit of the police number. Tuffy had gone back to his cousin's, Sullivan said, retrieved the .22, and returned to Moore's apartment later. According to Sullivan, he had found his brother and Stoney Morton there, although they didn't stay long. A short time later, Tuffy had shot Gabby Moore from a distance of 9 inches. There should be no going back, the prosecutor stressed. Tuffy Pleasant had confessed twice. Within days of Tuffy's arrest, he had described both murders, and on tape. More long-winded and perhaps a bit more histrionic, Adam Moore and Chris Tate painted Tuffy Pleasant as an innocent man, almost a saint, a family man who had confessed to 2 murders only to protect his younger brother and his best friend. For an hour and a half, the defense team gave their version of the murders. Yes, they readily acknowledged Tuffy had known about Gabby's plan to kill Morris, but he had absolutely refused to have any part in it. Chris Tate agreed with Jeff Sullivan's chronology of events on November 21st, but only up to a point. Tate said that when Tuffy left the Red Lion, he was with his brother Anthony. The Colt Woodsman .22 was under the front seat of Tuffy's car. In this scenario, the 2 brothers drove around for a while, and then Anthony had said he wanted to go visit Morris. Tuffy had obliged him and parked on Lincoln Avenue, a half-block away from Morris's house. Yes, Tuffy had seen his younger brother take something from beneath the seat, but he thought it was only a beer. That's what Anthony had been drinking during the evening. When they saw Morris's car pulling up, both brothers had gotten out of their car. Here, the script for murder changed radically as it played out in the defense case. When they were a few feet apart, it had been Anthony who told Morris he wanted to talk to him about Jerry Lee. According to Chris Tate, Morris had said he didn't care to discuss her and had walked menacingly toward Anthony. It was at that point, Tate said, that Anthony Pleasant had pulled out the gun and shot Morris. Running away, the Pleasant brothers had driven off, promising never to tell anyone. They were very close, Tate said. Later, when Tuffy was arrested, he was willing to take the rap. It was not until detectives bore down on him, saying they did not believe that he had acted alone, that Tuffy had changed his story, and admitted to them that Anthony had killed Morris. His first confession had not been the truth, only the words of a brother trying to save a younger brother. Adam Moore rose to continue the defense's opening remarks. He explained how Gabby Moore had been killed. Moore listed 4 themes that sparked murder: jealousy, manipulation, loyalty, and irony. Gabby Moore had been living in a fantasy world, consumed with the intent to get Jerry Lee back. It was more than he could hold up to, the loss of her. But, Moore said, Gabby's fantasy had backfired. Jerry Lee had added up the facts, and she suspected her ex-husband had had a hand in the murder of Morris, her once and future husband. Adam Moore gave Gabby grudging credit for being clever in a bizarre way when he planned his own shooting to take the suspicion off himself. Yes, on Christmas Eve he had demanded that Tuffy go and get the same gun that had killed Morris and shoot him. But Tuffy had refused adamantly. Yes, Tuffy had stayed on talking with Gabby after Anthony and Stoney had left Gabby's apartment. Gabby had